New York State Assembly Ways and Means Committee. Today we begin the fourth in a series of hearings conducted by the joint fiscal committees of the legislature regarding the governor's proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26. The hearings are conducted pursuant to the New York State Constitution and the legislative law. Today, the Assembly Ways and Means Committee and the Senate Finance Committee will hear testimony concerning the governor's proposed budget proposal for local governments. I'll now introduce participating members from the Assembly. After that, Senator Krueger will introduce members from the Senate. In addition, Ranking Ways and Means members Ra will introduce members from his conference. We have with us today the chair of the Local Governments Committee, Billy Jones, Assemblyman Jones, the city's chair, Assemblyman Burke. Also, we have with us Assembly people Shimsky, Wheeler, Taylor, Jacobson, Fall, Gonzalez Rojas, Mandami, Diaz, Velez, Brunstein, I should say, Seawright, Bichette Hellman, Simon, and we have as observers, not to question, Assembly members Wright and Raga. Senator?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So, as always, we have committee meetings overlapping, so we may see senators and assembly members coming in and out throughout the day, and we will try to make sure to recognize them when they get here. Also, just because of the crowd interest with the first panel, we're asking any assembly members or senators who come in stay on the Senate side or the Assembly side as appropriate. We have Chair of Local Government, Senator Martinez, Chair of Cities 1, we call that New York City, Senator Sepulveda. We have Senator Persaud, Senator Hoylman-Siegel, Senator Liu, and my colleague Tom O'Mara, who's the ranker on finance, will introduce his members.
Assemblyman Ra?
Oh, sorry, I was going to have him do it first. Do you want Ra first?
Well, it doesn't
Go ahead.
matter. Yeah, you're a senator.
Thank you. Good morning. On the Republican side of the aisle, we are joined by Senator Alexis Wyke, our ranking member on local governments, Senator Steve Chan, ranking member on Cities 1, Senator Mark Walczyk, ranking member on Cities 2, and Senators Robert Allison and George Borrello.
Assemblyman Ra?
Good morning. We have Assemblyman Ari Brown, who is our ranking member on local governments, Assemblymember Lester Chang, who is our ranking member on, we don't have cities 1 and 2, we just have cities. He's our ranker on cities. And we have also members Behan, Tanusis, Gallahan, and Brooke Krasny.
Okay, today looks like it will be a long day, so we have time limits in place which will be strictly enforced. The time limits are for witnesses. Government witnesses get 10 minutes to testify. Non-governmental witnesses get 3 minutes. The chairs of the committees relevant to each governmental witness will get 10 minutes for questions and a second round of 3 minutes if desired. Ranking members of these committees will each get 5 minutes. All other members of the relevant committees will get 3 minutes and no follow-ups. To all witnesses, all written testimony has been submitted to the legislature in advance, so we ask that all witnesses please do not read your written testimony to us. Instead, please summarize. To all legislators, please let myself or Senator Krueger know if you wish to question each witness or panel of witnesses. After the opening remarks of each witness or panel of witnesses has been concluded, the list will be closed. Everyone, witnesses and legislators, should locate a time clock which are conveniently located throughout this room. Please note that when the clock winds down to 0, you will be alerted that your time is up, and I don't want to seem rude, but I will interrupt you. Please be considerate and respectful of the clock so that everyone has a chance to be heard. Please note that these are time frames for questioning include both questions and answers. So members are respectfully requested not to commence a question with insufficient time on the clock to permit the witness to answer. Due to the length of our hearings, we have no alternative but to strictly enforce these time limits. I should add that if any witness or later in the day that is not yet registered, please do so at the top of the stairs. I will now call the first witness, the Honorable Eric Adams, Mayor of the City of New York. Mr. Mayor.
I might go back to Albany. And to cities chairs, Sepulveda and Burke, local government chairs, Martinez and Jones, and members of the Assembly Ways and Means and Senate Finance Committees. My name is Eric Adams. I'm the mayor of the city of New York, and I'm proud to be here today with my team, Jack Jihad, Director of our Office of Management and Budget, First Deputy Mayor Maria Torres Springer, Deputy Mayor for Intergovernmental Affairs, Tiffany Raspberry, and former state senator and senior advisor to the mayor, Diane Savino. Since day one, we've been clear in this administration, our mission has been to make New York City a safer, more affordable city that is the best place to raise a family. While we have to do more, we have made significant progress. Crime is down on our streets and in the subways. In 2024, homicides and shootings reduced for the third consecutive year and are both down double digits since we came into office. And what's more, our January crime stats are now out, and for the second month in a row, overall crime in our city is down by double digits. Last month, crime was down 17% above ground and 36% below ground. Shootings were also down 22% last month, continuing the steady decrease we've seen, and we've removed over 20,000 illegal guns off our streets. We currently have an all-time high number of jobs in our city and broke the record for the most jobs in New York City's history 8 times over the course of our administration. And this is important. Unemployment has dropped among all demographics in general, but specifically Black and brown unemployment has dropped close to 20%. These achievements would not be possible without our strong fiscal management. We have delivered 3 balanced budgets. The nation's leading independent credit rating agencies have affirmed our strong fiscal standing. And our most recent preliminary budget includes the largest ever capital plan for housing infrastructure, schools, libraries, and more. Last year, we worked closely with you and the governor to make progress on every single one of the legislative priorities together. We passed historic legislation that protects tenants and gives our city new tools to build the affordable housing needed to take on a generational housing crisis. We won mayoral accountability for the second time, and we gave legal authority to close illegal cannabis shops. The power you gave us allowed us to close 1,300 illegal shops, and we're watching the legal industry profit. We passed legislation on red light cameras and e-bikes to keep our streets safe. We removed over 80,000 illegal vehicles off our streets. And all this builds on our past work in the partnership too, expanding the earned income tax credit for the first time in 20 years, allocated aid to the unprecedented international humanitarian crisis we face together, and so much more. And that is why I'm here today to talk about our shared priorities and how we plan to work with the lawmakers to once again deliver for working class people. We're seeking support in 4 key areas. First, passage of our the tax for the working class legislation to make life more affordable for working class New Yorkers. Second, passage of the Supportive Intervention Act to finally allow people with severe mental illness to get the lasting support they need. And third, passage of measures, reforms to the discovery law that will continue to protect offenders' rights while improving the efficiency of our criminal justice system. We know how important it is, and we want to continue to do so. We also did something significant in the city, in our City of Yes for Housing plan, the most significant pro-housing reform in our city's history. We want to continue to move forward and continue to expand and grow in this area, something that First Deputy Mayor has been clear on breaking record after record, year after year, on building affordable housing. And with the help of Governor Hochul and the state's support, City of Yes will invest $5 billion. These investments, combined with our generational zoning reforms, will create over 80,000 new homes over the next 15 years across every neighborhood in the 5 boroughs. Working-class New Yorkers must be able to afford groceries, medicine, transportation, and other necessities. Every penny counts for our families, and that's why we're proud that we put $30 billion back into the pockets of working-class people. Over the next 3 years, we will cancel over $2 billion in medical debt for over 500,000 of our city residents. But there's much more to do and much more we can build on. And that's why today I'm asking you to join us in the Axe the Tax for the Working Class. Assemblywoman Ronise Bichotte-Hermelin and Senator Leroy Comrie sponsored these bills. It is significant for New Yorkers, and at the moment when our states face a historic affordability crisis, this plan will benefit $350, putting a total of $63 million back into the pockets of 582,000 filers and dependents. Now, as I said over and over again, public safety is a prerequisite to our prosperity. We are providing even more support for New Yorkers living on the streets and in the subways, including those struggling with serious mental illness and those at risk of entering city shelters through a historic $650 million plan. We are adding 900 more safe haven beds and 100 runaway homeless youth beds to protect our most vulnerable. We are launching our Bridge to Home program, an innovative model to provide homeless New Yorkers with serious mental illness the intensive support they need. Our administration has already removed helped 2,800 people from streets and subways to permanent housing, and our partnership with Scout and PATH put clinicians with law enforcement officers to continue that success. This is why we're really calling on you to enact the Supported Intervention Act, which clarifies that a person requires hospitalization if mental illness is preventing them from meeting their basic human needs of food, clothing, shelter, or medical need. It also will help ensure people remain hospitalized until they are truly ready for discharge. We are grateful for the governor's embrace of many of these proposals and look forward to working with you to pass meaningful reforms this year. Next, we also must do more to ensure repeated offenders are truly held accountable. Well-meaning criminal justice reform has led to an unintended consequence, and this includes dismissals of cases due to minor violations. We need your help in this area, as the 5 district attorneys have joined us in this initiative. Finally, as I have said many times, no city should have to shoulder the cost of an international humanitarian crisis on its own. Our fiscal year 2026 preliminary budget is balanced and includes $2.4 billion in savings in this fiscal year and the next, related to the decline in migrant arrivals over the past 31 weeks. This trend is due to the steps we have taken to put more than 184,000 migrants on the path to self-sufficiency. But we need help. We spent close to $7 billion to care for immigrants and migrants over just 3 fiscal years, and anticipate spending billions more in the years to come. While we appreciate the contribution the state has made, we know we have a gap of $1.1 billion budget shortfall from this program within 12 weeks we must fill. This is on top of the cost of complying with the New York State budget provision that will cost New York City taxpayers $165 million more annually for the MTA needs and $347 million from lower than expected foundation aid. We have high hopes for the year to come. We're looking forward to working with you as we fight to make New York City a safer, more affordable city, the best place to live and raise a family for generations to come. I look forward to your questions as we go into the needs of the city. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning.
Last year, New York State budget, we budgeted $2.3 billion for the migrant crisis, as you just mentioned. My questions are pretty simple. How much of that money has been spent? How was it spent, programs, et cetera? And what is the amount left over, and how will that be spent?
Jagji had the budget director would give you the exact numbers, but the spending went to all means of care. When a migrant asylum seeker came into the city, we had to pay for housing, educating the children, clothing, cleaning, security, all the things that an adult would need. And what we have done as the course have come in, we have to return the seats to the states to be reimbursed for the dollars that we spent and how much we are spending. Jack, can you go over the exact numbers?
Yes, thus far we spent over $7 billion. As you know, the grants that we get from the state is a reimbursable grant. So we spend first, we advance the resources, and we get the reimbursement from the state. Thus far, we have claimed about $1 billion, and we have another claim for another 750.
I'm sorry, you've spent $1 billion of the
No,
2.3 billion?
No, we claim, we receive $1 billion from the state so far.
Okay,
We put a claim for that 750, okay, and we're still working with the state to process all the rest of the claims.
so that 2.3 billion that was allocated hasn't been spent down yet?
Every single dollar has been allocated.
Every single dollar has been
Has been
allocated?
allocated. The issue is reimbursement, how much we're getting back from the state.
Okay,
We received so far $1 billion. We put in claim for another $750 million, and we're putting claims for the rest of the resources.
so you're waiting for the reimbursable from the state to get to spend down the extra money, the 2.3 billion?
Yes.
It will be all allocated and spent out?
And Assemblyman, we still have 46,000 still in our care, and we have successfully moved over 180,000 out of the care, and we've successfully brought down the cost of the migrant asylum seeker crisis from our 30 and 60-day program to move people on to the next step.
Is this contracted out? How is it actually spent? How is it through the programs? You mentioned a few of the programs, but how is the money actually spent? Do we contract that out with groups to spend it? How does that work?
Combination of everything from housing to utilizing small hotel spaces to building out the Randall Island to building out the Floyd Bennett Field to building out Creekmore, placing the tents up in the place, paying for food, paying for services, all the services that you could think of, and from a combination of city employees to contracts out to individuals.
How much would you say is contracted out of that 2.3 billion?
Most of it is contracted out.
Pardon?
Most of it is contracted out.
Okay. And how many migrants do you have in your care from when you started to now?
We've had a total of 220,000 that have gone through our system. Now we're down to 46,000. At one time, we had a height of approximately 97,000 at any given time. We were experiencing anywhere from 4,000 a week, 8,000 every 2 weeks, 16,000 a month that we had to cycle through the system. And we got a lot of pushback when we said we were going to limit the 30 and 60 days. But people did not come here to live in a shelter. They came here to take the next step on the journey, and we move forward regardless of that pushback.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning, Senator.
Just
How are
for
you?
everyone on the panel, your testimony is getting printed, so you're sitting there going, why don't we have the mayor's testimony? It's coming. So I just want to let everybody know that. And our first our first questioner will be Chair Martinez. 10 minutes. Right, we traded them because Senator Sepulveda has a conflict. So put your mic on. Great, 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm going to sound like a broken record because I've asked the same thing for 2 straight years. From 2007 to 2013, the Office of State Controller received approximately 41% of unrestricted state aid, which is known as revenue sharing or AIM. In 2006, New York City received $328 million in AIM funding. In his infinite wisdom, Cuomo removed New York from AIM funding in 2011. If New York City had insisted on returning that funding in the last 14 years, New York would have received about $4.6 billion in funding. In the last 3 years, over $1.2 billion in AIM funding. Myself and my predecessor in the committee, Senator Jackson, have been fighting a quixotic battle to get New York City involved for this AIM funding. And we have gotten.
You don't like my water bottle? I'm sorry.
We have not been able to work with the city to restore this funding. When we ask the administration and leadership about it, they say the city's not pushing hard enough for it. So how do we get a commitment from the city to get a funding, AIM funding, which should probably be in excess of $300 million, which you can use for a lot of things, I'm sure, in the city. But we can't get the city committed to helping us get that funding for them.
You were right last year, Senator, and you're right this year. And I'm not quite sure why they're feeling that we're not pushing hard enough for it, because we believe it is important to get it. And we would like to join you and the colleagues up here, particularly those who represent New York City, to assist us in pushing for that money. And you're right, we need every dollar that we can to continue to deal with the crises that are in front of us. Jack, you want to talk about any particular?
No, we, again, like the mayor said, we would be very happy to work with you. We'll be very happy to work with you, okay, to make sure that we get this aid. And Diana and I were just talking about it this morning. Okay, that is how critical we believe it would be for the city.
But I've heard, I've had this discussion before, and I've gotten commitments about it. And I don't know if you can sense the frustration I have, because there's a lot of money that we can give to the city for a lot of programs, and I'm not getting the kind of cooperation that I think we should be getting so that we can make the city have even more funding to pay for some of these programs. So, later on, you can tell me someone I can speak with. I mean, Diane's been great, Tiffany's been great, but I need to get a real strong commitment so that I can get more money for the city.
Help me define that for me a little, Senator. When you say strong commitment and you're not getting the cooperation, help me understand that.
Someone who will reach out with me with the administration, someone who will call my office and say, look, we have AIM, let's work on this AIM funding. I haven't gotten anything like that.
Okay, well, I'll do that. I'm the somebody. The buck stops with me. And if you're stating that you're not getting the cooperation you deserve, next week we will hop on a Zoom with the team, and I want to get some specificity on what you need to show that we are engaged. So it's going to start with me, and I will make sure we do the follow-up with the team. I'm responsible for making sure you get what you need so you can deliver for the city.
I appreciate that, Mayor, and I will be reaching out to make sure that we can make this happen, because it's money that we can use in the city. The other issue I have, and I've spoken to your staff about it, again, to Diane, Tiffany, and some of your other staff members, about the issue of the property tax reforms in New York City. The plan that the city came up with and we worked on was going to benefit about 70% of New York City residents. The other 30% will give them an opportunity to opt in slowly to the plan so that they don't get this large bill. But 70% of New York City residents are paying or subsidizing property taxes for the richest people in New York City. And the system that your administration's plan came to me a couple of months ago was great, but we can't get anyone to follow through. Well, I shouldn't say that. We're not getting this done at the rate that I think we should get it done, so that more people in New York City can benefit from a fair property tax system. And again, I need your commitment to make sure that we can work this through, because it'll be a great cost-saving measure for people in New York City who shouldn't be paying as much in property taxes as other more affluent neighborhoods.
And as you know, there's a court case that's currently underway as well, and I'm glad you pulled back on that follow-through, because we have been really banging our heads against the wall to fix a broken property tax system that has been disproportionately impacting particularly communities of color, and I happen to be one of them, living in Best-Stuy. I know that I'm paying a disproportionate amount of property tax. Both Diane and Deputy Mayor Raspberry, they have been on top of this issue. We're going to present our proposal as well to find a way, how do we don't overburden communities and further exacerbate this problem. Tiffany, you want to follow up on that?
Thank you. We'll be following up with your office in the coming weeks with our updated proposal and legislative language that you can advance here.
That's all we asked for. Thank you.
Yeah. 40 years, Senator, we've been fighting this fight, 40 years, and everyone kicked the can down the road. They said, let's wait until Eric become the mayor so we can fix it. Like that.
Thank you.
And we've been joined by Assembly Member Davila and Colton. Assemblyman Burke. Davila.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Mayor.
Morning, how are you?
Good.
Good.
So I'm the new chair of cities. I come from Buffalo. I'm a proud Buffalonian. So I'm getting my head around all of these New York City-based issues. I've had the pleasure of meeting several members of your leadership team, very bright and capable people, so I'm looking forward to continuing those conversations. I have a few questions, again, as I sort of come in contact with these concepts and New York City-specific issues for the first time. I want to talk about TFA, progressive design, and joint bidding. So the TFA, last year, you went up in your request for, I think, $14 billion. Now, the new request is $3 billion. That's a pretty dramatic increase. Now we're going to be at 30.5 billion. That's double from what it was. Can you explain why the city needs this?
Yeah, the city needs it because the governor is asking for the city to cooperate to provide resources to the MTA. This is our contribution. The capacity that you gave us last year was all used because we had to make a commitment for class size, for board-based jails, and for the BQE. So all of the resources that were granted to us last year was fully utilized. So therefore, this year, as part of our contribution to the MTA, the state is asking us to give $3 billion, but at the same time, they also know we don't have the capacity to fund it. So therefore, they're giving us the capacity to issue $3 billion more in debt, TFA debt.
So this $3 billion, this is
It's
just
going to the
contribution.
MTA. It's going to the MTA.
It's coming in and out, and
Coming out, exactly.
And then when you think about it, Assemblyman, we have a mandate by the City Council by 2027 to close Rikers Island. It started out costing us $8 billion to close it. It has now ballooned to close to $16 billion to close it, to build 4 jails that can't house the current population that we have. And so we are dealing with some real capital issues. And as Director stated, $3 billion came in, but $3 billion is going out to the MTA.
I'd like to follow up on that Rikers Island conversation at a different time, just if you could make a note of it. Okay, I'd like to jump to progressive design. We haven't really finished, we haven't finished the fully implementing progressive design now. What is, the driver in expanding it before the process has had a chance to complete?
Thank you, Assemblyman Burke. If you recall, last year, at our request, the legislature expanded progressive design build for the city of New York. In this budget process, the governor said that she wanted to expand it statewide to all state agencies, as well as expanding it to other city agencies. But I'm looking around here, I think maybe myself, Senator Parker, Senator Kruger, and at the time, former Senator Adams, we were here when the progressive design build was born in the legislature.
Sure.
It was an opportunity to increase efficiency, bring projects sooner to completion, and drive down the cost. And it's been incredibly successful, and this was an opportunity to first expand it to other city agencies and now to the rest of the state.
Okay, all right, good. So, and then lastly, I want to talk about joint bidding.
Assemblyman,
Yeah.
if I could just add, we've also already compiled some data on what some of those early successes are with the additional flexibility that we have for delivering capital projects. And already we're seeing savings, we're seeing the limiting of change orders, we're seeing dollar savings, not just time savings, but dollar savings in the area of about 10% for the project. So we'd be happy for projects. We'd be happy to follow up with that data, but this, any additional flexibility in more tools to deliver our capital projects means that for critical projects, whether it's energy retrofitting for our city buildings or the types of projects to improve public housing and many others, that we're able to build more quickly and more efficiently for New Yorkers.
Good, thank you. On joint bidding, I've had more joint bidding conversations than I ever thought or wanted to have in the last couple of weeks. Where is it? Are all parties at the table? And, you know, obviously I hope everyone's negotiating in good faith. But again, as a Buffalo guy dealing with joint bidding, you know, it seems to be something that continuously comes up. Where are we?
I'd be happy to follow up with that. As you know, Assembly Member, when we open up the streets, we see a lot of things, and there are a lot of owners and a lot of jurisdictional issues. So joint bidding in general allows us to operate in a more coordinated fashion in order to get the projects done. Specifically, in response to your question, yes, we are in constant conversation with all of the many stakeholders, contractors, labor, and utilities on an improved proposal following last year's extender, and we certainly want to continue that to ensure that any additional improvements that need to be made, we're implementing properly.
Good, thank you. Lastly, I want to follow up on Chair Jones' discussion on migrants. You know, this has certainly affected my area in Western New York. You know, we've had our own issues, but it's sourced from New York, so New York City to the Buffalo area. Can you just take me through the process, because it's been such an issue? You know, my understanding is that most of this was, some of it at least, was sort of a callous political machination, you know, sending folks from Florida, from Texas to New York City. I'm just curious, like, you had this influx of migrants. How are they getting there? You know, was it based on New York City's right to house, and how did you deal with that?
Well, the influx was coming through buses, through planes.
But buses from where?
I'm sorry?
Buses from where? Like, what was the genesis of it?
From Texas, but they were also coming from other areas as well. They were coming through planes, through our airports. There were federally sponsored programs from the federal government was doing the same. And so there was an accumulation. All roads were leading to New York City and New York State. And we had an obligation to make sure that no child or family was sleeping on the streets, and we fulfilled that obligation. It was an unbelievable burden that we received from the federal government. It cost us, as I stated, close to $7 billion. They gave us roughly $200 million allocated for it, but New Yorkers had to step up and fulfill the obligation.
Okay. I look forward to working with you all in the future and continuing to work with you. I would entreat you, come to Buffalo sometime. We'll host you at a Bills game, the only NFL team in the state of New York. So.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, Senator. How are you?
I am well, thank you.
Good.
Hope the same for you. I just have one question. In the executive budget, there is a proposal to increase the TFA by $3 billion. This is the New York City Transitional Funding. It should be, usually it's a temporary funding that you get for bonding, but there's an additional $3 billion in this year's budget. One, my question is, why the reoccurring? And is this $3 billion connected to any MTA capital projects?
That's the MTA capital project, yes.
Thank
All
you.
$3 billion will go to the MTA.
Thank you. That's it from me, Chair.
Here. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Yes, good to see you. And I represent South Brooklyn. Of course, you represent the borough of Brooklyn when you were borough president and senator. So we both know the borough very well. And both of us live in New York City for a long time.
And thank you for your military service.
Well, thank you, sir, and your service in uniform as a transit police, too. Both of us served 2 decades. This is going to be broad in New York. When you were campaigning as a mayor and you proposed to stop the mega jail in Chinatown, and of course now you're elected to office and you said you're unable to close it because of city council mandate. Now, right now it's stopped making that mega jail because the proposed cost is ballooned up to $3.5 billion. That's what I'm hearing from the news report. Wouldn't it be that better served is to re-look into have that mega jail going back to Rikers Island and then save that $3.5 billion? Have you, or anything in our state legislature to do something about that to override the city council mandate? Because it's to me, it's a waste of money, and it's a real estate property. I'm better served to use a senior housing or affordable housing in Chinatown area, which they desperately need. And a mega jail in that community, I don't think it's is a well thought out avenue. And Rikers Island is a facility to, all we have to do is repurpose it and make it better for these inmates, and possibly as a homeless shelter as well.
Well, we sat down, Assemblyman, with the city council to point out how flawed this plan is. 4 more jails in each borough, and it doesn't fit the current capacity of Rikers population. Balloon costs to get it done. The 2027 date is not a realistic date. 51% of the inmates on Rikers Island are dealing with mental health issues. 20% are dealing with severe mental health issues. So to build smaller Rikers throughout the city and not fix the problem is a problem. Deputy Mayor Parker is presenting a real plan so that everyone can see how they must do a better job. Too many inmates at Rikers Island are sitting there not getting their court cases moved forward. There's a bottleneck in the system, and I don't think building 4 more smaller jails is going to solve the problem when it currently does not fit the current population, and it almost has doubled the cost. And this is in the power of the city council, not the mayor. We have to abide by the law, and we have had continuous conversations with the city council about this. I believe what we should be building is a state-of-the-art mental health facility to deal with that 51% so we can stop criminalizing mental health issues and start giving people the proper inpatient and outpatient care. But again, this is a city council law. It's flawed. We have to follow the law.
Yeah. As you were mentioning about this testimony, migrants has decreased coming into the city, and you've been closing down major shelters for the migrants itself, like closing down Floyd Blandard Field. And recently, I've been notified that they're planning to put homeless women's family shelter in Borough Park as well in the Bronx. So why are we adding that while you're closing down the migrant shelter? Wouldn't be just stop closing down and just repurpose that?
You know, the one uniqueness that I found in government, that I have not found one elected official that stated, please put the shelter here. No matter where we put the shelter, we get the same questions. When you look at places like the Bronx, where I have over 30 shelters that are located, South Jamaica, Queens, and other facilities, there are some places in our city that many of you may represent that they have either one or two, in some cases, no shelter. And so it's not our desire to do that. As we deal with the population of migrants and asylum seekers that are here, we still have children and families who are in our shelter system that are longtime New Yorkers. And what we're finding that's even more fascinating, that a lot of the new arrivals in the city are coming from other parts of America. They're not even migrants and asylum seekers. We're finding that other Americans are coming to New York. Our income and shelter population is increasing at an alarming rate. And so we have to find places to do shelter. And it's unfair when you have a Councilman Salamanca who has over 30 shelters, and then we have another community that may have 1 or 2 shelters. It's unfair, and we need to spread out the shelter crises of long-term New Yorkers and migrants and asylum seekers.
No. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator?
Thank you. We have our new Senator Chan from Brooklyn, who is the ranker on cities.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to see you over here. You and I were police officers right around the same time on the same job, and, although in different neighborhoods, I think we see a lot of the same things. So building on Assemblyman Chang's question, do you have an idea of what it costs to, let's say, service a homeless shelter per man per day on the average?
You got that number, John?
I believe I did some.
It's a lot.
Yes, it's about $750 according to some of my own research in various databases. $750 per day per man. That's $22,000 a month per person.
Barry told full he was.
So what if we give them $200 a day a month for a month? That comes out to about $6,000. I think that would solve their homeless issue, now wouldn't it? So now, going back to the jails and the homeless and the migrants, right? I understand that nobody wants a shelter in their district, right? Now, I'm not talking about the district. Do you think, because every day we see news stories about violent crimes in the subways, usually a lot of times perpetrated by homeless men. The female that was burned alive in the subway happened just a few blocks out of my district in Coney Island. What's the sense of reasoning in insisting on putting a homeless shelter within feet of a subway station? I'm talking about 20 feet. When I say feet, I mean 20 feet. I mean, that's like putting a liquor store next to a gun store next to a school. What's the sense of reasoning behind that? I'm not talking about district. I'm talking about one particular location.
Mm-hmm. So let's look at that for a moment, because you made 2 important points. You were talking about the cost of housing someone, and that cost can, actually put people into homes. That's why we passed the City of Yes, because every time you look to build affordable housing, the amount of pushback we get, everybody say housing is a right, but once you want to put it in the community, it's not on my block. And so when we pass City of Yes, it's building a little more housing in every neighborhood in the city, the most comprehensive housing plan in the history of the city. And so, yes, we want to transition people out of homeless shelter into permanent housing. We've done that. We moved people off our subway system, as you indicated, into permanent housing. We've built more permanent housing, affordable permanent housing in year 1 and 2 in single years in the history of this administration, in the history of the city. Moved more people out of homeless shelters into permanent housing in year 1 and year 2 in the history of the city. More people participating in FEPS vouchers, in the FEPS vouchers program. And so when you say, why would you build it near a transportation? That's one of the ideal places to build it. Because many people who are in homeless shelters or many people who need housing don't need to have access to good quality transportation. That's why you want to pick an identification like that. And let me finally say this. I'm hearing all this about how dangerous our subway system is. That's not the reality. We have 4.6 million daily riders, an average of 6 felonies a day. 6 felonies a day out of 4.6 million riders. And so, no, we don't want to see someone burned to death. No, we want to get rid of those 6 felonies. We don't want the robbery on our system. We got that. But we have failed in the perception issue. We have not failed in the criminal justice issue. These cops are working.
I'm sorry to
and they're
cut you
doing a
off.
great
Right?
job.
I understand that right now you're converting a storage unit in the Bronx into a 2,200-bed migrant shelter as you shut down other migrant shelters? Why wouldn't you convert that storage unit for a shelter for our own people?
Well, we are, first of all, everyone in New York has a right to shelter. So it's not as though we are turning away longtime New Yorkers. We also have a shelter population of longtime New Yorkers. Everyone that requires shelter is getting shelter. So what we have successfully done, we have successfully navigated 179,000 people on the migrant and asylum issue out of the system. We've closed down Ebbsfield. We closed down Floyd Bennett Fields. We closed down the Randall's Island to turn the park back over to the people. We're getting ready to close down more. We've closed down over 40-something shelters to address the community's concerns and need. Senator,
So why are you trying to build a shelter 20 feet from a subway station where
merging.
kids and women and our families and elderly have to travel to and from every day and jeopardizing the innocent victims of a lot of times the mentally ill, let's say. I'm not saying that we shouldn't help them, but
Thank you, Senator. Assemblyman Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. As I said last year, very well, thank you. As I said last year, it's nice to see the second best dressed guy in the state here before us. I think we can agree that the first obligation of government is to protect its citizenry. And
Yes.
I'd like to thank you for being one of those first responders, a former police officer. As a grandson of a former FDNY fire chief, and as a father of a former volunteer fireman, I have to ask, regarding congestion pricing, why is it that our firefighters are not getting the exemption for this congestion pricing? These guys have to move their cars back and forth all day long to get from one firehouse to the other. What's your opinion on that, and what can we do to rectify that injustice?
Well, I think it starts up here. I'm not the creator of the program. People stop me every day, and, people don't know all their lawmakers, but they know their mayor. And I get an earful every day. Congestion pricing is managed by the MTA and the governor. They will make the determination. We put in for several waivers. We were able to secure $100 million for those areas that have an environmental impact. We were able to get waivers for those with disabilities. I would love to have a slew of waivers, not only for firefighters, but TA employees, for teachers, a whole host of people. But I don't make that decision, and I don't make that determination.
Thank you, Mayor. But we need your loud voice when it comes to this issue. We love our teachers. Two of my daughters are New York City public school teachers.
I'm sorry?
I said two of my children are New York City public school teachers, but there's a big difference when it comes to our people who are our first responders. Our firefighters need this exemption because there's delays in getting to a fire because they're having to move their personal vehicles from place to place. Your voice should be louder, if I may suggest, and stronger. Whether you have control, don't have control, it would make a big difference, and I ask you to do that.
Well, there's a technical aspect that the president of the UFA brought to my attention, because they have some type of permission of moving their vehicles, and I think there's a cost-saving measure by allowing them to do that aspect of it. We're going to sit down, we're going to explore it, and we're going to see how we can carry it out. It seems as though there's some type of agreement that firefighters are able to move within the command, that it saves us money if we don't have to buy vans, if we don't have to carry that out. We're going to sit down and see how we can go about implementing it.
I appreciate your answer, Mr. Mayor. I think we're kind of mixing up two different things. These firefighters are actually having to pay out of pocket for congestion pricing to move their vehicles throughout the day. It's causing big delays. I think we're mixing up two different issues.
I don't disagree. I agree with you on that. And as I stated, the UFA president, one of the firefighters union, stopped me. We engaged in a preliminary conversation. I'm looking forward to sitting down and hearing the exact rationale. But once you start opening the door of waivers, police officers are first responders also, our EMTs, there's a whole host of first responders. But we're going to do everything we can to advocate for those waivers when they are appropriate.
Easy solution, just get rid of congestion pricing. Totally inappropriate, especially for us here in local government and suburbanites.
The birth came from up here. The birth didn't come from City Hall. That's your baby.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to move on to bail reform for a moment. In the governor's State of the State address, she commented how recent changes in New York bail law given judges more discretion, and there was no need to do any adjustments to the bail law. Your opinion, please. Working okay for us?
Now, listen, I think the advocates for understanding and making a fair bail system was a righteous fight. Now we should do an analysis to see what are the unintended consequences of that, and one of them is discovery. When I speak with my district attorneys, they tell us we need to have a closer examination of discovery to make sure that we're not getting any unintended consequences. And I respect the DAs who are calling for that, and we need to re-examine that, and I thank the governor for looking at that re-examination.
Right, but again, in her speech, she actually said she didn't see a need to do any adjustments, and I think we've kind of examined this over the past few years. It's failed and failed miserably. I think it's about time we all get together and do the right thing and do this big adjustment to bail reform.
The number one issue for me that we're seeing when I speak with Commissioner Tisch and Chief LaPetrie, who does our crime analysis, is that we are having a problem with habitual, violent, repeated offenders. When you have 570 people.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator John Liu.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
How you doing, John?
How you doing, Mr. Mayor?
Good to see you.
I want to commend you first for bringing on some really great people, especially the fantabulous first deputy mayor that you have. So things are, it's been difficult, certainly understand that, but I think most of the city has been running pretty well. And, you've got your own challenges. I think last week we spoke with Chancellor Villas-Ramos, and she did report a significant, what I consider a significant decline in New York City public school attendance over the past few weeks. And my question to you is, do you think there's a particular reason for that? A significant decline over previous years in enrollment in public schools over the past few weeks?
Chancellor Banks said it best, and the current chancellor, who was his handpicked successor and someone that I work closely with, fully understand that our product must be an attractive product. It must be a place where our children are challenged. It must be a safe place. It must be a place where we are preparing them for the future. And I think there's a combination of things that may have led to the erosion in population. We're looking at that. The chancellor's looking at that and examining. But we have an obligation to go out and encourage parents to see that we have the best product. We have done that. Some of the things that we are continuing to do.
I don't think parents are worried that we don't have the best product. I think they're worried about other things. I think they're worried about keeping their families together. I think they're worried about possibly what might happen to their kids if they happen not to be home when their kids are supposed to be coming home. Do you think that's any kind of factor? Is that happening in the city of New York?
Well, we have been clear, and if you are alluding to migrants and asylum parents, if that's what you're alluding to, okay. If you're alluding to that, we've been clear that children should go to school. If you need medical care, you should go to the hospital. If you're the victim of a police interaction, you should call the police. We have been clear on that, and we will continue to take that stand.
I have reports that there are members of the NYPD asking parents and teachers for identification in front of public schools, particularly around dismissal time. Do you know of any such actions by the NYPD?
Well, listen, I always say where all these rumors come from. I was on.
No, they're not rumors.
That's not happening. That's not happening. John,
Okay.
Senator, let's be very clear. And if anyone is giving you a rumor or a lie that New York City police officers are participating in civil enforcement, that is a lie.
Okay, so you're very clear that no members of the NYPD would be asking parents and teachers for identification out of a general sense of duty?
That is not a general requirement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Assemblyman Ra, 5 minutes.
Notice how disciplined I've been as soon as I hear that bell?
Mayor, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm doing well.
So I wanted to ask about staffing in terms of corrections. We know over the years, in recent years at least, my understanding is the numbers were down as much as 25%. Where is the current staffing levels in terms of corrections? Obviously, having adequate staffing is safer for both the officers and those they're charged with the custody of.
Well, first of all, we are at a critical stage in law enforcement in general, but specifically in the Department of Correction. The challenge of filling a job, the challenge of giving people to come into the administration and the Department of Correction is at a code red. Many of the current correction officers are retiring, and we're having challenges in filling those classes in the Department of Correction.
Okay, so are there initiatives your administration's undertaking in terms of recruitment, in terms of retention?
Yes, 2 years ago, we identified through the department, DCAS, that we were not doing a very active recruitment plan on the thousands of jobs that we've had open. We made each agency identify a real recruitment plan, including the Department of Correction, to go out and actively recruit. And we're also looking at some of the archaic civil service rules that allow people to have entry into these agencies. Some of the college requirements, some of the restrictions that are put in place, we're looking at to analyze that to sort of incentivize people coming in and retention. One way of retention is with the commissioner, with the president of the union. He'll tell you we gave a fair contract to make the job an attractive job, as well as the 97% other of contracts that we settled with civil employees.
Also, Mayor, in the general plan, we just added a lot of resources for a major campaign, okay, an advertising campaign for them to recruit, okay, to go around the city and recruit. So we added resources in the plan for that.
Okay, and have you been able to compile any data as corrections in terms of bringing down, I know that, there were a lot of triple tours being worked, things like that, that obviously nobody's at their best going through that. Have we been able to start to bring that down through staffing or obviously these things go hand in hand, having an adequate number of corrections officers so that you don't have people working, double and triple tours.
You're correct, and really we treated our correction officers unfairly during COVID, not giving them masks. Many of them were doing triples, as you stated, just the tension of doing that. And we're really pleased with our current commissioner who's there, she has brought a real humane approach towards not only the correction officers but the inmates. And I'm proud to say I have been on Rikers Island more than any other mayor in the history of this city, speaking to the officers, speaking to the inmates, realizing how we could change that environment. She's decreased some of the violence on Rikers Island, and she has brought that humane approach to it and has brought down the level of overtime. But a lot of that overtime is due to the shortage of manpower that we have to improve the population in DOC.
And then lastly, just in terms of some of the crime within the system, I know that there's been a problem with sexual assaults, in particular with female officers. I think we need to do our part in Albany. There's been this bill pending to increase the penalties. But with regard to that topic, anything going on internally to make sure we're protecting those officers from those type of assaults?
So important, and we communicate with a group of correction officers who were the victims of those assaults, and it is imperative that we send a clear message. And the district attorney of the Bronx, she has been clear when you assault, either sexually or regular assault, she has been willing to recharge the inmate that's responsible, and that sends the right message, and we want to continue to make sure that's carried out.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Senators?
Light to work, sorry. We've been joined since the last time I made announcements by Senator Parker, Senator Jackson, Senator Sanders, but next up is Senator Borrello.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mayor, for being here, and you and your team. You had mentioned that you have about 46,000 folks in your care, but you have 180,000 that you moved out. I'm assuming that those folks, with your contractor, DocGo NYC, many of those folks were moved upstate, including Western New York, where I am. We found out at the end of last year, at the end of 2024, that DocGo was canceling their contracts with Western New York organizations, not-for-profits like Jewish Family Services and Journey's End. And we were told that those families will be then moved back down to New York City, but there's been no confirmation. Can you speak to where, if those migrant families are being moved back to New York City?
A combination of, there was a substantial number of people who moved up state. They found their way. You have a beautiful place that people want to stay. They figured that New York City is not the only place to be. And we're receiving a smaller number of people who are coming back down to the city. Those who do, they don't come back into our care. They find a way. We do intense training. We give them information on how to survive in the city, in the state, and many people have found their ways.
But the funding is ending, so those folks are basically on their own. So you have 180,000 people that were sent largely upstate that are now fending for themselves, essentially, which is very troubling. So I'll ask you the same question I asked you last year at this event, at this hearing. Do you think it's time to end New York City's sanctuary policy? Last year, the answer was no, it's who we are. So after seeing the chaos and the expense and now the pain that has been spread throughout New York State, you think it's time to end sanctuary policies?
Okay, so first, that large number, 180,000, did not go upstate. A small number went upstate.
Okay, we still have them, again, without funding that was promised. So again, don't you think it's time for us to shut off that spigot and stop this humanitarian crisis, as you called it, from landing in New York State?
Yeah, first we need to secure our borders. I've stated this over and over again, and we need to remove those who are committing violent acts in our city, in our country. And I think people need to be clear on what the sanctuary city law is, because sometimes people conflate it.
The sanctuary city law is we will make sure that people who have committed crimes are not deported, and that they're not handed over to ICE. That's essentially what I think most New Yorkers understand. That's the concern that I have. And I realize that the landscape has changed, and now we have the border being secured, which I think will reduce that flow. But ultimately, we still have a lot of people that are here. I was told of roughly 68,000 with criminal records here in New York State. We have to address that.
And the sanctuary city law, Senator, is not what you just described. The sanctuary city law is exactly what one of your colleagues, I think John Lewis, just talked about. If you are here paying your taxes, living your life here, based on those taxes you pay, you have a right to go to school.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Like that discipline?
The next set of assembly members, at least, will be limited to 3 minutes. Please note, members, that this is a budget hearing, and please limit your questions to budgetary items. This is not a campaign. First, we have Assemblymember Bichette Hurlman.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. It's great to see you and the whole team here. Thank you. And I just want to quickly thank you and your team for your hard work with the City of New York, with the progress, given that our New York City is overwhelmed with a lot of issues. And it's just really hard to fix something overnight that's been broken for many, many years and many, many decades. But we just want to thank you for that. And also with the public safety as top concern, by the way, good pick with NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch. We want to thank you for really addressing those issues around homelessness and keeping the crime rate down. And also I want to thank you for partnering with Senator Comrie and I on the AXA tax as we focus on working class families and making sure that we're putting millions of dollars back into their pockets to serve their families. I do have 3 questions. And the first question is, you talked about the asylum seekers. You have about 47,000 in the system currently, and I guess over the course of the time, the number of asylum seekers the gap has decreased. My question to you is, where are you going to get the money? Like, how you're going to continue to support these migrants? I know you talked about the 2.3 billion, and I know there's some money still staggering. But will it take a new budget, or will you continue to support these migrants with the remaining budget that's there? So how does that work?
Well, we have a gap in our current system that we need to fill, in the current budget gap that we need to fill, a little over $1 billion that needs to fill. And our goal is to continue our 30 and 60-day program so that we can decrease that number. And we're seeing a substantial decrease every day. So we can close these facilities and no longer have to pick up this financial burden. But there is a gap that we have, and that is our ask in Albany. What's the exact dollar amount?
It's about $1 billion currently. We budgeted for about $1 billion that's of state aid that we'll be receiving. But currently, the budget doesn't have any resources at all for the asylum seekers. So if we don't get resources from the state, we're gonna have a hole of about $1 billion that we have to backfill.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Kevin Parker.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
How are you, Senator?
Excellent, and good morning to your illustrious staff, many of which I know well. A couple of things. First of which, in honor of Black History Month, we'd really love to hear the work about the work that you've done around MWBE and what impact that you think that's made economically. We're having an actual budget hearing, and what can we be doing better on the state level in order to advance the work that you're doing on MWBE. And then the second thing is we've had a serious issue last budget in the context of illegal smoke shops in these cannabis legal places. Like, have we made any progress on that? And again, what kind of things should we be doing in the context of our budget in order to help facilitate the proper implementation of our cannabis plan?
Well, first dealing with the MWEs, what can you do? Listen to Assemblywoman Ronice Bichard-Hermelin. She started out with $500,000 in discretionary. She went up to $1 million, and now we're up to 1.5 million. What you guys have done around local hiring has been unbelievable. We're now having many of our city agencies look at some of the jobs to make sure you get local hiring. We watch our communities build up and the futures go down of those who are working there. And our numbers are unbelievable. Michael Gardner, who's in charge, when you look at what we have done under Local Law 1, we are at 33% in the city, first time in history in the city around MWBEs. In fiscal year 24, the city awarded $6.4 billion to MWBE contract and continue to make meaningful progress. And so we're seeing a real rethinking of how do we look at women and minority-owned businesses that can provide the services to the constituents that actually look like the diversity of this city. You had a second question, the cannabis. We came here and asked the state to help us go after those illegal cannabis shops. You did so, and the power you gave us allowed us to close over 1,100 illegal cannabis shops. And in the process, the legal cannabis business started doing better. And so because of the help and the partnership we've had here in Albany, we've been able to close those illegal shops. Those illegal shops were known for robberies, for violence, for quality of life issues. And because of the help from Albany, we were able to really rein in the problem.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Oh, before I go on, we've been joined by Assembly Members Gibbs and Rakumar. Assembly Member Taylor, 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Last year, we gave you all a lot of support to help alleviate the housing crisis. So with respect to J51, 485, I got 3 in there, right? How has that been beneficial, and what do you see the big haul? But before you answer that one, I want to lean over and look at the 145 project, because the 145 is stopped. I'm not sure if you're familiar with 145th, and it's tall. And what we want to do is be able to make sure that it's affordable for the residents that are there. And what are some of the things that we can do in the city of Yes that will impact that with some of the other tools that we gave you in the war chest to make this possible? Because Harlem sits at 41% as of the last sighting, so we're not even 50% of black folks in Harlem. And I represent Harlem, Washington Heights, and Inwood, but we want to make sure those numbers are consistently and going up for the working class people that are there and affordable. And the last one is the Mitchell-Lama piece. I'm just throwing it all in. I'm going to get out of here so you can answer, because you've been holding it. And with the Mitchell-Lama, we need help in the biggest way. New York City housing, and you're familiar, you spend a lot of time at Esplanade Garden. They're in dire need of infrastructure and resources. And how can we help you get that job done as a partnership?
Well, listen, Councilman Yusuf Salon has been a real partner in figuring out how we land a plane on 145th Street. But when we talk housing, it's hard to say without looking at what our First Deputy Mayor has accomplished. So you want to talk about some of the stuff?
We're extraordinarily grateful for the partnership of the state legislature with the housing package from last year, and I want to assure everyone that we wasted no time in making sure that we were implementing each and every one of the tools that were authorized last year. So to your question specifically, for the 421A registration, that entire implementation has been completed by HPD, and there are 21,000 units to be unlocked. For the 467M program, that is fully operational. We've been already receiving applications, and about 500 units are on their way. For 485X, we are starting to really see interest in that program increase, and we are earlier in that implementation process, but we expect that the market will also take hold, and we'll start seeing those programs move forward. For J51, HPD working very feverishly on making all of the application materials available. We recently were able to get the home rule and work on the home rule with the city council, so that's needed to move it forward. All of these tools, Assemblymember, are critical to ensuring that we have the financing that we need, and then when you combine that with lifting of all of the zoning barriers to the city of Yes, we make more housing.
Thank you. Senator?
Thank you, Senator Jessica Ramos.
Good morning. Thanks for being here.
Good morning, thank
Over here.
you.
Good morning. Your preliminary budget includes a $300 million cut to early childhood education. Your own EDC estimates that New York City loses $23 billion in lost tax revenue and productivity due to the child care crisis. How does this cut aid our shared goal of improving affordability?
Yeah, when you look at the early childhood initiative, really got to examine what we accomplished. For the first time in the history of the city, 150,000 children were able to get spaces. And as I lived up to my commitment, every child that needed a seat will get access to a seat. We fulfilled that. That record number is clear. We have also reduced the cost of child care from $55.
Actually, parents are really, really worried about the early childhood education seats that have disappeared. And on top of that, the city has chosen not to renew leases for some child care centers in Brooklyn and one in Queens. So I'm not sure how that correlates with what your intentions are.
As I was stating, we dropped the cost of childcare from $55 a week to less than $5 a week, and what's another number that's very impressive, given access to it. Before the pandemic in 2019, we had 14,000 applicants. Under this administration, 43,000
That is not accurate, Mr. Mayor. And as I've said, we've had several seats from 3K cut There are parents worried that they can't even find a 3K or a universal pre-K seat that makes sense with where they live and with their daily routine. And that is really where your focus should be. Here in Albany, we've been improving affordability for childcare. We're now up to 400% of the federal poverty line in order to make sure that we're providing subsidies. I'm going to move on to mental health. When will the $154 million granted to New York City in the opioid settlement money be distributed to the community-based organizations that are on the ground doing the work? We're in desperate need of thousands of supportive housing units. How and when is that money going to be released?
Well, I just want to go back, your statement about parents being worried. I think you missed the part that I said. We broke a record of 150,000 children across our system. Everyone who applied on time had access to a seat. Not only that, when you talk about the opioid dollars, Staten Island was not improved. It was approved to get the opioid dollars. Partner with A.G. James.
How convenient.
Thank you. Assemblyman Mamdani. 3 minutes.
How are you, Assemblyman?
Doing all right, Mayor Adams.
Thank you.
Building off of Senator Liu's point, we've seen declines in attendance from immigrant students since President Trump rescinded a longstanding policy that prevented ICE from making arrests at sensitive locations like schools. To put these families at ease, will you today clearly state that as long as ICE does not have a judicial warrant signed by a judge, you will deny them entry into New York City public schools, hospitals, and any other city property?
We are examining all the EOs, and based on those EOs, we would never put an employee of the city in harm's way. The Corporation Council would make the determination of the training that we gave and protect not only the people of the city, but also our employees.
So the reason I ask this is the law as of 2017, and because of the lack of clarity from city leadership, including yourself, we have seen incredible declines of students, your chancellor
you're saying what?
incredible declines of attendance. Your chancellor has said up to 5%. We've heard from specific schools in parts of New York City where it's up to 20%. That's why I asked that question. In the interest of time, just to move forward, today in your budget testimony, you spoke about committing to make New York City the, quote, best place to raise a family. Are those the right words?
Mm-hmm.
And on January 16th, however, in your budget proposal, you had a $112 million cut in funding for 3K, and your Department of Education informed 5 early childhood centers that the city would not be renewing their leases. One parent of a 4-year-old who attended pre-K at Nuestros Niños in Williamsburg said the news sent them into panic mode. How does cutting funding for childcare, closing those 5 early childhood centers, make New York City the best place to raise a family?
Well, let's first start with, we do an analysis. You should always look how well you're doing from year to year to year. I said it again, and I'll say it one more time. 150,000 children, record. Previous administrations did not come near what we've done.
I think the issue is, Mayor Adams, is that these are families, these are centers that are 75% enrolled. These are centers that have been operating, some of them for more than 50 years, wait lists, full enrollment, and those parents are now scrambling to find new childcare.
Let me tell you what we inherited, Assemblyman, when we came in office. We had 30,000 vacant seats that taxpayers were paying for. We had to come in, realign.
But now you're taking those seats away.
We had to come in, realign the seats to make sure tax dollars were being paid accordingly. In addition to that, what we found that I'm sure you would be surprised to know, that we had some facilities that were 50% full, 40% full. We had one
These 5
facility that
facilities are at 70% enrollment, 75% at least, and you're proposing closing them. How do you explain that?
Well, I would, but I don't have time.
That will remain a mystery. Senator?
Senator Wyke Ranker for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor. How are you today?
Quite well. How are you?
Over here. So you have maintained the sanctuary status of New York City. And with that, with local governments concerned, that has affected governments all across New York State. And that has sent county executives, town supervisors scrambling for years trying to figure out what their next steps were going to be. You've received millions of dollars from the federal government, billions of dollars from New York State to assist in the sanctuary status of New York City. And I'm just curious, in the vein of trying to make New York State more affordable, do you have any plans of reversing your sanctuary status?
I don't control that law. It's a city council law. And I always would support, if people are paying their taxes, that the services that come from those taxes, they should be allowed to get them. But I don't control that law. I am asking the city council to modify that law. If you commit a violent act in our city, you have violated your right to be in our city. You should be removed from our city after you serve your time. That's why I believe they don't want to change that. I don't control that law. That is not a law that I created. Mayor Koch started it. Mayor Bloomberg made some
But you've
modifications.
maintained it, and you certainly have the ability to reverse that at any point that you want. You are the mayor of New York City. And with that, it
No,
does
Senator,
still
no,
have an
Senator,
effect.
that's not true. Hold on,
It
hold on,
does
hold on.
still have an
Senator,
effect
Senator,
on
that's
all
not
the
true.
counties across New York State. And so when counties on Long Island and upstate New York have to scramble to try to figure out, are they going to issue an executive order to protect their county because they can't afford the decisions of New York State, when New York State clearly receives an enormous amount of funding from the state in the state budget every single year, more so than any counties receive from New York State. And with that in mind, what are your plans to make this more affordable? Did you look at the executive budget and identify things that you could reduce and not have to take that money so that you're becoming more streamlined?
Do it every day, but Senator, we need to go back to your original
Can you
comment.
identify any of those those items within the executive budget?
We need to go back to your original comment that I control the sanctuary city law and I maintain it. I took great strides to explain that that's the city council. I do not pass laws. The city council, that's the level of government in New York. There's executive and there's a legislative. City council has to make the determination to change that law.
And
Not
do you
every-
encourage them at all? You're the advocate, so do you encourage them to
Yes,
change
I-
that status since you cannot fund it on your own? And even with federal and New York State funding infused into that, and you still can't seem to afford it, it's still a tremendous burden on all the taxpayers of New York State. What encouragement are you giving them to reverse that or make better budgetary decisions?
I think I took great stride in explaining to you with the modification I believe that's needed. But whomever's in our city and paying taxes, they should be able to utilize the services of the city because their tax dollars are paying for it as well. But when you commit violent acts in our city, you have violated your right to be in our city. And I made that clear for several years now.
But you recognize that your sanctuary status and inviting these individuals to come to New York City to be provided for when you cannot clearly provide for them has created an enormous impact on other counties outside of New York City that now have to provide funding and housing and resources to those individuals that they had not planned on before.
I'm not quite understanding. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the question. How what happens in the city is making something happen in one of the municipality out of the city. I'm not quite getting that.
So when the migrants came to New York City and were bussed out to other areas throughout the state because you had no housing for them, but had encouraged them to come to New York City, they were not provided for, and this put an enormous amount of burden on those counties and those towns.
No, and we allocated resources when we did that, but I think sometimes people really misunderstand that New York City is the economic engine of this entire state, and the amount of money we send to the state, we don't get back. So we have been lifting up counties.
Living in
for
New York,
years.
on Long Island, I will tell you that we outsend to Albany. So Long Islanders send more money to New York State than New York City does, and we get a smaller return on investment.
I'm not sure what math. That's that tricky math I used to do in school.
I think we're going to agree to disagree on that.
Don't think for one moment that anywhere sends more money to the state than New York City. We're the economic engine, and we have lifted up this state during difficult times when the other municipal.
Thank you. Assemblyman Fall.
Thank you, Chair Pretlow. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being here and your
How
team.
are you? Thank you.
Thank you for the work that you guys are doing. I sent you a letter last year about adding more NYPD officers on the North Shore of Staten Island. You responded and you added more officers, so I want to thank you for that. We do need more officers at the first precinct in Lower Manhattan on the other side of my district, so I encourage you guys to please look into that. Lastly, I also asked you guys to address the issue at the Carter Center. You changed the provider, and things have significantly changed, and you hear good feedback from the community about that. Lastly, the fence at Martling and Clove Lakes, DOT made a bad decision. You stepped in, you made a good decision. Everybody's happy in Wesley and West Bryan for that. I want to get into EDC, New York City EDC. I have 3 counties in my assembly district. When we reach out to EDC about helicopter concerns, they've addressed it, and they actually have a long-term plan on how they're gonna fix that. And also the resiliency issues, they have a plan. When it comes to Kings County, the Marine Terminal, they keep me in the loop of everything that's going on. When it comes to Staten Island, EDC is radio silent, and they are failing Staten Islanders with the Empire Outlets and with the Whale site. It's been going on for 10 years now, and I really need some serious intervention. And I also want to get your perspective. If EDC cannot handle what's going on Staten Island, should we look at maybe New York State EDC possibly taking over the operations of the Empire Outlets and the Whale site? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, you know, before coming into office, as mayor, Staten Island was called the Forgotten Borough. And now you're the remembered borough. Even when with your advocacy, when there was an attempt not to give you opioid money, you stood up, and we were able to fight to make that happen. We're developing a whole North Shore, what we're doing there, and we're going to make sure we continue to look out for Staten Island. But I know you're biting at the bit to talk about that.
Given your leadership and partnership, Assembly Member, it is, I do not like hearing that any agency has not been responsive or communicative on issues that I think are of common interest. And so the commitment of the Economic Development Corporation to the North Shore is long, and many investments on public realm, and wanting to unstick a number of challenging development projects over time. But I will personally make sure that you have a detailed briefing, and we can schedule that next week on all of those aspects, because we want to not just keep you in the loop, but make sure that you continue to be a partner in the development there that brings homes and jobs to the people of Staten Island.
I appreciate that. And in my last seconds, I do want to thank you for also closing the shelter at 99 Washington Street. I'm curious to know what's going there next. And also curious to know if there's any updates with our Staten Island ferry to Brooklyn. And the police museum has been closed since Sandy and Lower Manhattan. We need it reopened. Need your support for BRT. Thank you very much.
Senator?
Thank you. Senator Roxanne Persaud.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning.
Good seeing you here. So as the chair of the Social Services Committee, I just have a question pertaining to shelters and the Department of Investigation's report that came out in August of 2024. And it addressed some serious issues. It raised some serious issues. How do you go about addressing the report on shelters, and how do we fix the issue with the overspending that's seen to be taking place in shelters?
I really want to bring all of us lawmakers here, I really want to bring us back to what we inherited. Senator, we were getting 4,000 people coming to our city a week, 8,000 every 2 weeks. We had to open the space. We had to find vendors that were willing to take on some of these contracts. The enormity of this problem, we were being sued by legal aid because we weren't finding housing in a certain period of time due to the right to shelter law that was supposed to just accommodate 40,000 people. What this team did, we had to build a shelter system in weeks, something that took 40 years to build. And so we did, under the leadership of my chief of staff, Camille Joseph, Deputy Mayor William Nyson, Molly, the whole team came together and said, let's build a system that took 40 years to build. And during that time, we had to find those vendors, we had to find the contracts, and all of us know in government, it's easy to look after the game was over and say what the quarterback should have done. But when you're in that field, moving that ball down the field, we did it. 220,000 people, 180,000 no longer in our care. Not one child or family sleeping on the streets because of what we've done. Yes, when you do an analysis, can you do things better? Yes. We were able to bring down the cost. We saved billions of dollars because of what we did. We committed to a 30% decrease in asylum seeker costs. We did it. And this is a learning experience, but I guarantee you, when people go back and read this part of history, they're going to see how successful we were on managing the greatest humanitarian crisis in the history of this city.
So I just want to commend your team for all the work they did in keeping us informed as to the issues that were occurring. That is not, but I just want to make sure that we respond to what the DOI report showed. That's all that is about. And talking about, Assemblymember Fall, talking about the needs of our precincts, I just want to advocate for the 6 police precincts that I have in my districts and the 2 PSAs. They are wholly understaffed. And as you know, in parts of my district, there is a spike in crime, and we need the assistance of NYPD. Thank you.
We're going to look at that, and I want to thank you for one of your bills my team told me on menopause.
Yes.
Assembly.
We've been joined by Assembly Members Reyes and Jackson. My next person is Assembly Member Diaz.
Good morning, Mayor.
How are you doing, Assemblyman?
I'm a little aghast. My assembly member, Mr. Brown, said he's the best dressed in the assembly now. I feel a little way about that. We have a short time, so I'm gonna be rapid fire real quick. I have a construction background. I care deeply about infrastructure in New York. So my question is a follow-up to Chairman Burke in reference to progressive design and alternative delivery. Is it working, and is it the best way for New York City to move forward?
You want to take that, Deanne?
Sure. We are seeing very positive results, both in terms of savings on time, savings on money, and the limiting of change orders, which often create more expense and delays for projects. And the dollar savings we have estimated at about 10% for projects that utilize the tool.
That's key. And one thing I have been noticing, and I'm hoping that the city will be able to provide a study on the impact on MBE, WBE, specifically segmented into each one. As someone with a construction background, we like to talk about WBEs. Women do extremely well, but when you look at the racial breakdown, Black and Latino businesses sometimes are underperforming in construction. So I want to put a focus. Joint bidding. It's a complicated matter. I've worked on those type of projects. We got to get the utilities to the table. What is the city doing with the utilities and the contractors to make sure that we can push an agreement to get an agreement on the table?
We're in constant and repeated conversation with all stakeholders, including contractors, labor, et cetera, because lots of different players who have to work together so that the objective of joint bidding, which is to reduce complexity, are achieved.
Thank you. And to make a quick switch to childcare, one issue we're having in the Bronx and throughout the city is amazing. My wife's in childcare. She runs it for $11.99, and we're seeing an issue with reimbursement payments to some of these nonprofits or organizations. There seems to be a bottleneck. What are we doing for this next quarter to help alleviate that issue?
It is a multi-pronged approach, Assembly members, specifically on childcare invoices. In the last fiscal year, we accelerated about $440 million, but I also want to say in those payments, but I also want to assure you that as it relates to nonprofit payments in general, it includes bringing down the bureaucratic barriers and a new discretionary method to get more funds to not-for-profits more easily. We have an interagency approach. We have a new executive order, so every agency has a not-for-profit point who is focused on these issues. We have been extraordinarily committed to this sector, which is why we also provided a COLA affecting 80,000 workers and bringing more than $700 million in funds to them, because our commitment to this sector and its workers is quite strong.
Senator?
Sorry. Thank you very much, Senator Cordell Clear.
How you doing, Mr. Mayor?
How you doing, Senator?
I hope you're well. I'm good. I want to get right to the questions. You know, we are experiencing an affordability crisis in housing. I'm continuously concerned about the migration of Blacks in New York, as well as the burden on older New Yorkers. So I wanted you to, if your administration can speak to what we are doing to create more affordable housing, affordable to Black New Yorkers and their incomes, as well as older New Yorkers and workforce in New York City.
So important, and you have been a real strong and leading voice around that, and that is what City of Yes was about. Far too many neighborhoods were a city of no. Every time we wanted to build in those neighborhoods, when you look at 51 community boards, I believe out of the 51, 10 of them build more housing, and then the other 40-something combined. FDM, you want to go into some of the stuff?
But not just building more housing, building housing that is affordable to Black New Yorkers and seniors.
Yeah, and that's important because, and you're right, and Black New Yorkers are also teachers.
Yes.
They're also firefighters.
Yes.
And it can't be just extremely low. When I speak to my accountant and my teacher, they're saying, Eric, we're fleeing. When you look at those hundreds of thousands that left the city,
about both.
they were middle income Black and brown folks. So we want to focus on that. But you want to go into some of the stuff?
Yes, I'll mention a few of the highlights because on the financing of affordable housing, which has the last few years, we've seen records broken because we need to see those records broken to provide more affordable homes to New Yorkers. However you cut it, the last two calendar years, the last two fiscal years are back-to-back records for not just the construction of new housing for extremely low-income individuals and for New Yorkers across the income spectrum, but also for housing for the formerly homeless, housing supportive homes, and specifically to your question on senior production, the last calendar year saw the most senior units produced on record for the agency at close to 3,000, and we want to continue that in the years to come.
Yeah, there's a great need for more. I just want to ask specifically about TIL buildings that are in the pipeline, and if you can speak about where we're at in terms of transitioning those properties to low-income home ownership for our tenants, and also making the vacant units available for rent or sale.
Yes. I know, Senator, this has been a great area of focus for Commissioner Adolfo Carrion, and so the TIL buildings have been, they've been waiting for revitalization and to move forward in the process for many years, and so the ANCP program is the answer to that.
Great.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Epstein.
Listen to the president.
Oh, over here, Mr. Mayor.
How are you doing?
Good, how are you
Assemblyman?
today?
Good.
Good, so I want to turn back to the issue of the mental health crisis and how are we going to get more supportive housing units online in the city to ensure that people with serious mental health issues have a place to live? Because we see that crisis, we see people getting services, but they're coming back right to the streets instead of getting supportive housing. We need to double and triple those units online, and what's the city doing to make sure that happens?
You have to inspect what you expect as all suspect, I like to say. And the challenge of dealing with those with severe mental health illness, when I go into the subway system with our crises team, with PATH and Scout, the amount of time it takes to build trust, to get people off the street into the supportive housing. And then when they get into supportive housing, the challenge that you need of making sure that they stay in supportive housing. It's a real challenge. Under Dr. Fassan, we want to embrace the clubhouse model that we've done for some time, but we removed 7,700 individuals transported, that we transported to the hospital. The system that we put in place now under Dr. Katz is that we need to proper handoff. Once you convince people to come inside, you have to properly hand them off to the hospital facilities, and they have to hand them off with a community-based organization that's going to give them the care, making sure they're getting the support that they deserve. But it's a real challenge.
Yeah, I do think we just need to build more units, Samara, and I hope that we will encourage that happening this year to expand more supportive housing units, but I know I have a lot of time. I want to turn to the discharge planning issues that are coming out of Rikers. This gentleman, Ramon Rivera, stabbed 3 people in November in New York. He had been in Rikers, kept for 9 months there in a mental health unit. He was released from Rikers to the men's shelter in my district, and then he stabbed and unfortunately killed 2 people in my district as well as a 3rd person. There needs to be stronger discharging plans for those folks who are leaving Rikers Island. And what are we going to do to ensure people who are leaving get to a place that they can get support? The guy just didn't show up.
for his appointments, and then he was just lost. And then that resulted in 3 New Yorkers dying.
Without a doubt, and you're dead on. What our analysis, we clearly saw that the system was a revolving door system. You pick a person up, you take them inside the hospital. In many cases, they did not want to keep them in. Then you turn them back out to the street. You wait until they commit some form of violent act. Then you put them up in Rikers. Rikers has become the defunct mental health facilities, and we want to change that, and that's what H&H
Yeah, we
is
really
trying
need to do that. And the last thing is, we put money in for middle-income housing. We haven't built a new Mitchell-Lama development in 60 years in the city. Can we commit to getting more middle-income housing in our city?
Yes.
Thank you.
Nice short answer there. Senate?
Thank you, Senator Sanders.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning to your team.
How are you, Commissioner?
I feel real.
I mean, how are you, Senator?
It's all good. It's all good. Maybe it's a future thing that you're thinking about. Who knows? Who knows? A statement, a thank you, and a question. First, a statement on MWBE. New York City, with a budget of around $129 billion, has been able to do $6.4 billion in MWBE. New York State, with a budget of $259 billion, has done $3 billion. You may want to, hey, we need some help, give us some ideas. A thank you. Thank you for your support on initiatives. I'm very interested in what we're doing for the next generation. What are we doing, not just about problems, but how are we going to move this city forward? So I'm very grateful for your help with a media school that we're doing in Queens. Thank you for that. Speaking of schools, I want to, you raised an issue, and I'm Chair Banks, so I'm very interested in these things. You raised an issue of banks in schools, an initiative that you're interested in doing. Can you expand a little bit on the initiative? I'm very interested, and in fact, we want to be first.
Well, and Commissioner Meuga from DCWP, this is her baby. All of us know. I left high school with a credit rating that was just dismal. We are now focusing on financial literacy. We want our children to be healthy physically, mentally, by doing our meditation in school, breathing exercises, academically, but what about financially? If you don't understand how to use your money, you're going to find yourself perpetually in debt. And so we are now going to partner with banks, other institutions, to come in, teach our children how to open up bank accounts, what is checking about, what are credit card interest rates. We're going to have an entire financial literacy program in our schools so our children can become financially sound to match their academics in the schools. And so we would love to partner with you. I know you've been talking about this for some time. We would like for you to be a partner with us accomplishing this task.
We can recommend 2 or 3 schools immediately that could use these things. Are there any other initiatives that you would like to put forward from your administration?
Around young people.
On any issue?
Preparing them for the future, partnering with our business leaders and allowing them to go into real careers, and we are really making them career ready in the process. If I could share later.
You can finish your sentence.
Thank you.
Assemblymember Valdez.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mayor Adams. As was already mentioned by, I think, a few of my colleagues at this point, we're seeing that students around New York City are afraid to go to school. Attendance rates in public schools has dropped following the Trump administration's change in guidance to sensitive areas. What do you think it makes New York City a better place to live when our kids are afraid to go to school when parents are keeping them home?
I'm having a problem hearing you.
Oh, sorry. Let me pull this a little bit closer. Yeah. Do you think it makes New York City a safer place when our kids are afraid to go to school because they're worried that when they come home, their parents won't be home, or that there'll be, immigration consequences to participating in public education.
Yeah, and I think how we do that, how we make it a safer and deal with the anxiety and take down the tone, is not so much what children are doing, what adults are doing. I think that we need to let these children know that they can continue their education. Our administration has stated this over and over again, create a safe environment for children. The staffs at the Department of Education, the teachers, the principal, they've done that. They've embraced thousands of 40,000 children. Some of them came out of their own pockets to buy clothing, school books, materials. I think if adults take down this tone and just ensure that these children are going to be in a healthy environment. That's what we've provided. We provided a healthy environment. Just the other day, someone called me and said ICE is outside the school, raiding the school. It just wasn't true. An adult posted that on social media, and so how much have we contributed to this anxiety that these children are feeling?
Mr. Mayor, with all due respect, I've had superintendents from schools in my district say that they don't feel that they've gotten the guidance they need from your administration to make sure that the students are staying safe. So I just want to make sure that guidance is coming from your administration, that we're standing with our parents and our teachers and our students, no matter where they come from. Just in the interest of time, this morning as I was getting ready to come to this hearing, I heard on the radio that when asked if you had any concerns about the changes that are happening at the National Labor Relations Board right now, you said no to everyone who might not be paying attention. Jennifer Abruzzo, the general counsel for the National Labor Relations Board, was fired. So was Jen Wilcox, a board member. Did I hear you correctly? Do you have no concerns about the changes there?
No, you didn't. But let's go back. Just as you stated that people have stated that we have not done enough, I've heard people say we have done enough. So I always say 8.3 million people, 35 million opinions. I did not say no. Gary LaBarbera was standing next to me. The question I said no to was the concerns around tariffs. We have to secure our borders, and we cannot continue to allow terrorists to come across the border. So I did not say no.
So you are concerned about what's happening at the NLRB right now?
I'm sorry, say it again?
You are concerned about what's happening at the NLRB right now?
I could actually another time the buzzer went off.
Thank you. Senator?
Senator Sanders.
I object.
No. And yet it was Senator Jackson's turn.
The better looking Sanders.
Well, thank you. So, Mayor, first, let me thank you and your team for coming up to Albany during our joint budget hearings and all that. Answer all of the questions I've put forward. I have a couple. How are we doing with foundation aid for New York City? Obviously, you know, that education is the key to uplift all families. It doesn't matter who you are. That's number one. Number two, a group of people, advocates, came into my office yesterday and about funding at the federal level for autism, for a program that New York City is running. Can you have any information on that? And then I look at your information that your staff have given out about the tax for the working class. In my district, majority of the people that live in my district are the working class, and I'm very interested in all of the information that you have on this page. So those are the questions that I have.
Yeah, so just the foundation age piece, the changes proposed by the governor will result in city receiving $347 million less in foundation age in '26. And so we agree with the data, but you know, any less dollars that come from the state to the city is going to impact, particularly when we're dealing with the class size issue, when we're dealing with hiring new teachers. We have to hire thousands of more teachers, and so any cut to foundation aid is going to impact us greatly.
Okay. And the other one's about autism.
I'm sorry?
The autism program has been cut by DOE. A group came into my office yesterday speaking about that, and they wanted to know what you're doing about
I'm not aware.
federal cuts to federal cuts. Yeah, that's what they said.
Yeah, all of these EOs, we are examining to make sure our legal team are looking over them, to make sure that we're responding accordingly. And we're going to always fight to get the funding that we need from not only Washington, D.C., but Albany as well. New York City residents, we are fighters for every dollar we need.
Okay. And as I said to you, the working class is the majority of the people that I represent, and I'm just trying to look after their best interests. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Assembly.
Assemblywoman Shimpsky. Who is no longer with us. Assemblywoman Gonzalez Rojas. And she lists Assemblyman Beepam.
Oh, no, she is there.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Timely processing for cash assistance applications in New York City sits at a meager 53%. SNAP processing is far below the 95% target. I just learned that city workers are living in shelters. You say you want to address affordability for New Yorkers, but your Rent Guidelines Board has increased the rent each year since you began. You fought the City Council on housing vouchers that would prevent homelessness, and public assistance applications are still not processed at the rate they should be. How are those moves addressing affordability for everyday New Yorkers?
I didn't get, I don't know, the mic's up there, I can't really hear that well, but I think you were talking about our housing vouchers.
The housing vouchers, the slow applications for cash assistance, which is now at 53%. SNAP processing is still below the 95% rate. And the many city workers, I just learned, are actually living in shelters because they can't afford to live here. So how do these moves support your affordability goals in New York City?
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And Senator, when I was a senator, I was hearing about city employees living in shelters.
I'm assembly member.
Assemblywoman. I was hearing about city employees living in shelters. That's why when you look at what we did in settling 97% of our contracts with 97, 98% ratification rate, one of our largest unions, DC 37, would tell you how much we wanted to give fair contracts to our city employees, because I know what it is to be on the verge of homelessness. And so we have FDM go into some of these stats on cleaning up our backlogs that we've had.
Yes, of course. We've been really focused, Assemblywoman, on making sure that those backlogs that existed when we started in this administration for both SNAP and cash have been cleared. And so to be specific about it, as a result of that increased focus over the past year for SNAP, the timeliness rate has increased 27 percentage points from 51% in December '03 to 86%. And in terms of cash assistance, the timeliness increased by 39 percentage points.
But it's still
There's
at
more-
53%. That's very low.
There might be more work to do, but I can assure you that the good people at HRA and across city agencies are spending every day, because they know that these are lifelines, making sure that they're cleared, and we keep increasing those rates.
Mr. Mayor, I do want to hear from you directly about how you are targeting and addressing affordability. We know that's the #1 issue in our city and in our state.
And as you stated, the numbers are still low. We're getting a large volume of people who are applying. Everything from paying medical debt to
Senate.
Thank you. Senator Julia Salazar.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your testimony today.
Thank you, Senator. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Senator Ramos referenced this, but I have to return to it since it particularly impacts my district. City Hall has declined to renew the leases of 2 child care centers in my district, Nuestros Niños in Williamsburg and Grand Street Settlement's Stanhope Street location. Both of these child care centers are models for quality child care in New York City. High enrollment at both, in fact, full enrollment with a waiting list at Grand Street site. Forcing these centers to close would devastate the families that they serve. It would hurt the union workers, the child care providers who work there, and it would exacerbate the lack of affordable child care options that we are dealing with in the city. what will you do to ensure that these childcare centers can stay open? And what would you say to families affected by this decision?
And I spoke with Attorney General Letitia James yesterday about this and other electeds on this, including Borough President Reynoso. And so what we look at three items. Number one, are you reaching the capacity of the young people in your child care center? Because we had 30,000 empty seats. We had to reconfigure. Number two, what is the cost? One landlord is trying to jump the rent from $30,000 a month to $80,000 a month. Number three, do you have other child care centers in the area? Because many of the child care centers were densely populated and we were having low enrollment. Those 5 centers didn't meet any of those items, didn't meet those 3 items, I should say. And so what we're doing now, I told the chief of staff, let's sit down with the electeds in the area and let's figure out what we can do to resolve this issue, but we're gonna need help because too many of our children who should be in these centers, we're not recruiting them to get them in. The city council partnered with us. We're using a large amount of money, millions of dollars, to get children in, but we can't have centers occupied with 40% vacancy and you have other centers in the area. We're just feeding that crisis that we saw when we first came in office. So I would like for you to be part of this team with Chief of Staff Camille Joseph Volok and the Chancellor and see how we can resolve this issue.
Thank you. I look forward to continuing that conversation. With the time I have left, there are recruitment and retention issues for civil service jobs across the state, right? We know this. Currently, New York state law does not allow non-U.S. citizens to hold a number of public service positions, certain public service positions in state law, although many people are interested in serving and are uniquely qualified to serve their communities. We know that this has affected the city of New York. There's a vacancy rate for public sector jobs. Would you support changing state law?
Thank you, Senator.
Okay.
Assemblywoman Seawright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Mayor.
How are you?
As chair of the Aging Committee, I'm hearing a lot from older constituents in my district on the Upper East Side that have reported serious injuries due to electric bicycles, including on the sidewalk. So what changes could be made with the NYPD to support enforcement of existing laws and apprehending these people?
I have not attended one senior center, one forum, one community group when this question did not come up. I'm surprised it took this long because I hear it all the time. And I instructed the NYPD under Deputy Commissioner Cass Daughtry to put in place a real plan with Chief of Patrol John Shell to go after them. We have removed over 80,000 illegal vehicles off our streets. Many of them are dirt bike, 3-wheelers. You would go back 2-3 years ago, they were running rampant. Large motorcycle gangs was going through our streets. You don't see that anymore. Now we're zeroing in on those who are delivery workers, those who are just using it for transportation, and we're doing better enforcement and educating those who are utilizing this effort to go after the proper uses of e-bikes. It's a real concern. We've heard it over and over again, and we want to make sure that it's handled correctly, and they're doing that as well.
Thank you. I know you're a proud graduate of John Jay College of Criminal Justice. In an effort to tap into the pipeline of young people interested in law enforcement careers, the current police cadet program has under 250 participating in it. So is this something that you could ask your new highly regarded Police Commissioner Tisch to take on, looking into expanding greatly this program for the 5 boroughs?
Yes, without a doubt. I think it's probably the secret weapon to how we've improved relationships between police and young people. The cadet program, the Explorer program, those are excellent programs, and we would like to see it increase and expand even more.
And lastly, I have Roosevelt Island in my district. I thank you for visiting a while back. The constituents are interested in priority boarding on the tram. As you know, Roosevelt Island was originally invented for people with disabilities, and they're incurring long wait lines due to the visitors to the island and tourists. Would you support priority boarding? Community Board 8 has passed a resolution in support of it.
Tell me that again.
Would you support priority boarding of the tram on Roosevelt Island for local residents
Okay,
of the
before I say
island?
yes, I need,
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Can I just
Thank
remind
you.
everyone, when you see the yellow light, that means you have 30 seconds remaining. If you continue your question through the yellow light, you don't leave any time for a response, which just happened. Senator.
Thank you. Senator Rollison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and the team. A lot has been said. The governor's talked about it. You have been an advocate for it, the involuntary commitment of the individuals who are in crisis on your streets, our streets, and it is a larger problem than just talking about it. You mentioned, Mr. Mayor, correctly, that these individuals, multiple interactions, it's very difficult to get them to want to get help. And what do you see and your team sees as the build out of this system needs to happen? You know, you've got the people trained on the streets, as many communities do, but after, and they're ready to make a commitment, or they have to be taken in custody, so to speak, on a commissioner's order or whatever, to go to an involuntary commitment, or even any commitment for that matter, Mr. Mayor. What does that infrastructure look like? And what does this state need to do to help you and other communities get there? It's one thing to talk about, but what else do we need to do as a state to create that system?
Great question. And that's why we're really pushing the Supportive Intervention Act, because it starts with family members who want to refer their loved ones to care and not just push them to the streets. And there's not a real well-understood pipeline to accomplish that. And so we first must make sure our programs like Scout and PATH that's partnered with clinicians and law enforcement officers when they need it, to give people to the hospital to get care when it's needed. And then our hospital staff must have clarity codified in law that they can hold people to the appropriate amount of time and not feel they have to release them right away. You give someone their medication, they go right back out into the street when it's one day. We should look at their history. Are they using drugs with the medication that they're receiving? And give them a period of time to hold them. And then the proper handoff. The community-based groups and organizations that are out there that can give them that continuous care to make sure that they get the support that they deserve, that they don't slip and fall back into the system. That is how we address this problem.
And briefly, if that was all ready to go today, are the supportive beds available?
Well, we put back online our psychiatric beds. Many went offline after COVID. We need our private hospitals also to do so, and we have to continue to build out to get those supportive beds, and everyone needs to embrace it. When we try to put supportive beds or supportive housing in certain locations, there's a lot of pushback. And we need to know that these are our citizens, they're our residents, our neighbors, and we need to be there to allow them to be part of the community.
Thank you.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good.
So back to your favorite topic, migrants.
Yes.
But mostly particular to Dutchess County. So in 2023, your administration transferred both adult and children migrants to Dutchess County. My questions are pertaining to the adults that are currently housed at the Red Roof Inn. It led to litigation and executive orders and all of that. But in December, there was an announcement from your office stating that the migrants from Dutchess County were going to be transferred out. What is the status of that transfer?
Now, they're in your county, help me understand more?
Correct, yep, Dutchess County, Poughkeepsie.
They're in Poughkeepsie?
Correct.
And you're saying they're going to be transferred back?
Correct, yeah, by a statement made from your office in December that you had stated, or someone from your office stated that migrants were going to be transferred out of Poughkeepsie.
let me look into that. Every deal we made with those counties who were extremely helpful when we needed it, we lived up to all those deals. And if there's a reason that we did not live up to those deals, I'm going to make sure that my chief of staff, who has been part of this, and Deputy Mayor Williams Ison, zero in and find out exactly what happened. But we've lived up to all the deals, and those counties that came in and stepped up for us, we don't want to violate any agreement we made with them.
Understood. Was there coordination with Dutchess County prior to the migrants being relocated there?
Every time we moved migrants and asylum seekers up into a county, we coordinated, we communicated. We did not want them to wake up and feel like New York was doing to them what has been done to us. And so we took great strides in that communication.
Understood. Well, I have heard from several local business owners in that area that there's been issues stemming from that ongoing situation there. I won't get into the details, but if your administration could look into that, we would greatly appreciate that, especially if the transfer is pending sometime soon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe I'm the last senator, so to speak. So I know there's been a number of questions about migrants and federal policy and what the city of New York's been doing. And I was just sent an article from Crane's Business that while the Greater New York Hospital Association has sent out a memo to its members urging them how to handle situations if ICE agents show up for patients, that New York NYU Langone, a hospital in my district, is taking the position that the staff, please note it is illegal to intentionally protect a person who is in the United States unlawfully from detention, and not saying privacy for patients not cooperating. And I'm just curious now what the administration is going to do about this. I find it both very disturbing and frankly actually a violation of patient privacy rights in the state of New York. And I don't know that you know about this because I'm just seeing this right this second, but I do think this is a real concern, particularly because NYU Langone, of course, as you know, is directly next door to Bellevue, which is probably the public hospital with the largest number of patients that are not US citizens, and they overlap medical staffs and residents. So if you're on one side of the floor, you get one set of instructions about how to handle ICE, and if you're on another side of the floor in the other building, you get different. I think we have to deal with this.
Yeah, and what is the instruction? I'm sorry. You said they told them?
This is from Crane's Business, Crane's Health Pulse, that hospital focuses on our obligation to comply with federal laws and regulations, instructs staff to notify the security department when a government agent requests information about a patient or access to a non-public area, and states it is illegal to intentionally protect a person who is in the United States unlawfully.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with, and those are definitely not under, the hospital is not under H&H. That's a private hospital.
It's a private hospital, but we have lots of private hospitals in New York City.
Yeah, and I'm not familiar with exactly is in that article, and we would look over and see exactly what's in that article.
Now, I'm urging you that you need to look into this and do something. I didn't expect you would know this now, because it's coming across as an as a press story right this second. But it's a very disturbing one to us. Frankly, from a public health perspective, for all of us, regardless of our legal status here, if people don't think they can go to hospitals for health care, you have a new public health crisis on our hands here in New York City.
We agree 100%, and we have articulated it over and over again, not only going to hospitals, going to schools, getting services from law enforcement. And, I often heard today about the substantial drop in enrollment in schools, and I should have said it right away. That is not true. We don't have a substantial drop in enrollment. That is, again, adults need to tone down the anxiety. We can't just put rumors out there. We don't have a substantial drop in our schools.
So during the education hearing, and it was after your chancellor had already left, so I couldn't ask her, there was a discussion that the superintendents of the other Big Five schools we're complaining that when students enroll in charter schools but then drop out or are asked to leave, that the money doesn't come back to the local public school system. And I'm curious, what's your understanding for New York City?
I'm not sure, I'm sorry? Charter schools. The money, when people drop out of the charter schools, does the money go back to the district schools? You know, I'm not sure.
You don't know either?
No.
Well, I encourage you to look into that, because legally, it is supposed to go back for the
Okay.
public schools. And the fact that the other big five superintendents were saying that they weren't getting it back raised a red flag to me that we need to look into that for New York City, because the law is that that should be happening.
That's what the current law states? Okay, we're going to look into that.
Thank you. So you heard some people talking about congestion pricing. I happen to be a fan of it. I think that you support it. Do you have experience from what you're hearing about the value to New York City of congestion pricing?
Deputy Mayor Mira Joshi is doing an analysis. She sits on the MTA board as well, and she's doing an analysis. I mean, it's still fresh, you know, and so I think the jury's out on, are we reaching what we want? I think we're obligated to raise that $1 billion each year, and so we need to do an analysis, see what's the impact on environmental issues in other parts of the city. And so I think the jury's still out, and we need to make sure that we deal with traffic, we deal with congestion. It's an economic issue as well as a health issue, and we're going to continue to monitor it.
Thank you. The federal government has certainly made noise already in this first month of the new administration that they don't like the idea of having to pay for public housing. What's the contingency plan in your budget or for the city of New York if they stop sending money for NYCHA?
Well, when you look, Senator, the fact that NYCHA has an $80 billion capital deficit, $80 billion. I think that far too many levels of government have walked away from NYCHA. We all need to do more. For the first time, First Deputy Mayor, include in our housing budget. NYCHA is part of our housing plan. And everything from the success we've had up here of getting the land trust passed, which we've been voting on, we have to find creative ways of closing that gap, and that is coming from every level of government. We're going to do our part on the city, but the federal and state, we need to reinvest in public housing again.
Thank you. You just announced a deal with the United Nations for the UNDC bonding $500 million to redo UN 1 and 2, which are city-owned buildings, which were in my district forever, but technically are now Senator Gonzalez's district. So we had made a deal with the previous administration that those buildings would get sold, and a certain percentage of the money from the sale of those buildings would go towards the building out of the East Promenade waterfront. Now that it appears we're going to bond $500 million to redo the buildings, I guess to continue the lease to the UN, are we ever going to make good on the commitments for that East River Promenade that was supposed to be paid for with portions of the proceeds of the sale? And one of the issues was the UN was paying such a low rental amount that we were never going to get real money out of it. So I'm just curious, do we have a really good deal now and there will be money that can go towards the promenade? Or, because I know my community is already saying, what happens to the deal we made? And while many of us have changed seats since then, you were not the mayor. I was the senator, and I'm saying now I'm a next door senator. A guy named Dan Garodnick was the city council member, and a guy named Brian Kavanaugh, now a senator, was the assembly member. So we negotiated this whole thing as an MOU with City Hall, and I'm curious whether that got factored into this new announcement.
We'd be happy, Senator, to follow up to make sure we're accomplishing as many goals as possible through including investments in public realm, and I think we have a strong track record across the city on the waterfront of making those types of investments. For this particular deal through UNDC, it represents 2,000 union jobs, and several 100,000 square feet of office space that will be renewed and revitalized, and critical not just for job creation, but to make sure that we continue to be a global hub of commerce and the type of work that the UN represents. But I'd be more than happy to follow up on what was represented in that MOU to identify areas where we can look at those commitments and make sure that we're honoring them to the extent feasible.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Last, it's silly to walk into 48 seconds with affordable housing, but we all know how important it is. And recently, it seems there are a few buildings that even have been going up in my district, and then little news stories come out that there will be X number of affordable units available, but they're not on the HPD website as something people can apply for. Did something change in the rules that they don't have to do that anymore and they can make their own deals for picking people?
If it's going through the lottery, they should be on our website, so I'd be
Yes.
happy to follow up to make sure that there's no property that has slipped through the cracks for some reason.
Okay. There's one on 78th and First, because I looked and it's not there.
Nice area.
And I think there were a few others. All right, my time is up. Thank you very much, Assembly.
Thank you, Senator. Assemblyman Tanushis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
How are you?
Good, good. How are
Good.
you? I want to talk to you today, I want to ask you today about the migrant shelters on Staten Island. I was glad that one of the shelters in Travis closed, but we do still have emergency migrant shelters on Staten Island, including one location, which is in my district, Island Shores location along Father Capodanno. That location has been the center of protests. The community was up in arms when that shelter came about. The community was upset about lack of notice, about lack of communication between the mayor's office and the local elected officials. And there was very much a bipartisan effort to show our discontent for that location. My question for you today, Mr. Mayor, is when is that location going to close? Notice I'm not asking you if that location is going to close. My question is, when will that location close, Mr. Mayor, and finally bring peace to that neighborhood?
And that's the goal. We want to bring peace to the city. And as I said earlier, before your arrival, Assemblyman, I have not found one elected official that raised their hand and say, hey, put the shelter here, Eric. Not one. I have to put it somewhere. And we want to minimize the disruptions to communities. We want to minimize how we have to keep people in shelters. And you're right, adequate notice. We were not getting notice when we were getting 4,000 people a week, 8,000 people every 2 weeks, 16,000 a month. No one was calling us to say, hey, expect that bus load at 2 a.m. in the morning. We were mandated by the lawsuits from the Legal Aid Society. Within a certain period of time, we had to house people. And this team was up to 4, 5 a.m. in the morning, doing the best they can. And so we want to close that location as soon as possible. We've closed 33 sites. No one thought we was going to close Floyd Bennett Fields, closed. No one thought we was going to close Randall's Island, it's closing. We're going to try to close as many as possible. And you know what, when we tried to get people out, Assemblyman, when we said you have 30 days, it's not a lifetime experience, people fought against us. But it was successful. We got 180-something thousand people out, and we look forward to the day that you and I stand in front of that site because we closed it together. And
Thank
we're
you,
going to
Mr.
close them
Mayor.
down.
And I assure you that no one in Staten Island was upset about giving individuals 30 days to vacate the premises. But please keep that location in mind, and I'll be happy to work with your office to ensure that these locations are closed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Colton.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. How are you, Assemblyman?
We finished this early. Possibly you'll be able to join us at our Asian Lunar New Year celebration this afternoon.
I was wondering about that red you were wearing.
Before you became mayor, you strongly criticized the existing homeless policy, shelter policy, as failing to deal with the real problems of our homeless and creating a system of long-term shelters at exorbitant costs yet you have seemed to have greatly expanded that shelter policy. In recent reports from the DOI, there have been findings that there is nepotism, lack of competitive bidding, and exorbitant salaries of the city's shelter programs. City and state reported on the number of crimes that actually took place in the shelters against our homeless people. Statistics show that homelessness is continuing to grow, and we're not talking about migrant homelessness, we're talking about city homelessness. Continues to grow and accelerate. The going cost now for the city has soared to some $4 to $6 billion a year, and some say it's going to reach $8 billion a year. This is all money that is diverted from programs that would really help the problems of homeless people. And it is also connected with not providing proper services to those with mental illness problems. High-profile random attacks on the subways and the streets have created a fear among New Yorkers for using the subways and the streets. Why are we continuing to expand and to build more city-run shelters when it is clear this system fails to help homeless people, and it fails to help neighborhoods, and is not supported by anyone, whether it be the homeless people or by people in neighborhoods? And when it diverts billions of dollars that should be going to reduce homelessness and deal with the homeless problem, and not simply enrich the pockets of wealthy developers and wealthy operators who are paid, the Department of Investigation showed that they were paid exorbitant salaries, the CEOs operating the city homeless shelters. Why are we not listening to the voices of the vast numbers of New Yorkers telling us this program is filled with corruption, with nepotism, it does not deal with the needs of homeless people, and it diverts billions of dollars in a failed program which simply does not work?
You said a lot.
A 3-minute question garners a 0 answer. Assemblyman Gallahan.
How are you doing, Assemblyman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mayor.
How are you?
It is afternoon. I want to go back to the cannabis. Cannabis. I want to talk about cannabis. So back when we debated the bill a couple of years ago, I was vehemently adamant about funding our sheriff, our cities, our towns, and our New York State Police to combat black market sales. Black market sales in every other state that enacted cannabis legally, the average increase in black market sales is 138%. There was nothing in the bill to address that. Nothing. There's nothing in the governor's budget to address that. I commend you for what I heard earlier about how you've attacked that market in New York City and what you're doing to eradicate the black market and increase our sales where we get the tax money. Because Joe down the street, contrary to popular belief, is not paying the state a dime. So my question is, what suggestions do you have for us in the legislature we can further provide you resources necessary to continue what you're doing?
No, great question, and I want to, Diane, you should touch on that because you're intimately involved in that. But one area that we're finding we're having a problem with right now, these stores are, as much as you pass the law, they try to get ahead of you. We just learned now we cannot go in and do an inspection if they have a hemp license, which makes no sense. If they have a hemp license and selling illegal cannabis, we cannot go in and inspect them. The judge ruled that if someone has a hemp license, my sheriff can't go in and do inspections at all in the store. And so we may have to look at a modification on how to deal with that. And the Office of Cannabis Management needs to have a faster turnaround to let us know if a person has a hemp license. they are requiring us to return the product back to the people. That's a real problem. But Diane, you want to?
Just briefly on that, one thing that you guys can do to help us is there is a flaw in the hemp licensing law that the mayor touched on, which prevents us from going in and inspecting. OCM also cannot go in and inspect those localities that have a, facilities that have a hemp license. Right now, though, the Ag and Markets, which issues hemp licenses, have been issuing temporary hemp licenses just online, without any background check. So many of the people that we closed down with the tools that you gave us last year, they're smart. They figured out that there's a flaw in the law, and they're doing that.
We've been joined by Assemblywoman Walker. The next question is Assemblywoman Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Mr. Mayor.
How are you doing, Assemblywoman?
All is well. Okay, so I know statistically crime is down. However, I'm in the South Bronx, so I'm the 4-0, the 4-1, the 4-2, PSA 7, 4-4, and 4-8. They are all asking for more officers. My seniors are asking for more officers. They do not feel like they are supported enough, so I'm going to state that. However, my young people are asking for jobs. They want more jobs. And I've gone to a number of your hiring halls. The lines are out the door and around the block. Our city wants to work. Our professionals also want to work. And a lot of the jobs inside are not necessary for people who we told to go and get an advanced degree and a PhD. Those people are looking for work as well. So any suggestion that what we should be doing in the budget to help all levels of people with education with working?
No, love that question. And we brought down unemployment in every demographic in the city. Black unemployment was 4 times the rate of white unemployment when I came into the city. We dropped Black and Hispanic unemployment by 20%. As you stated, we've been doing these hiring halls, and I would love to sponsor more in your district because we have thousands of vacancies in city government, good jobs, school safety agents, correction officers that was mentioned earlier by the assemblyman about employing our schools, our correction officers. We are in a crisis for teachers because of what we've done around class size. So we need to get all these vacancies that are available in city government, good union paying jobs, good salaries, and the private industry has joined us, and get it to the people that need a job. FDM, talk about some of that great work you're doing.
In addition to what the mayor mentioned, we also have done a lot in 2 other areas. One, really building out apprenticeship opportunities, in particular for early career New Yorkers, and it's an opportunity to both earn and learn, and we see them, we work with the private sector in a whole array of industries, from construction to tech and to life sciences.
Okay, so let me just pause because I need to ask about cannabis, and I'm going to have my office reach out so we can figure out a plan. But cannabis, I've spoken with OCM. I know that our sheriffs are able to seize product and to seize money. OCM is saying that they're not getting reports from us as to how much is being seized and where the money is. So can you tell me why they're not answering to OCM and where we can find how much funding and product was seized?
Yeah, that should not happen. So let's find out. I would have the Deputy Mayor Parker reach out to OCA and find out where that communication gap is. That should not happen. We could give them the stats and reports.
Okay, because there was a hearing also, and they asked how much money was seized, and no one had an answer.
But they better, so let us look into that.
Okay.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Simon.
How you doing, Assemblywoman?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you, sir?
Okay, I can hear you up there.
Good to see you.
Okay, thank you. Good seeing you as well.
I have a couple of questions for you, probably not the ones you thought I would ask you, so I'm going to ask you some other questions, right? You know, I think Mr. Epstein mentioned before the disparities in the number of units for supported housing, and only 18% of those people who are eligible have been able to get units. So I just want to make sure that we are looking at how we can fix this, how we can make changes to that eligibility so that people actually, and we've reduced the barriers to actually getting that supported housing. But my question is, number one, New York City is currently doing a massive water table study, and I would like your commitment to authorize the addition to that of a hydrology study in the Gowanus watershed, which, as you know, is toxic, prone to flooding, and the site of 8,000-plus new housing units being put in.
One of my water people tell me about that before I say yes, because she's gonna hold me to it. You know? So
DEP doing a lot of work there, you know?
We have Rick, let me have Rick communicate with you, Rick Agawala, who's the commissioner of DEP, and find out exactly what I'm about to say yes to.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to it. And then secondarily, the Brooklyn House of Detention, as you know, it's about a 40-story building. We were supposed to have about 160 therapeutic beds, which are used not only for people with mental illness, but chronic health conditions as well. And that's been cut in half. And now when we build out the 4 jails to replace Rikers, we will have roughly half the therapeutic beds system-wide. How do we square that with this concern that's been expressed about those people struggling with mental illness?
A great question. Assemblywoman, the plan is flawed. And I've stated this over and over again. It's like, no one wants to acknowledge that it's a flawed plan because we put the plan in place already. The current jail population exceed what the 4 jails are going to do. The price has doubled. We need you can't have 51% of the inmates having mental health issues. We need a state-of-the-art psychiatric facility. I think one of those jails should do that for in and outpatient treatment, that we can give a real care that we can be proud of. And so right now, when you look at the space that we need, we look at how long people stay on Rikers Island without getting of their time in court, that is what's feeding this problem. Every aspect of the criminal justice system must participate in a real Rikers plan. And if we don't do that, we're going to have a real crisis down the road.
We already do. And it's not getting better by reducing the number of therapeutic beds. We need more of them. If there's
Yes.
any place we need them, it's there. Thank you.
I agree.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Walker?
Assemblywoman, how are you?
I'm doing well, but unlike my colleague, I'm going to ask you exactly what you think I'm going to ask you. And of course, Mr. Mayor, and to all of your colleagues, a pleasant good morning. So I want to talk about discovery. So you're a police officer and a very good one, or you were, but I'm sure once a police officer, always a police officer.
Oh, yeah.
And if I showed up on a crime scene and I told you what was relevant, don't look over here, this is not relevant, what would your response be to that?
I would say, don't tell me what's relevant and what's not.
So why do you think then it should be up to the prosecutors to tell the defense counsel what it is relevant as it relates to discovery?
Well, I think there's certain ways you could do it, because that's why it's back up to you to look at it. They could be an independent eye. They could be coming in front of the judge and determine what's relevant or not. What we don't want to do is what we're seeing, what the prosecutors have shared with us. If you have everyone's, for example, everyone's body-worn camera, a person who never even got out of the scene, he was in the car all the time, and you didn't get that body-worn camera, and all of a sudden the charge is dismissed because of that. That is what I believe they're talking about.
Well, that is a very good point that you make, because the body-worn camera footage is in the possession of the police department. And so do you think that the police department has any accountability here to some of these dismissals that people have been talking about?
Without a doubt. Everyone has accountability here. And I think that to do a fair analysis of the discovery, based on what the prosecutors are saying, based on what they're saying, to allow those professionals to look and see exactly what we need to do, I think that that's what we should be using this legislative session to do so.
I appreciate that, and I do believe that there will be a continued dialogue, but I don't believe that that conversation can happen in a vacuum without the police department sort of having some skin in the game. And so there's a lot of conversation also that we've been talking about with respect to City of Yes. And we want to promote more building, but can you talk to me a little bit about how you would help us with reentry housing? A lot of times supportive housing is always, it's always like a catch-22 between which one is going to get built. We do need more supportive housing, but we also need more reentry housing for people who are transitioning out of Rikers Island and other places.
So important. You talked about that for quite some time, and we are strong believers in reentry housing. And wherever we could place those projects, and you have been welcoming to placing projects in your assembly district. Far too many people are not welcoming in doing that.
Please bring them on.
Right. And so I agree with you. As we look at supportive housing, we have to focus on large number of people had long prison sentences. They're coming home. They need to come home to a welcoming and a platform so they don't be repeat offenders.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. And Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for your testimony today. I guess I'll close it out. I really don't have any pertinent questions, just a few comments, and I mean, a question may hit me. First, to correct a misstatement that was made earlier. I know for a fact that more than half of the wealth of the state of New York comes from New York City, and I also know that more than half of the wealth of New York City comes from south of Canal Street. That's that's a fact. Rikers Island, I don't know if anything in the governor's budget mentions that. I know New York City is in the process of closing down Rikers and opening community jails. Like, can you just tell me what's going on with that?
Yeah, yes, and I said it over and over again, and I will continue to say the plan, Assemblyman, is a flawed plan, and no one wants to acknowledge that. They all know it's a flawed plan, but no one wants to say it publicly. You cannot close down Rikers, build 4 more jails that is not going to house the current population that you have right now. Double the price cost to build it. We're not dealing with the psychiatric issues of many of the inmates are experiencing. We're building 4 more smaller Rikers. And we need to be bold enough, if we're going to invest $16 billion, we should be bold enough to address all of the issues we are facing. We don't have so much a crime problem, we have a mental health problem. And we need to be focusing on how do we address that mental health problem. And this is a great opportunity to do so. But the law requires 2027, Rikers has to close, cannot be used for a jail again. I just think we need to go back to the table and look at how we can do this correctly. This is a golden opportunity to get it right.
Okay, thank you. And someone had mentioned migrants, and what is the city's policy on housing migrants, non-citizens outside of New York City? And the reason I'm asking is because I represent a district just north of the city, and I had a few complaints, both 3 of them from senior citizens whose landlords refused to renew their leases because New York City was offering maybe 60% more in rent than they were currently paying, and the landlord wanted to increase their rent 60% or not renew the lease because they were going to house someone from outside of the country. And that caused a little angst. I mentioned it to someone on your staff. I didn't get a real good answer. But is there a set policy for how you do that? I mean, I know you don't want to purposely create homelessness someplace else, but it seems that what's been happening, I don't know if it happens on Long Island or even up here in the Albany area, when I know that migrants were being housed upstate. Is there a policy where you try to ensure that you do not create homelessness for another group of individuals?
Took great strides. The team took great strides in not displacing residents. We use, for the most part, hotels, and those who moved out of the hotels to stay in the areas. We took great strides to make sure we were not displacing the residents that were in the area. But many people returned to New York City. Some people stayed in those municipalities because they enjoyed the different life of being in those regions. But we took great strides to not displace long-term residents.
So there is at least an attempt to do that, and if landlords don't tell you what's really happening, you're just not in your control, you'll do what you have to do.
And I'm not aware of any landlords that are doing that.
All right, and this is my last question, just about floods. I was recently driving down the Henry Hudson Parkway, and it had just finished raining, and the water was like lapping up onto the highway almost. It seems that if the river rises, Eddie, we're going to have serious flooding, and I know downtown is at the water table now. Is anything in this current budget that would help you work toward any flood mitigation for the future? Because it's coming. And New York City is destined to be, at least in Lower Manhattan, is destined to be underwater, I think, by 2030 or 2035. So the time to start making corrections for that is now.
Yeah, FDM and her team under DM Mira Joshi, we acknowledge that climate change is real and is going to impact our city, and the billions of dollars investment, being a city with so much coastal land. We know we have to be prepared for that. You want to talk about some of these things we're doing?
Sure. We've been very focused, Assemblyman, on making sure that we're doing everything that we can on flood prevention. In our preliminary capital budget, for instance, just to name a few of those investments, almost $300 million to make flood-proofing upgrades to 7 pump stations, mostly in Queens, another $150 million to construct a storm sewer system in Harlem, another $100 million for green infrastructure projects, $300 million to upgrade the sanitary sewer trunk in Jamaica, and a number of others who are very focused on this because we know that with climate change must also come the types of investments that protect neighborhoods, people, and entire families.
Okay. Well, that concludes this section of this hearing. I
Thank
want
you.
to thank Mr. Mayor and your staff.
Good to see
And
you.
we'll move on now to the next group, Panel A.
And as the mayor leaves, please, everyone who want to continue conversations with him, whether you are legislators or the press, outside in the hallway, whichever direction he chooses to go, not here in the room. We need to keep this hearing going.
Okay, see, look, see? Number 1, number 2, 3, 4, 5, okay.
You got the mayors coming up.
Okay. Do you have any questions yet for the mayors?
No. I was looking at some stuff in here for Thursday. I mean, yeah, for Thursday.
We're missing 2 mayors, I guess.
We're missing. Any other mayors want to come join us? We seem to be missing a couple. Oh, there's good.
Okay, there's one. Welcome, Panel A. Before we get started, just for the media, could you each just quickly introduce yourselves, and then I don't know what order we're going to go in. How about size matters? We'll start out with Buffalo. We'll go down to Albany. Or
Wait, is Buffalo here?
I don't know.
Guess we don't start with Buffalo.
So that means we started Yonkers. You are number 3 now, right? Your mic's not on, Mike. No. Look for the green, there you go.
Okay, gotcha. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. To our honorable legislators, it's good to be here today, and I'll try to be quick on my remarks. I know that you had my testimony, so I'll leave it to that. And again, let me just say special congratulations to Assemblyman Pretlow, my good friend, for a very long time on your accession to this very important committee. Really simply, I'm here today to ask for additional funding for education. I know that surprises you. It's something that we seem to do every year for the past 14 years. And we talk about the school aid formula and how it affects Yonkers. And when I talk about it, sometimes I come across as if I'm somehow, talking about my colleagues here that are sitting to my left, to my right, as people to get everything and we get nothing. But that's not true. They get everything they absolutely should, and more they should get in terms of aid to education. I'm here to talk about the plight of my city and the fact that we need additional funding for education. We have been able to get help from you over the years in terms of bullet aid and one-shots, and that's been a big help. But it's not been really what we've needed to kind of keep us going. We asked for a regional cost index, and I know that was something that was talked about in the Rockefeller report pretty intensively. And when you talk about this, I didn't see if I have it right, this CWIFT, whatever it is you guys call it, whatever the report called it, if that was allowed to be implemented, it's not in the governor's budget, but if it was allowed to be implemented, it would mean $65 million in additional funding to the city of Yonkers. That tells you what that cost of living really means. And if that doesn't prove the point, just look at what we did with living wage. When we passed the living wage and you regionalized to New York State, you said, you know what? It costs more to live in Long Island. It costs more to live in New York City. It costs more to live in Westchester County, and that's why the regional costs were higher there. That's why what we implemented into law was higher in terms of a living wage. But while New York State recognizes in a school aid formula those same principles as it applies to to New York City and to Long Island, it does not apply to Westchester County. And instead, I have a regional cost that looks like cities that are 100 miles north of me. So it's been an issue, and it's been a burden. The taxpayers of Yonkers pay more per pupil to educate a child than my colleagues sitting next to me, those cities combined. And while we do that, and while I continue to raise the maintenance of effort, every single year, we raise that maintenance of effort for in the city of Yonkers, because you know what? We will never let our kids starve. And we get help from you, and I appreciate that. But what we need is something that is sustainable, that is predictable, that gives us the dollars that we need every single year. We're graduating our kids at 90%. We have the best graduation rate of any big city in New York State. Barack Obama just proclaimed Yonkers as a model city for educating young black men. A model city, gave us an award, nationwide award, and we're proud of that. Why? Because we know that we're not like previous administrations that you've had to deal with, that I had to deal with when I was in the legislature, who said to you, you know what, Albany, you fix the problem. If you can't fix the problem, shut the lights off on your way out because they're your kids, not ours. No, that's not what the taxpayers of Yonkers say, nor will they ever say that. They're our kids. And we will build on the successes that we've had, and we'll continue to make sure that Yonkers is a place where our children will have that opportunity at growth so that they can live, they can work in a community, and they can prosper. So I'm asking for help. I'm asking for more funding. I'm asking that you take a look at the regional cost of Yonkers as it pertains, or at least in Westchester, because there is it's right there. It says there needs to be more dollars put into this city. I have an impossible task of going back to the taxpayers every year. I mean, think about it. Even though we're in Westchester County, you know, we're an urban center. We are at, we're still less than the state's median income. And, you know, in Yonkers, you have, most of our kids live at or below the rate of poverty. So having all that and having all that to deal with, we still, like I said, are able to make it work and to have a great graduation rate and to get acknowledgments. Your investments in Yonkers have been good, and we want to make sure that we continue to see those investments grow and to make a difference, especially in our kids and our community. But it won't happen, like I said, without your support. So again, to the Senate, and especially Senator Stuart Cousins, Senator Shelley Mayer, that $12 million bullet aid is huge for us, it continues to be huge for us. We hope that that will continue to be in the budget. We know that the governor took last year's AIM aid, it was a temporary measure, has put it back in the budget. We took that entire amount and moved it to the Board of Education. We broke the tax cap and moved it to the Board of Education. And we were still, and we're still, like, it's still struggling to make it happen. And so I'm not going to speak on much else because I know you'll have a lot of questions. We can fill in the blanks and everything else later. But I'm here to talk about our need for additional aid to education, something that is not a one-shot, something that is real, meaningful, and something that changes the formula, because every time we fully fund the formula, which is great, we have fully funded the formula, except the gap between what this city gets and what other cities like us get grows exponentially. So we might get 18 million, but other cities will get 40 million. We have a district that is nearly exactly the same size as Yonkers. Think about this, nearly the same size in terms of enrollment. But $1 billion is spent on education in that community. Nowhere near $1 billion worth of education dollars is spent in Yonkers, and 1,000 more teachers, 1,000 more teachers. And we struggle with, music, art, sports, making sure that our kids have enough psychologists. And yes, some might say we pay our teachers a lot, and we do. But they're dealing with an infrastructure that is falling down around them, even though we've made significant impact over the past couple of years. And with your help, we're building new schools. We still have a ways to go, and that's why I'm asking, please look at this regional cost index and see if there's a way for Yonkers to get treated more fairly and some substantive change to the formula. Thank you.
Who's next? Don't all just jump in.
I guess I'll jump in. Malik Evans, Mayor of Rochester. Thank you, Chairwoman Kruger and Chairman Pretlow. It's great to be back in front of this committee again. I'll just start by saying that we're witnessing tremendous momentum in Rochester with an accelerating pace of positive change and each new improvement generating more improvements. But I think it's important to point out that serious financial challenges in the years ahead threaten that momentum. Our most significant financial concerns include the declining sales tax revenues, increasing pension and healthcare costs, and of course, the end of ARPA funding. And what's more, while we were grateful last year for the additional $5 million we received last year in the temporary municipal assistance, Rochester's $88.2 million allotment in AIM aid continues to be lower than our per capita than our peer cities. And on top of that, the state mandated efforts that we spend in education is also a larger contribution than our peer cities. And it's important for me to note that Rochester, if you look at the top 5 poorest zip codes in New York State, 3 of them are within the city of Rochester. These are the conditions that drive most, if not all, of our most pressing challenges, including violent crime, low employment, and decreased educational outcomes. And these are conditions that require the delivery of extraordinary levels of critical services. Even as we continue to make strategic investments that attract private development and fuel Rochester's growth, to confront these challenges and perpetuate Rochester's forward momentum, we respectfully ask for the following support. The biggest one, and I'm sure it's no big surprise because every year I've testified to this, AIM aid. First, we are once again asking for Rochester's fair share of AIM funding with a baseline increase of $32.7 million, which would bring us to parity with cities like Buffalo. We're not asking for more, we're just asking for the exact same amount per capita that every other city gets that receive AMAIDs. The current disparity significantly threatens our ability to provide the critical services of our citizens that they depend on, to repair and replace aging infrastructure, and to continue the success that we started with our ARPA funds, and to keep an estimated $20 million increase in pension and healthcare costs. Affordable housing and home ownership is something that we are also focused on. New York State is an important partner in our housing programs, which help residents escape the cycle of poverty and build generational wealth and home ownership. So we seek a small amount of dollars, only $1.8 million in gap funding per year for 3 years for 9 affordable housing projects that we have. Also to create home ownership, which is the pathway to wealth in our community and help to build generational wealth. We're seeking $11.25 million for 3 years to renovate homes in our community, to resell them to income-eligible homeowners. And to help existing homeowners stay in their homes, we are seeking $1.9 million a year for 3 years to help with repair costs. We have made tremendous progress in Rochester as it relates to public safety. The gun-involved violence elimination aid, gun violence in Rochester has, because of that gun violence elimination aid, gun violence in Rochester has declined by 50% since the peak years of the pandemic. The state support of the gun violence elimination program has been critical to that success, and to continue that progress, and so that way we can continue to drive down gun crime even lower, we are seeking $4.2 million in Give Aid. That's a $1 million increase over last year. Lastly, you cannot talk about public safety without addressing pedestrian safety. Rochester, I believe, is the only city outside of New York City to take on the Vision Zero initiative, to eliminate traffic fatalities through environmental design, enforcement, and education. Our ROC Vision Zero is not just a goal. It's a commitment to ensure that every individual can move safely throughout Rochester. And to move forward with this commitment, we are seeking $18 million for projects including advancing our bicycle spine network, implementing a 25-mile-per-hour city speed limit, and improving pedestrian priority zones. Transformative construction projects is something that we also have a focus on. Rochester is in the midst of a physical transformation that emphasizes quality of life and environmental justice. And chief among them is our Rock the Riverway Waterfront Revitalization Program, as well as our Inner Loop Transformation Program. This progress has already generated significant private sector investment, most notably the decision of Constellation Brands, a Fortune 500 company, to move its international headquarters to downtown Rochester. But we need to continue to move with this momentum. So we are seeking funding for 4 Rock the Riverway initiative programs. The rehabilitation of the vacuum oil site for full remediation. That's a site that was that was contaminated by folks that decided to contaminate the neighborhood. Then after they got all the value, they decided to move. This is a $35 million project to restore the shore, and it occupies 15 acres along 4,000 linear waterfront property on our Genesee River. We're also looking for funding for our convention center and also our Blue Cross Arena where our AHL Rochester Amherst play. But lastly, I want to end by talking about our Inner Loop. Our Inner Loop Transformation Project. The notorious power broker, Robert Moses, once said, to operate in an overbuilt metropolis, sometimes you have to hack your way like a meat axe. And I think that this quote perfectly illustrates the urban renewal mindset that prompted the removal of hundreds of homes, churches, and businesses in Black and brown neighborhoods in Rochester with the Inner Loop Expressway. It's much easier to aim your meat axe at those with no voice. The Inner Loop Transformation Project will restore these neighborhoods with thriving commercial districts, green space, and housing, delivering much-needed environmental justice. We still believe in environmental justice in Rochester, no matter what they say at the federal level. With a footprint more than 3 times the size of Inner Loop East Project, which now serves as a national model for reconnecting neighborhoods and generating new investments, the Inner Loop North Project has the potential to surpass that success by orders of magnitude. So we are seeking an additional $125 million for new construction costs and new elements identified in the initial spoken. And as I said, as we continue to witness this tremendous momentum in Rochester and Monroe County, as a result of our strategic investments and valuable partnerships, I continue to ask for your support. As fellow public servants, I urge you to support these investments and join the We Not Me partnerships that are once again turning Rochester and to an economic driver for the entire state of New York. I thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the New York State Legislature for the opportunity to testify before the Joint Legislative Budget Committee today. To Senate Finance Chair Liz Kruger, Assembly Ways and Means Chair Gary Pretlow, Senate Local Government Chair Monica Martinez, and Assembly Local Government Chair Billy Jones, and the rest of the committee members. I thank you, and I'm honored to be here today in front of you as the mayor of the city of Buffalo on behalf of our residents. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank the Western New York delegation, in particular Assembly Majority Leader Crystal Peoples-Stokes, for the work they do on a daily basis, championing and advocating for the residents of the city of Buffalo. I want to applaud the governor's focus on the quality of life issues in her executive budget proposal, and I'm thrilled to see her commitment to issues such as economic development, mental health issues, education and affordability, as well as her strong focus on public safety, an issue that impacts negatively all of the cities that are sitting up here today. I have been mayor for just a little over 100 days, but spent 13 years in city government as a council member, council president, and now as mayor, and I know the challenges facing the city of Buffalo well. But I'm not here today with my hand extended looking for a handout. I have my hand extended looking for partners. I'm not here today looking for New York State to rectify the issues that Buffalo faces. I'm looking for New York State to provide the city of Buffalo the tools to rectify them ourselves. And although I'm very happy to see the aforementioned issues being addressed within the governor's proposal, Buffalo's needs extend well beyond what is being allocated. And I'd like to touch on some of those issues that were included in my expanded written testimony. First and foremost, the city of Buffalo seeks to authorize the creation of the Buffalo Parking and Mobility Authority to transfer ownership of 4 City of Buffalo owned and operated parking lots to the authority, who can generate revenue and invest in the capital needs of those parking ramps while relieving the city of Buffalo of those responsibilities and generating income through a City of Buffalo and authority ownership contract. The city of Buffalo also seeks to impose a 3% occupancy tax, also known as a hotel or bed tax, paid for by travelers staying in Buffalo who utilize our infrastructure, our amenities, our police and fire services, and the proceeds of those tax revenues would be reinvested in our tourism and cultural assets to make Buffalo more appealing to future tourism. While Buffalo has benefited from the recent temporary assistance to municipalities, last year's $5 million increase, what we respectfully request is an increase to AIM in general, and for it to be linked to an inflationary index. Prior to last year's temporary increase, as we all know, the AIM has not increased since 2012. During that same period of time, the city of Buffalo's fixed costs have increased by $130 million during that same time period. When we talk about capital needs, the city of Buffalo is seeking to build a new Department of Public Works campus and resiliency center. Our current facility was constructed in 1858. It is undersized and inefficient. The physical conditions of the facility pose a great risk to the safety of the employees. A new consolidated location would provide an efficient location for our snow plan, our snow plowing, our sanitation services, paving services, construction services, et cetera, and reduce the maintenance and energy and training costs associated now, while maximizing productivity and efficiencies. And the sale of the 10 separate assets that currently house those operations and different components would bring revenue into the city, as well as put those properties back on the tax rolls. As I mentioned, the city of Buffalo is not here today to ask for just a handout. We are doing things to address our structural budget issues internally as well. I requested by departments to come back with a 10% reduction in their operating budgets, which were due just 2 days ago, and that would result in a savings of nearly $30 million. I've also taken a proactive approach to revenue generation, and that will lead to a reasonable increase in our property taxes next year. Again, I want to thank you all for letting me testify today, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairpersons Kruger and Pretlow, for the opportunity to discuss the issues pertaining to the City of Albany, and congratulations, Chairperson Pretlow, on your being named the new Chair of Ways and Means. I want to thank the Senate Finance Committee, the Assembly Ways and Means Committee, our Capital Region delegation, including Senators Fahey, Assemblymember Romero, and Assemblymember McDonald, who have worked very closely with me and our former, now retired Senator Neil Breslin. We have now seen the capital city funding for the City of Albany for the past 8 years, thanks to the cooperation, the partnership that we've been able to have with the Assembly, with the Senate. And for the 4th year in a row, the current governor has placed capital city funding directly in her budget and has made a commitment to making it permanent. And so I want to talk about what that looks like. We have proposed an amendment to Section 19A. As you know, where we sit now used to be a neighborhood. This was 90 acres of homes, churches, schools. 9,500 people lived here, many of them people of color. And when this property was taken by eminent domain and those houses and schools and churches and businesses were torn down, it really changed the face of the city. And this complex was built. It is an incredible piece of architecture. It is spectacular, but it also does not integrate with our street grid and has really been an impediment for a lot of our businesses. And so it has created challenges. And so in looking at the payments that are coming to the city through 19A, it's time to make those permanent, and we are asking that there be an annual increase that would be in keeping with the tax cap. So if the tax cap, whatever the amount of the tax cap increases, that would be the amount that our AIM aid would, or not our AIM aid, our pilot payment would be. And so I think that we have demonstrated that we have been excellent stewards of our taxpayer dollars. We have balanced our budget every year. We went from a structural deficit and no rainy day fund to building back up our rainy day fund and working to ensure that we're providing excellent services to those who live here and visit here, including those who call Albany home for half of the year. And one of the challenges that that though does create is the large amount of tax-exempt property that exists in the City of Albany. And so you've heard me plead the case, you've certainly listened and responded, and so I want to say thank you. And I would love to see in this, my final year as mayor, for that to be made permanent so the next mayor can come and ask you for something else. So there is proposed legislation, and that is included in my presentation. The second thing that I want to talk about, though, is the changing face of our downtown. As we all know, the pandemic had a tremendous impact on downtowns all across the state. This is the corporate headquarters for New York State government. You are our largest employer. And so as we continue to see now, multiple years out from the pandemic, that hybrid work arrangements continue, where on any given day, only about half of the people who work downtown are actually sitting at their desk. It is time for us to reimagine our downtown. We have been working with the governor's office and with Empire State Development to talk about the opportunities for downtown and the things that we need to be doing in order to create more vitality and bring more people into our downtown. The governor has announced a commitment to spend $400 million, $200 million that the state would control in this state complex, including a significant improvement to the New York State Museum, really making it the world-class, top-notch attraction that it should be. We are the Empire State. And then also focusing $200 million on investments in our downtown within a mile of this complex. The city has control through our Economic Development Agency of a 9-acre parcel that is now ready for redevelopment, and this provides an excellent opportunity for us to do the things that New York State needs to do: build more housing, create world-class attractions, and ensure that we are doing all that we can to keep our downtowns vibrant. As the capital of this region, this is the center for the region, and so as goes the City of Albany, so goes the region. And we have so much amazing investment that is happening both at UAlbany, across the river at RPI, up at Global Foundries, and even the investments that are being made in Syracuse. I gave my State of the City last week, and I was talking about the Micron investment in Syracuse, because our residents need to understand that we're talking about an entire supply chain and jobs that will impact all of upstate New York. And so I'm hopeful that you will be supportive of the investment that the governor is proposing, that you'll be supportive of the state and her administration being able to oversee and control the renovations of the museum. It's been a promise that has been made year after year after year, and our residents of the city of Albany have been waiting for that promise to be delivered, and so we need to ensure that renovation goes forward. And I think the final thing that I want to stress is that as we look at AIM, it is important, not only for the cities that are sitting here, but for all of the municipalities that get AIM funding, to have some ability to see the amount of our AIM increase year after year. We know costs go up every year. We are doing everything that we can to be as effective and efficient as possible. And we did see some relief as we were coming out of the pandemic with some of the other funding sources that were available. But let's face it, we know that those funding sources are not going to be there for us, at least for the next few years. We rely tremendously, and we've all been successful in accessing grants for some of the things that we're looking to do around traffic safety, around a lot of these initiatives. But we know that that's not going to be there for us necessarily over the next 4 years. And so it's important that as we look to our workforces and as we look at the demands on our city and the demands for resources, that we have an understanding that we are going to see that AIM, just as school aid goes up every year, to see that increase, an incremental increase in AIM each year. Again, I want to thank you for increasing AIM last year. We're grateful for the governor to be continuing that in the budget, and we'd like to see that created in a way that allows us, as we create our budgets, often in an off cycle from the state, that we're able to ensure and know that that funding is going to be there. It's going directly into our communities. It's going directly into our police departments, our fire departments, filling potholes, being able to plan to repave streets. And so it's critically important investment that you're making. And it's our residents' taxpayer dollars that are coming back to our community. And believe me, we tell them that. We want to be able to tout what you're able to provide back in your communities that you represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Pretlow, Chair Kruger, and members of the Legislative Fiscal Committee. 3 weeks ago, I delivered my 2025 State of the City address. In my 8th and final speech, I invoked the words of the Athenian Oath in reporting Syracuse is not only not less, but greater, better, and more beautiful than it was transmitted to us. The progress is the result of an ambitious agenda established at the start of our administration. Syracuse will be a growing city that embraces diversity and creates opportunity for all. We believed a relentless focus on that vision would position Syracuse for a resurgence, and it has. That was the purpose of the Syracuse Surge, our strategy for inclusive growth in the new economy, and Syracuse Build, our nationally recognized construction careers training program. It also inspired the Resurgent Neighborhoods Initiative, our comprehensive housing and community revitalization plan. None of these successes would have happened without the support of this legislature. You invested in them all. I'm particularly appreciative of our local delegation, Assemblyman Bill Magnarelli, Assemblywoman Pam Hunter, Assemblyman Al Sturpey, Senator Rachel May, who I see here, Senator, and our new Senator, Chris Ryan, who's also here. Congrats again, Senator Ryan. With CHIPS and Science Act and Green CHIPS funding locked in for the $100 billion Micron project, which Mayor Sheehan mentioned, we see continued state partnership for a new series of catalytic investments in jobs, housing, and infrastructure to ensure the massive chip fab brings maximum benefit to the city of Syracuse. Like local governments across New York, we also seek the state's help in building the city's own fiscal sustainability. Capitalizing on New York's semiconductor moment is essential to reduce the unacceptably high poverty rate in Syracuse, which, as you heard, is shared by my colleagues in their communities as well. We've made steady progress in recent years, but we need to do more. We must do more. I thank Governor Hochul for proposing an expansion of the child tax credit, and I urge the legislature to enact this proposal. In jobs and opportunity, the city will focus on spurring new private investment within neighborhood business corridors and commercial districts. We will connect economically distressed areas to workforce training and employment centers. In the area of affordable housing, I've reported to the fiscal committees in prior years that our Syracuse housing strategy, an innovative multi-year plan to revitalize the city's aging housing stock. New funds requested for this project will assist homeowners who currently do not qualify for existing funding sources due to eligibility restrictions. Regarding public infrastructure, the state has and continues to be our essential partner in maintaining and upgrading our roads, sewers, and water systems. We will deploy additional state support to complete strategic infrastructure upgrades to support new commercial and mixed-use development in each quadrant of the city. I'd be remiss if I didn't also acknowledge your role in supporting the Interstate 81 project, which I advocated for in front of you for many years. That $2.25 billion project is now well underway. With state help, we will also continue to reduce the levels of lead in our drinking water. Regarding fiscal sustainability, I'm pleased to report that all major indicators of financial health show Syracuse is stronger today than when I took office. In 2019, Moody's and S&P upgraded the city's fiscal outlook from negative to stable, and in 2022, S&P upgraded our credit rating from A to A+. The reality is, though, we are still facing a structural deficit, and to balance the budget, we will likely have to draw on our reserves again this year. As long as we are in that position, we haven't achieved fiscal sustainability. We continue to implement new sources of local revenue. We are also grateful to Governor Hochul and the legislature for authorizing temporary municipal assistance in last year's budget, as my colleagues alluded to. I'm pleased the temporary aid is again in the executive budget. I urge the legislature to go the next step and permanently adjust aid more in keeping with the actual costs New York's municipalities face. I would also like to address the current uncertainty regarding federal funding facing state and local governments. I join with my fellow mayors in expressing deep concern about recent federal actions to impose a broad freeze on federal funding for grants, loans, and other essential programs. As stated by the New York Conference of Mayors, any interruptions to funding streams that support daily city operations and of particular concern our most vulnerable residents would have a devastating impact on Syracuse. In closing, this is my last appearance before the joint fiscal committees, and I've been honored to appear at these hearings. I reiterate my appreciation to the Syracuse delegation and the full legislature for your steadfast backing. Thank you all.
Thank you. On behalf of the Assembly, we're going to start with Assembly Chair Burke. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here. As the new chair of cities, I look forward to getting to know you all and seeing how I can use this role to help benefit your communities. You know, looking at, I haven't had the opportunity to fully explore all of your budgets, but understanding that at least some of you are operating at a structural deficit. Seeing that you know, municipalities had a flood of cash from ARP dollars, I'm curious to know not just where we are now, but where we are 2, 3, 4 years from now, how we're going to make sure we're operating effectively, and frankly, not just coming to the state of New York. Like, we can't print money like the federal government, so we don't know what the next 4 years are going to look like. I'm guessing, judging by the last month, pretty chaotic. So just want to hear your perspective briefly on if you're operating at, you know, at a deficit, how you plan to close that. Certainly, obviously, you're here to ask for state help, but in more, you know, what is your plan? If you want to start with Acting Mayor Scanlon.
There we go. Thank you, Assemblymember Burke. I appreciate the question. Yeah, like many of the other cities, we are at a structural deficit within our budget. But again, as I mentioned during my testimony, that we are taking steps to address that internally first before coming to the state of New York and asking for help. I've instructed my departments to come back with a 10% reduction within their department's spending, and that was due just a couple days ago. We'll get back into that when I get back in town in Buffalo. Also, the fact that the city of Buffalo's tax rate is the second lowest across the state has to be addressed. For years, our tax levy did not grow. Between the years 2007 and 2020, there was virtual no tax levy growth. the strategy of not increasing taxes. And so we're woefully behind on our property tax and what we can bring in. So we're going to address that through reasonable property tax increases in the future. But also, within the city of Buffalo, our issue is not one of spending. Our budget is not out of whack because of our expenditures. It's more of a revenue issue. You know, when we talk about I talked about our property taxes. Everyone at the table has talked about AIM and the need for an increase in AIM. But the other thing, we are very much at a disadvantage compared to some of the other cities with our sales tax sharing agreement with Erie County. We receive somewhere around 11% of that, the county's taxes, where some of the other upstate cities receive 20, 25, 30% of their county sales tax. So we're at a major disadvantage there. Inflation is at 28% over the last 10 years. Our revenues have only increased 14%. So we have a revenue issue. So we're looking, again, well, to hold spending and reduce spending a little bit, we need to bring more revenues into the fold. And again, we're going to do that through our property taxes. Hopefully, we can negotiate a new sales tax agreement with our county. And then again, we'd love to see an increase in AIM attached to some sort of increase on a yearly basis.
Is that 10% across the board? Is every department, police and fire, are they all going to take a 10% haircut?
We ask them to come back to go through the exercise of looking at the 10% reduction. Police probably, we wouldn't be able to do that. I think police is 96.5% fixed costs, but do want to look at where they're spending money. But again, if we can get to 10% across the board as a whole, we're talking somewhere around $25 or $30 million.
I mean, it's a lot of overtime, right? That's where a lot of that money is coming from.
Correct. Police, fire, overtime. We have a new police commissioner. He has some ideas on how to reduce some of the police overtime. We've had conversations with our fire commissioner as well as how to address that.
Good, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll just say briefly in Rochester.
Sorry. What?
Well, we say thank you, that means you're done, so.
I was done with him.
Code
We're
word.
going down
say,
the line.
Okay.
No, you got your 10 minutes, that's it. Thank you. I want to announce that we have been joined by Senator Shelley Mayer, Senator Brooke, Senator May, Senator Fahey, but our first questioner is our chair and our new Senator Chris Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here for the testimony. We appreciate your time, and echo Chairman Burke. Looking forward to working with you and the city's two committees. So some good times, good months ahead. Good working relationship. And thank you. I would be remiss if I didn't recognize Mayor Walsh. Thank you for your service. I didn't know I wish I knew the steadfast Ben before. We would have been saying that for 8 years. So yeah, we like it. I want to talk about three things. Number one, housing. Touch a little bit on concentrated childhood poverty and a little bit of public safety. So I think last year the panel voiced the need for mixed income rental housing developments to help combat the high levels of concentrated poverty. Is a $50 million capital funding. Is going to be a revolving loan fund. Do you anticipate that being impactful? And second part to that question is that enough?
I can start. Thank you, Senator. As you know, we have been working very hard on our housing strategy with a specific focus on what we're described as our middle neighborhoods. There are a lot of tools in the housing toolkit for low-income affordable housing, and that's critically important, and we take advantage of those tools. But we have many neighborhoods in the city of Syracuse that have older housing stock, that have working-class people with a good percentage of owner-occupants that simply either can't afford to make the necessary improvements to their homes or are unwilling to because they're not confident that the market will return that investment back to them. We feel, while the state has taken modest steps towards acknowledging the need for support of these households, that's an area where we would like to see significantly more investment from the state in supporting homeowners who, again, are trying to maintain their homes and keep up with the market, but also as well on the rental market in ensuring that all of our rental housing projects are mixed income projects. We don't want exclusively low income. We don't want exclusively luxury. We want a mix of incomes. And again, that we don't quite have the right tools in the toolkit. So that's something we would like to continue to work with you all on.
If I could add, in the city of Albany, our Common Council passed a amendment to our inclusionary zoning. We used to require that all new market rate apartments that were built, that 5% be set aside as affordable. They changed that. They increased the percentage that have to be set aside, and they decreased they have to be affordable to people at 60% of area median income. Since then, we've had virtually no market rate housing built in the city of Albany. I had cautioned the council against it. I told them that this was not the right way to approach it, and that we really needed to work with the state to figure out how can we create that tax incentive, right? If somebody builds housing now that's affordable to people at 60% of area median income, you're looking at a project that gets tax credits, whether it's LIHTC or the 4%. And so figuring out how do we provide those incentives within market rate housing. Because the biggest risk to the city of Albany right now, quite candidly, is for 2 years, I've had no new significant projects proposed to create market rate housing. We do need housing for people who make $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year, and it's not being built. The only thing that's being built right now in the city of Albany are low-income tax credit housing, which is, we need that. We need to continue to build it, but it would be wonderful to figure out a formula that allows for tax credits in a market rate, otherwise market rate apartment.
Thank you, and I look forward to, we'll follow up on that as well. Second question is regarding public safety. I know that, prior to state government and county government, we struggled with staffing shortages. I think that is also clearly evident in our public safety. My predecessor had a bill that I'm trying to advance, which would raise the threshold with retirees from 35. I want to raise that. So I guess to you specifically, I'll ask Mayor Evans, is that something that you think would be a good bill? Could we support that, and would it be some cost savings?
Yeah, I absolutely would support that, because that allows you to make sure that you maintain talent while at the same time making those that may have been retired and want to come back in and help out and alleviate some of the stress on the system. It gives them a greater incentive to want to be able to do that. But I think 35,000 is way too low. It should at least be 50, 55,000 in order to really attract and for it to make sense for retirees to come back and relieve the system. There's a staffing crisis I believe in most cities. And if we could do that, I think that change would help out a lot of different areas across departments in our cities.
No, he's
Real quick, I perked up on that one because I really wanted to be a part of that question. That is great, an idea, because when you think about, and the governor was very helpful with us in giving us some additional funding, allowed us to help curb some gun violence, and I want to say thank you to Governor Hochul on his budget, which I didn't say before, but I'll say now, stick it in there real quick. But that number should be as high as 70,000. I lose cops every day that they're retiring, and they're 42 years old, and they're 43 years old. Frankly, guys, with no disrespect, the best cops that you have are the 40 and 50-something-year-old cops, because they're not the young kids anymore. They're usually married, they usually have kids, it's somewhat secure, and to have them leave and go off is just doesn't work for our city, and does a disservice. But I think that if we said, hey, you know what, you can retire, but we need you back sometimes. We need you back in case of a crisis. We need you back for parades or different events, or if we know that there's going to be some type of, mass type of demonstration or something. To have good officers like that, right, seasoned, smart, that are willing to come back and be a part, is good for our city.
Good. Thank you. Last question. So we talked a lot. I mean, obviously there's, unfortunately, childhood poverty, concentration of childhood poverty. The question is, I don't know who wants to take it, but it's a little bit of a difficult question. So the governor has initiated or wants to have a $300 or $500 check, which could be up to $3 billion. Do you Does any mayor want to answer the question that they think that money might be better served combating childhood poverty and concentrated poverty in our cities than rebate checks? Okay.
I mean, it's a start. And childhood poverty is big, especially in the urban centers. We need more support. I mean, I'm sure each and every one of us sitting here was scared to death by the potential of federal cuts that were laid on us, potentially, that were, thank God, were pulled. But for Yonkers, just so you know, that number was $100 million. It affected breakfast and school breakfast programs, lunch programs. This would have been an enormous shot at our kids in our attempt to try and give our kids a better life. So the more we can put in, the better I think we'll be in terms of trying to create a better life for young people.
Well, I think too, with my last minute here too, with the potential, we've already seen federal funding cut. We had some, in the city of Syracuse, refugee resettlement program, we do a lot of that. It's a great program. We've already seen where some of that is the money is gone, right? And we have already placed people, specifically 90. 90 are here, and they're here, they're living. They're not able to afford food, or they have to pay rent. So now the landlord is going to be short. So, we don't want to get into it out ahead of it, right? Get over our skis because we don't know what's going to happen. But certainly, we have to be mindful of it. And as that goes, it's going to be impactful, really impactful, and we're going to have a difficult time. Thank you.
I made a slight error earlier, and I took away time from Assemblyman Jones, so from Burke. My number's here. Timekeeper, could you put 7 minutes back on the clock? Extra 13 seconds, but not a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't say thank you at the end, just to make sure. So if we want to just continue that conversation of, okay, the federal government is
unstable. Do you want to start?
Well, I'll just preface it. The federal government's unstable. The state of New York can't print money. We're seeing a lot of local municipalities operating in structural deficits. What is your plan, not just today, not just obviously to come here and ask for increased aim, which is a pretty constant discussion, but what is your long-term plan to get out of that structural deficit?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I've said in Rochester is the cavalry isn't going to come in and save us. We hope to partner with Albany and that Albany will be able to help us. But we knew that these ARPA dollars were just a sugar high and they were not going to be last forever. So we did not allocate those dollars to ongoing operating expenses. We thought that would be foolhardy, so we did not do that. So while we still have challenges, yes, we're in a better position, but we are still in need of increases in AIM aid. If we don't get that, we have prioritized 1, 2, 3 what things we would be able to do. And we put things in 3 buckets. Things that we must do. You got to make sure you have clean water. Things that are nice to do. Yeah, we would like to have a pickleball court, but that might not be the #1 priority. And things that we just cannot and no longer do. And by doing that, we've made sure that we make decisions that are still in the best interest of our citizens, but understanding that we may not be getting a deluge of money. I will say that the threat of federal funding is very concerning, and we don't have an answer yet on what we would do there. For example, if someone said your city is no longer going to get CDBG dollars, what will happen? We don't know. I think we need to be prepared for that if that was to be something that was going to be proposed. Obviously, we would fight back on something like that. But I think for us, it's been prioritizing to make sure that we have keep our finances stable. And all the rating agencies have rated Rochester extremely high in terms of our bond rating. We want to keep it that way, but we have to be honest here to say that it makes it harder when we continue to see revenues decline and pension costs, healthcare costs continue to go up. So this is why you hear us constantly banging the drum about the AIM aid.
Something when the federal government cuts or it comes out with a mandate, falls back on you and then on us. And when you cut and come up with a, like raise the age, which had cost implications, which we all supported, but there are cost implications to it, again, it falls back on us. And, when I look at our healthcare, Yonkers has a $1.5 billion budget. Almost $200 million goes to healthcare. The individual plan on a healthcare, when I took office, was $18,000 per family. It's now $44,000 per family. So, my answer to your question is, we're the last line. We have to make it work. So when you say, well, what are you going to do? Well, you know what? We'll make tough choices. We'll break tax caps if we have to, or if we can. And sometimes the political will isn't there. If not, then we will make cuts to our services. Usually what happens is, police, fire, sanitation, teachers, try to figure out which one you might want to cut. You don't cut those, they get cut last, but where do you cut? Well, you cut middle management. Middle management disappears. You cut parks. You cut anything that kind of means anything to anybody. The whole social bankruptcy issue kind of takes place. Because you cut all that stuff first, and then, of course, you're left with the bare bones budget. We have operated under this scare for a very long time, and we have at times been able to make it work. At times we've had to make some severe cuts. At times we had to go to our labor groups, and ask them for some relief. But we all know why. Well, we have Tri-Borough. We can't get changes in our contracts. It cannot happen. We can ask them till we're blue in the face, and you know what? And they sit there like this, go, nope, not changing anything. Do you just figure out what more you're going to give me, and I'll tell you what I'm willing to accept. And so, so it's a challenge. I think it's a challenge for every one of us, but it's a challenge I think that we've all met, and we'll continue to meet it. My hope is that, like I said, with the additional support, it won't be as difficult.
Of course. Thank you, Assemblyman. Briefly, just to pick up on Mayor Spano's point, I think we are doing everything in our power. The City of Syracuse's three largest sources of revenue: first is sales tax, which has been good, but we have no control over. Second is AIM funding, which up until last year hadn't been increased in about 15 years. The third is property taxes, and we've had to increase property taxes on our already tax-burdened residents multiple times because that is the only one that we control. So between that and making difficult cuts during the pandemic when we had to do that, identifying new revenue sources, whether it's the hotel room and occupancy tax, and I appreciate the support on that. We are generating new revenue through cannabis, which is helpful, but our options are limited. And to Mayor Spano's point, if we're unable to gain additional revenue, we do have to make those difficult cuts. So it's a partnership, and we're willing to continue to partner with you all to navigate those waters. But we're operating with about a $20 million structural deficit and haven't figured out a way to make it completely go away yet.
Thank you, and I think that I agree with everything that my colleagues have said. We're in a little bit better position. We have been able to address our structural deficit. We have a little bit of a rainy day fund, but really our only lever is property taxes, and we all know that that is something that people are already feeling overburdened by. And I think that the concern that we have is, there are departments that would go away. For example, if there is no more CDBG and HUD funding, then the department that is responsible for administering that would no longer be there. Same with our workforce development. I think this would be the worst time ever to eliminate workforce development funds, but that's been threatened. But I think the other piece that is concerning to me is, if you say, well, we're no longer going to pay on Section 8 vouchers, you now have thousands of landlords across the state who are the ones that aren't getting paid. And so it really then throws into, I think, a huge challenge for our housing stock and for the viability of that. So I think from an affordable housing standpoint, that's something that the state really needs to make sure that they're looking at what those impacts would be and how they could fill that void.
Thank you.
Okay, Assemblyman Jones.
Good afternoon, mayors. I think we have the message. Need more AIM. AIM. School aid, Mayor. But I was going to ask about housing, but I believe Senator Ryan, my colleague, has touched on that. And we're talking about raising the threshold from, 35,000 now to that, trying to recruit talented people to you. And I heard this at NICOM yesterday, civil service. I hear it from municipalities, big and small, county government, everywhere. And we're hearing that there are issues there with hiring. I know I used to be in local government. It's maybe a system that's kind of outgrown what it started out to be. What can we do to help you perhaps change some of the civil service requirements and, to be able to attract that talent that you need to run your cities and municipalities? I hear it all the time. I don't know. We were just talking about cutting. I hope we don't have to get to cutting personnel. We want to hire the most talented individuals out there. So, what are some suggestions? We hear it all the time. I want to hear more suggestions from you on how to fix this antiquated system.
Well, thank you. And I do have to say, we work very closely with New York State Civil Service, and they've been incredibly helpful. They provide technical assistance. They've shown flexibility. They've shown flexibility in how often we test, because we have so few people taking the police exam. It used to be that 1,000 to 1,500 people would take the police exam. I believe the last police exam that we gave, maybe 110 people actually took the exam. So we need to be able to do it more often. So I think looking at those, at our opportunities, I do think raising the amount that a retiree can earn can help tremendously with this interim. I think we have a lot of people who maybe retired during COVID but now have an appetite to come back, and that would create a tremendous amount of relief, particularly in our police department, but there are other places where that help would be tremendous as we kind of get through the challenges that we have with filling positions. And so I think it really does need to be locality, not locality by locality, but certainly like the issues that we see in hiring here are very different. We're competing with the state, which is challenging because you pay more. And by eliminating the test, we have people who have made that jump over to different agencies. So my situation here is different than what they may be seeing in Syracuse or Rochester. I don't want to speak for.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. I said what I said it before we talked
Yeah,
about.
I think what we're seeing is almost like it's a generational issue. And people not as interested in taking these civil service positions on for one reason or another, where these were highly coveted positions in decades past. They just don't seem like that for some reason, one reason or another. But when it comes to it's not just our police department, we see it in other departments too, our Department of Public Works as well. Not able to attract the high quality candidates that we want to. But when it comes to our police department, Mayor Sheehan hit the nail on the head. The reduction of the people just taking the exam is extreme. We're talking 75% fewer people in the last police exam compared to the traditional number that we would experience. So anything you could do as far as increasing that threshold for retirees to come back to work across the board in these departments would be extremely helpful.
If I could just add one very specific point in addition to the retiree issue for recruiting new police officers. There's a couple pieces of legislation that have been floating around regarding the maximum age for police officers to enter into the academy. Increasing that or removing it altogether and just base it on whether or not an individual has the ability to meet the requirements would be helpful to us.
I also think that if we were able to kind of tap into some of our local talent, I've been pushing for a while now to get a few extra points for our kids in our Yonkers School District, right? Kids who've gone through the entire Yonkers School from kindergarten to 12th grade, giving them maybe, not the same as veterans, obviously, but 1 or 2 points on a test, on a civil service exam. It would encourage them to stay in the city. It will encourage them to maybe be police officers, firefighters, or what have you. And I really think that our schools would take that and run with it because they would teach to it. And they'd say, you know what, you have an opportunity to stay in your very own city and actually have a career and raise your family here. And it wouldn't take a lot. I know that when we spoke about it, somebody came up here with a proposal, 5 or 6 points. I know that that's just unrealistic, but I don't think you need much. 1 or 2 points to our kids, and you know what? When you talk about diversity in the workforce, and you talk about a school district like Yonkers, which is 80% children that are Black and brown children, you're really giving a support to help make a difference in the community.
I was just saying, Rochester, one of the things that we're doing to try to fix this issue is we have a Career Pathways to Public Safety program in which we engage kids in high school, and when they're done, they're offered a job in fire, 911, or EMS. So we've done that because those are critical fields in which we have lots of shortages in. State support for those types of programs, I think, are absolutely critical because you're creating the next generation of folks to take those jobs. We do it in the school year, but also during the summer, and they're taught how to take the civil service exam and more importantly, what it's like to work in those jobs. And we've hired lots of folks in 911 where we have a major shortage, in fire, as well as our EMS folks have been able to do that. So I think we're gonna have to be innovative and creative because it's not like it was 30 years ago where you have generations of people wanting to be firefighters, police officers, and other public safety fields, in those fields, but you also have to do that, I think, in other careers as well, in environmental services, heavy equipment operators, et cetera, are all places where we have seen major shortages in.
Is there an issue with the test or getting people to take the test?
For me, I think, for us, I think it's an issue with getting people to actually take the test. That's one issue. And then if there are any barriers or types of things, they should be, how do you remove those barriers so that way it's not in the way? So for example, if it's an area where they require a psychological exam, is that necessary?
Yeah.
Could that be removed back? I'm not saying I'm advocating for that for police, but those are the types of things I think we have to be creative about.
Okay.
Thank you.
Didn't want to make that mistake twice in a row. Next, we have Senator May.
Thank you. Greetings, everyone. I wanted to actually follow up on the question about the police. One of the things I heard from the Syracuse police chief a couple of years ago was that people were taking the test and it was taking 9 months or 12 months for them to get the results back, and in the meantime they were going to North Carolina and getting a job in a police force. Has that changed at all, Mayor Walsh?
So it's still a challenge. I think that is, at least in part, because we rely solely on Onondaga County to administer civil service in the city. So there have been discussions about creating our own civil service office in the city, but that is one of the challenges is making sure that everyone is getting information at the same time and quickly. But it is still a challenge.
Thank you. That wasn't actually what I was going to ask about, but just wanted to follow up on that. So last year in the budget, there was $50 million for Syracuse, Rochester, and Buffalo for child poverty initiatives. Is it too soon to ask if any of those have shown any results or if you've come up with any great ideas that show promise?
I know in Rochester, Monroe County, I will say it's too soon. The important thing to point out about those dollars is that they went to OTDA, through OTDA, which is not as easy as of us just getting direct funding. So I think once our final plan is approved in Rochester, I think we'll be able to more coherently and be able to pinpoint if there was great success stories that could be replicated.
Okay, I'll ask then again next year. And then Senator Ryan asked about the revolving fund for housing, for building affordable housing. I carry that bill. I believe in it strongly, but I want to know, what are the real barriers? I know financing is one of the barriers, but is it workforce? Is it permitting? Is it the land? What are the biggest barriers for you for building affordable housing?
You know, Senator, we've in the past 10 years, we've built over 10,000 units of housing. Even though our ordinance is 10%, we've been actually building with a 22% affordable. And we've been doing it because we've been partnering with not-for-profits and trying to kind of make it all work, getting money from all of you, getting some additional federal money, and kind of putting it all together because we agree. We agree in Yonkers that affordable housing is important. We agree with the governor that it's something that we have to focus like a laser on. But it's not easy, though, because to go back to what, I don't know, can I finish by what I was going to say, Senator?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
We'll have to follow up again later. Assemblymember Jacobson, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And good to see most of you I've seen before, and I know what you're going through. I don't have a lot of time. So one of my passions is replacing all lead-contaminated water lines. I represent 2 cities, Newburgh and Poughkeepsie, who have a significant number of lines to replace. I don't have to tell you the problems of lead, and I'm sure I don't have to tell you about the deadline of 2034 by the EPA. So what I'd like to know is, are each of your cities on track to meet that 2034 deadline? Where are you getting your money from? Are the state programs working? I know you've got an infusion of cash in the last year or so from the federal government with the Infrastructure Act, and there's been that. You go through the Department of Health to get approval. So I want to know if the lead line replacement program and other programs are working and how you're doing. This is a passion, and I'll be doing other stuff in the future on this, so go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just briefly say Rochester is on track for 2030, and we've cobbled together. We used ARPA funds, state funds, and federal funds, and we hope to meet our goal by 2030. And we're still on track, and hopefully we'll stay on track. Yeah.
We are as well. I think the big threat is that the federal money that we have is reimbursable. So we're doing the work, we're supposed to get reimbursed, and there's a lot of uncertainty with respect to that.
Just in Syracuse, I would say, again, yes, on track. We've got at least 14,000 service lines. Next year, we're slated to replace about 3,000 of them, and we want to stay at that clip. But the federal funding through the bipartisan infrastructure law is critical.
We're on track. And
On
we're gonna
track?
continue, and that's our goal, obviously, make it all work. We, thank God, don't have a huge issue in Yonkers because of, I guess, the age of the properties and stuff,
Right.
but we're on track.
I don't want to tell you we're 100% on track, having just been here a couple of months, but I can tell you that we will work towards that 100%, and we've been cobbling together different pockets of money to do so, ARPA money, things like that, but the change within our sewer authority, some other places, we'll make sure that we get there.
That's good to hear. Maybe I can get more money for Newburgh and Poughkeepsie now. About how many lines do you have to replace? I'm just curious, if you know the numbers. You know the numbers, or not? It's okay. It's not a gotcha question, I just wanted. Okay.
No, you want I was putting the glass, I missed you in the ice, so.
Just since I mentioned it once, I'll mention it again because it's up there. But at least 14,000 lines we have currently that need to be replaced. It's probably more. We still have a number of unknowns that we're looking at.
Whoops. I'm done.
Thank you. Senator Brooke.
Thank you, and thank you all to all of our partners in local government for being here today. My questions are going to be towards my mayor, my constituent, Mayor Evans. So thank you for your testimony, and thank you for all of your leadership in very tumultuous times, both globally, nationally, and of course, locally as well. I wanted to talk about, I literally was sitting here a second ago and someone asked me, why is the poverty so high in Rochester? And I said, well, how much time do you have? There's a number of reasons historically, right? But I think you brought up a number of them. You look at, loss of major employers back in the day, redlining, which has led to incredible concentrated poverty that we see in our community. And you talked about the inner loop, which literally divided really robust Black and brown communities. in Rochester that have yet to be rebuilt. And so, we've talked a lot about AIM funding. We've worked with you to try to improve some of the levels of AIM funding, but I want to just make sure that we have the correct context here. Can you remind us what the gap that you're trying to fill with AIM funding to create some version of parity with similar upstate cities?
Yeah, I mean, the parity is $32.7 million, and that's not even asking for anything extra. That is just asking per capita in terms of what every other city gets. So if we got that would at a minimum just create parity, and it would allow us to address a lot of those ingrained issues that you have just so articulately mentioned.
So 32.7, and last year, what was the increase you got in AIM funding?
Last year, the increase was $5 million.
5 million, okay. So that's a big gap that we're trying to fill. And then obviously, and that would be ongoing funding, right? And that's the idea here, to not have one-time funding. But I do know that we were able to benefit from some anti-poverty dollars. And I know that you talked about some of the programs that you've been able to bring online. How much of those dollars, of those 25 million, have you actually seen to be able to implement programs?
So far, as you know, those dollars actually flow through the county in the zip codes that are in the city. And we are still working on our final plan, getting approval from OTDA because they weren't direct dollars. But the goal is that hopefully we will see impact in those zip codes once those dollars are finally released.
And then the final 30 seconds, is there anything that we can look at in terms of adjusting how those anti-poverty dollars are sent to communities to make sure they get to you faster?
The best motto ever that was ever invented was ARPA. The money comes directly to cities. We had an independent evaluator that evaluated every single dollar that we spent. We put out a book that talked about how we spent every dollar. If you want to help local governments, the best thing is to eliminate any red tape and let the money go straight to cities. As Joe Biden used to say, mayors know how to spend money. They know how to get things done. Give the money directly to us.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we've been joined by our Assembly Ranker, Ari Brown, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been involved in local governments for 2.5 decades. I always, every year, had to hold my breath when that medical bill would come in. How much is it going to go up? Or our contribution towards state pension. In my little village used to be $2,500. Now I'm spending about $300 grand a year. We never know. So I ask any one of you, how'd everybody do paying and funding for the illegal immigration issue? How'd that affect you this past few years? Put a dent in your budget in any way?
It didn't.
Great.
You know what, Assemblyman, it didn't. It wasn't significant. Thank God. I mean, we in Yonkers, because we are a neighbor to New York City, received a migrant hotel. No one called us. No one said, "Hey, we're sending. We're going to fill up a hotel in your community, and we're going to come north." And it was kind of unfair. But at the end of the day, we in Yonkers are hospitable, and we took care of our guests. They were there. We worked with the county. We worked with the not-for-profits, and now they're gone. I had very little issues in terms of law enforcement issues. I had minimum impact to my school district, and so so it turned out to be okay. But there was still that angst in the beginning, as you remember, and a lot of it was caused by New York City's inability to communicate with us what they had planned to do. Instead, just laid it on us, and that was in no way fair.
Did anybody spend $100,000, a couple $1 million, anything towards your budget, towards this issue, to mitigate the issue?
I mean, I think if you look at maybe the time that we spent, but no, I mean, this was not a hit to our budget. We worked with the community-based organizations that work with migrants in our city already. We're a refugee resettlement community. We are used to having to ensure that families are getting the support that they need and access to the healthcare that they need. A lot of that is done through volunteers. But we did work to coordinate to make sure that those organizations had the resources that they needed in order to be able to ensure that the migrants that were coming here had access to legal services and that the services that they were supposed to be receiving, they were actually receiving. And so it was really more just advocating, as our as we look at public safety, we had an influx of people who came into our community who were probably most at risk of being taken advantage of and preyed upon. And so we really worked, actually there was an entire class at UAlbany that worked on strategies for ensuring that migrants coming to our community are not, subjected to either, crime, scams, all of the things that they were vulnerable. And so it was really just more an involvement of personnel, being on calls, police department, just everybody making sure that we knew what the needs were and were able to coordinate that.
Thank you, Mayor. So I asked this question. It sounds like similar communities to Long Island, many middle-class, hardworking. Everybody pays their taxes. We struggle, put our kids through school and everything else like that. The billions of dollars that the state put towards, like last year's budget alone was $2.4 billion. You think if we divided that up into five, give you each $1 billion each, that would have helped your community in any way? I mean, shouldn't it go to the hardworking citizens of your communities first and foremost, so you don't have to sweat it out, during budget time like we all have to do for our own communities? Would that have made any difference, $1 billion each or $500 million each? Would that have helped you? You could say yes. They know the answer.
If you're proposing giving us all $1 billion each,
There you go.
100% would.
We'll take it.
That's it. Correct. Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Senator Pat Fahey.
Thank you.
Is she still
Thank
here?
you, Chair. Thank you, Mayors. Wonderful to see each of you. And I, like my colleague a moment ago, I'm going to direct my questions to my mayor, and that is Mayor Sheehan. I haven't always been on a committee where I can ask questions, but this year I am on a committee, and I know this will be your last presentation. So thank you on a whole host of levels. Thank you for your tremendous advocacy heading the Conference of Mayors last year to finally help, along with the help of all of you, to move the needle on AIM. That was lots of frustration on that over my dozen years in service, so it's great that we moved it. I hope we can move it again. I share the bias here with the mayor of Albany, and that is probably no one is more disadvantaged on that in terms of upstate cities than the city of Albany, where I also live. And thank you for the reminder that 64% of the land in Albany is tax deductible. Two questions. The biggest surprise, but the most welcome one in the budget this year for me was the $400 million that the governor is proposing for. It's our turn of upstate cities in terms of an investment with capital dollars. Can you particularly talk about the $200 million part of that and what types of projects you'd like to see, Mayor?
Certainly. I mean, we have a piece of property that is prime for redevelopment. It's where the Greyhound bus station currently is located. It is a parcel that was accumulated. Originally, there was going to be a convention center there. The convention center moved, and so it really has become an eyesore. And we know that we need to make a major investment there, but it also creates a tremendous opportunity for creating taxable property, housing, which is desperately needed. And we'd love to see a new major attraction in our downtown. Again, with the office market being what it is, we also see that funding being available to help with more conversions. We did a significant number of conversions of Class B and C office space to housing. All of that housing is full. We have a new neighborhood downtown, but we could definitely use more housing units, and so looking at more office conversions, given the reality that we see now, which is that most workplaces are still hybrid. I mean, the state being the largest one, but many of our law firms and accounting firms are as well.
Thank you for pointing out the limitations of the inclusionary zoning that I know it's troubling me that we haven't had any new major starts of housing in Albany in the last couple of years. I support the permanent pilot funding as well. In the last few seconds, can you talk about the impact of any cuts on federal funding such as CDBG grants?
Yeah, I think that we're very concerned. We have small community-based organizations, but they do tremendous work. And without these funds, it takes some of the fabric of our community away.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you again thanks to each of you for your advocacy and service. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Assemblymember Jackson.
No upgrades, no upgrades. Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that I've spent time in every last one of your cities. And last night, Mayor Sheehan, I was actually at the museum. My son loves the carousel. But I have to say that the Strong National Museum of Play in Rochester is absolutely amazing. And I'm encouraging everyone to go and visit both museums. We have to increase funding for that museum to make it just a beautiful place that everyone wants to stop and go to. And I just want to also say that in Buffalo during COVID, that was the only space that my daughter and I went to visit and spend time so we can be around Niagara Falls, be out in the open. Syracuse has the most amazing schools. You all have amazing schools, colleges in your cities. And I'm just wondering, how are you all keeping those students there to maybe work and be a part of be new residents there in your cities? I'm also thinking about tourism. How is that impacting your cities? Will that help you all with the funding you all need? Of course, here in Albany, we'll make sure that we do our part. But I also want to hear about that. And thank you for the office conversions. I think you have to increase those. I was about to say that. Work from home, I don't think is decreasing, it's actually increasing. So if we can talk to like how you guys are retaining your maybe students who are coming to the schools in your cities.
Assemblyman, you know, one of the things that you all did was instill the tax credit for films. And that spurred on a movement of the film industry into our state. Yonkers has actually done really well there. We're going to have 9 studios, potential 22 studios, in a community that has 30% unemployment. And we just partnered with Lionsgate and Great Point Studios to build a new high school. Yes. And the high school, it's going to be from 6th grade, actually middle school to a high school, to 12th grade. And the children who are going to attend our schools, again, the children who are predominantly black and brown children in our city, will be able to go to the Robert Halmy School. They're going to learn that industry. And then they're going to be given, every year, the opportunity to work in the industry or move on to NYU, to Syracuse University, Newhouse. Again, this is a direct line to the middle class for our kids. And it all started with New York State giving us those tax credits, so thank you.
And I spend the most time in Yonkers, by the way, outside of the Bronx, but any other thoughts on what we should be doing to increase tourism? Anybody, last 10 seconds.
I would say just continue to market, and make sure that we tell our stories which each of our individual cities has to offer, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Jeremy Cooney.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Mayor. It's always wonderful to see you, and thank you for your public service. I greatly appreciate it. Mayor Evans, happy birthday.
Thank you.
I know we need to give you a piece of cake with 33 million candles on it to make up for AIM. But I want to talk about your aggressive and I think appropriate plan to combat vehicular, pedestrian, and cyclist injury and death occurring in the city of Rochester. A lot of it was based upon Vision Zero, which we've seen success across the country. But as the chair of the Transportation Committee, I find this particularly compelling. One item in particular I wanted to ask you about was the proposed bus rapid transit for Lake Avenue, which of course is in my district, and we've seen a number of unfortunate industries and fatalities along Lake Ave. How do you see this project transforming our city, and what funding necessary do you require?
Yeah, I think that we require obviously some serious funding to be able to do this, but this would transform our city because it would transform the most dangerous corridor in our city, is where most of our pedestrian accidents have happened. It is an area that I sometimes refer to as a speedway, and in fact, you know, there is a famous artist that wrote a song about speeding down Lake Avenue, Lou Graham. So it has that dubious distinction. I think that will allow people to use more than cars. Cars are important for some people to be able to use, but we want people to have all types of transportation options. And this project will allow us to be able to do that. We believe that it will decrease pedestrian fatalities that we have. You know, these aren't accidents, these are crashes that are happening. And it will help not only with design, but also give people the ability to move about their day with other forms of transportation options. And I think that is absolutely critical. You know, we're proud to be one of the few cities that have embraced this Vision Zero concept and framework. Pedestrian deaths since COVID have really skyrocketed across the country, and Rochester has been no exception. So we believe that this project will be transformational in helping us to meet our Vision Zero goals of having 0 pedestrian deaths in the future.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to also thank you for your support of expanding public transportation in general. I know this is important to all of your cities, but particularly as we see more of these large employers and jobs coming outside of our center cities into more rural industrial spaces. How do we connect workers who are in the city to these job opportunities? You've supported my $5 million fund for a transit worker equity fund, which would work with RTS in our case, but with Centro, NFTA, CDTA, we would make sure that all of these transit authorities, non-MTA transit authorities, have that opportunity. Thank you, Chair.
Hi, thank you. Let's see, we have next Assembly Member Conrad.
Thank you, chairs. Mayors, good to see you. I know all of you are very disappointed about the Buffalo Bills' loss, this season. Except I have to say, Mayor Sheehan driving into town, I saw a Jets billboard. We'll talk later. I'm completely sympathetic, having come from local government on the AIM issue, whether it's CHIPS, AIM. The conversation continues, and I won't belabor that questioning of how we're going to pay for these things going forward in the future. I've got one question for Mayor Scanlon, if there's time, one for the rest. Mayor Scanlon, in all of the, I don't know how to put it, inquiries that I get to my office, there's one consistent thing that has kind of, what I would say, gone undiscussed. And in the city of Buffalo, there's an animal shelter, and we get quite a few calls in my office about the dilapidated conditions of the animal shelter. We've got a lot of folks who are very passionate about animals. They've gotten, I think, nowhere at this point. What's your thoughts? Are we doing something on that? Where are we with the animal shelter?
Thank you, Assembly Member, and some of us took that Bills loss a little harder than the others.
I could imagine.
Yeah, but thank you for the question. Yeah, there's an issue there at the animal shelter that's being rectified. We are in the final stages of entering into a lease for a new location that is adjacent to some city-owned property, which would provide some green space for the animals as well. I understand, and I'm very sympathetic to the concerns of people within the community and the concerns and the issues that have gone on at the animal shelter for the past couple of years, really coming to light this year. I was unaware of some of the conditions that existed there, but they are being addressed, and we are at the very final stages of a lease entering in a new location.
Okay, thank you. And then to the rest of everyone here on the panel, we just had our neighbors from the North, Canada, in town talking about potential tariffs. Is that anything that you folks are looking at economically as impact to your cities? I'll start with Mayor Scanlon and go down the line if we have.
Yeah, as a border city, it's a major concern, obviously. Tourism, things of that nature, trading with Canada, major trade partner. It's some of the things going on at the federal level are very concerning. And we're looking at, we're here talking about different things that impact us, and, sales tax is one that impacts the city of Buffalo, and we draw a tremendous number of tourists from southern Ontario, and up towards Toronto, coming to Buffalo as well. So it could impact us in a number of different ways. So we're keeping a very close eye on it and taking any precautions that we are building into looking at our budget, any impacts that might come in the future.
Does it affect anybody else directly? And
I would add, similarly, tourism is a significant potential impact, but I also want to mention one related to what we've been discussing, lumber costs. That could have a devastating effect on our ability to build more housing.
Good to know. Thank you.
For 5 minutes, Senator Walzek.
Thanks so much, Chairwoman. Mayor Walsh, can appreciate the sentiment of the Athenian oath in reporting Syracuse is not only not less, but greater, better, and more beautiful than it was transmitted to us. What an awesome mission, and right in line with the state's mission of Excelsior, ever upward, right, and right in your namesake of Syracuse. a beautiful sentiment, and I think aligns with some of the questions that I have for some of the things that you have for a brighter future for Syracuse.
Sure.
Can you talk about tourism in Syracuse and what that looks like in the future for us?
So we have a lot of things that bring in tourism, whether it's our natural resources, our large institutions, of course, Syracuse University is there. And one thing that I want to mention relative to a need in Syracuse is hotel rooms. So the good news is we've seen a number of properties converted from older hotel space to residential, which we need, but it's left us a hole of about nearly 600 hotel rooms in the city of Syracuse. So we are working aggressively to try to get new hotel product online. But beyond that, I think no different than any other community, tourism is an important aspect of our local economy.
No, it was actually perfect segue, because my next question was actually about hotels, because you sit at the confluence of 81 and 90, grew up on the Erie Canal, and have always been that corridor of commerce and tourism. The state is invested in a lot of things to bring tourism to the region, and then you have your on-center downtown.
Right.
But if you're underbuilt for hotels, it's really difficult to do that. So what do we have in the hopper, and how can the state be a good partner in that mission?
Great question. So we just recently announced a new hotel project, Onondaga Hotel, right downtown, and just a few blocks from the On-Center. County Executive McMahon has a RFP out for county land for hotels. So the pipeline is starting to build. And one of the things that I would encourage the state to think about is when it comes to deploying economic development resources, grant dollars to projects, I think sometimes we fall back on more traditional, antiquated definitions of what defines economic development, and also doesn't necessarily account for the unique aspects in particular communities or unique dynamics that may exist in Syracuse but don't exist in Albany. So we've been having conversations with the state, in particularly Empire State Development, about how important it is to assist us in supporting hotel projects, because it does have that ripple effect. So it's something that I'd like to see more willingness on the part of Empire State Development to support us in those efforts.
Okay, so primarily when we're looking at the budget for hotel development in Syracuse, we should be looking at Empire State Development?
So, yeah, like most projects, it's hard to make them pencil out. And so, again, understanding, and the ESD's been a great partner. They've made significant investments in Syracuse, but that's a particular area where we've been having recent discussions where, a couple $1 million could put the project over the top and bring not only property on the tax rolls, bring both construction jobs and accessible permanent jobs.
And kind of as you mentioned, hotels were converted for housing to fill that need for housing. So what do you have? And in your testimony, you said a plan for housing and community revitalization. What does that look like for Syracuse?
Okay, about a minute to talk about. It's multifaceted. So we are building more new single-family owner-occupied homes than have been built in decades. I would give a shout out to HCR and specifically the state's AHOP program, which has been really just a great new tool in our toolkit. So we're building a lot of new owner-occupied housing. We're building a lot of rental housing. We have a number of LIHTC projects in the pipeline. The state's been a big supporter of an old state developmental center that we're converting to new housing. So it's hitting at different income levels, mixed income, owner-occupied, and rental. It's an all of the above strategy.
Thanks very much. I'll turn back the last 20 seconds of my time and just say, go Bills.
Go Bills.
Thank you. Assembly Member Ravina. Excuse me, I'm just trying to read someone else's handwriting.
Hi, thank you. So I just want to start by saying I have been a visitor in all of your cities, and from someone that comes from local government, I know that you guys have tough jobs, and it's difficult to find support and often difficult to find practicality in a world of expectations that are sometimes unfair. So it's not easy to take on the task of leading a city, but I commend everybody for making that sacrifice. This question is for my mayor, Mayor Scanlon. You know, recently I was able to go visit Rochester, and I met with folks there that have been working on the rental inspection issue for many years. Rochester really seems to have figured out the right way to do it. They have invested resources towards it, and it's clearly a measurable success that they've had in not just determining where lead has poisoned children, but also going down to the granular of specific homes where it's a prevalent problem. In the conversations that I've had with council members and with folks back home, it's been a consistent concern where we are with the rental inspection program for the city of Buffalo. And it seems like, one, we're not investing in that program enough, and it also seems as though the results that we're getting from that program is not really showing us much results. I don't know if it's a matter of the equipment we're using, the amount of personnel that we have, or the sort of the back and forth between the city feeling that the county has a bigger role. But at the end of the day, we have a clear problem where we are. And I say this as a parent that's raising a daughter in a high lead zip code that concerns me every day. And it's also something that I believe in here in this body, where I carry multiple pieces of legislation around lead. I honestly think that you know, and I'm not putting it on you as if it's all your fault, certainly, because this is an issue of the prior administration and the last 50 years worth of administrations, I suppose. But we aren't doing enough on this. And the resources that we provide, let it be for the state or really any entity towards the city, it doesn't seem to be going to this issue that I believe we can eradicate in a generation. So I say all that to say that, you know, do you anticipate using any funding that you've discussed needing or wanting towards this issue?
Yeah, I think you touched on the issue that has been plaguing the PRI program, is the pointing fingers between the city and the county for a number of years. I think we've moved past that, and I have a good partner in our county executive now. 2 years ago, I sponsored legislation that doubled the fee associated with the rental registration fee, which has brought in an additional $1 million into our budget, which paid for additional inspectors. The problem is they're just finishing up with all of their training. They'll be out in the field soon, and I think we'll be able to hit those goals in the near future.
Thank you. I'm going to go to an additional Assembly member, Assemblymember Sage. Not here. Then let's try Assemblywoman Shimsky.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of you for being here and helping to guide us as we find our way through the priorities. My big issue is generally capital and infrastructure spending. And we often talk about new initiatives, but one of the big problems that so many local governments are facing is that maintenance on various systems has not been able to be kept up with for a long time, and they're really serious problems as a result. I mean, you're talking about building structures, building systems, roads and bridges, parks, clean water, wastewater. What do you see as the particular infrastructure maintenance issues that are most concerning your municipalities at this point?
You know, Assemblyman, we could just run through the list. I mean, obviously, schools. I have at least $1 billion in needs in terms of what infrastructure needs to have for the schools. We have a tremendous amount of needs. We haven't touched our library system and our libraries in a long time. We were able to take advantage recently of the lower rates when they were lower to rebuild many of our parks, but it works like this. For every $30 million I borrow, that I had to raise property taxes 1%. You all gave us a 2% tax cap. You know, that makes our life a little difficult. So because the infrastructure doesn't go outside the tax cap. And if it did, it might actually help us a little bit, that we would get recognized that maybe if we have to borrow money for a project that is significant for our community, that maybe that should be outside the tax cap. We're just throwing it out there.
I think from our point, similar, the biggest issue we're facing on the capital front is the elimination of the Joint Schools Construction Board and the impact that has on our ability to maintain our buildings within the Buffalo Public School System and our other infrastructure needs. This year, we passed the largest capital budget in the city's history. 55 million of that was the Buffalo Public Schools. So moving forward, we'd love to see the Joint Schools Construction Board reinstituted so the Buffalo Public Schools aren't coming and gobbling up a lot of our capital budget needs or the assets that we have at our disposal. So I think that's a big issue that we're facing.
Okay. Thank you. I don't think you can use the 8 seconds much.
You can have it back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Assembly.
And thank you.
Thanks, Assemblyman.
Migrants, but it's being sent by bus or arrangements made with hotels. So for the record, my family were undocumented. None of my family had paperwork when we got here. We didn't have a dime, as far as I know, from my family history. We were fleeing pogroms and the Nazis in Eastern Europe. And yet, pretty quickly, we turned things around for ourselves and became contributing members of the American society, and I even got to be a senator. So people have asked about the costs for you. And we know that there are costs, but we also know from research that very quickly it turns around to be another story, where immigrants actually end up being contributors, both from a tax perspective and new employees and starting new businesses. So I'm curious, has your cities actually seen advantages as you have new people moving into your communities?
Well, certainly within the city of Albany, we had employers who were asking me if I could get buses of migrants to come to our community because of the need in our workforce. When we saw a significant reduction in the number of refugees who were allowed to legally come into this country under the Refugee Resettlement Program, it had an impact on our hospitals, on our restaurants, on many of our employers. And we were only just starting to recover from that under the Biden administration. And so there still is a very significant need for labor. I mean, this area would not have grown if it were not for immigration. We want immigrants to be here and to be able to work legally. We want to ensure that those who are protecting our border are doing their jobs. But when we have folks who are here in our community, our experience has been that we are able to see them in a very short period of time do things like open businesses. We have an international school here because we have many refugees who come here. So we have a school that's focused on new language learners, and then they move out of that school and into our regular school district. And so we have an entire group of community-based organizations that have really developed around helping people to become very successful. And I think we have to ensure that we continue to be welcoming as we see our population aging and people retiring and the need to replenish our workforce.
Sage comes back. Thank you. Other mayors?
Yeah, I'll chime in. Everything that Mayor Sheehan said, completely agree. We are a proud refugee resettlement and immigrant community in Syracuse. There are over 80 languages spoken in the Syracuse City School District. Our city population grew in the last census for the first time in 70 years. That would not have happened without refugee resettlement. We're very concerned about a slowdown of resettlement under the current administration. So again, proud, welcoming community, and intend to stay that way.
Thank you.
Senator, you know what? Yonkers is that type of immigrant community. I'm the grandson of Italian immigrants, and that's always been a good thing. And we've always, as any urban center has, we've always been took our fair share and then some, and that was never an issue. My issue is when New York City decided to impose its will on a much smaller community. Their impact on Yonkers could have had a devastating effect on our Board of Education budget. It was a budget buster, and it was done so without even a consultation with us. That's when we had the issue. Up until then, we're willing to be partners, and we'll partner any which way we can and should. And we have. That's been our past. But I think in the future, though, we should be looking, communities shouldn't have things just thrown on them.
I'll just say Rochester is a refugee resettlement community. We've been one for decades. These refugees are now business owners. They're now homeowners. They contributed to the tax base and to revenue in our city. But also, I should point out, a lot of them play by the rules. They wait for years to get a pathway to citizenship. So we're very concerned about how refugees will be treated into the future, but we're also concerned about the organizations that are supporting these refugees and helping them resettle and acclimate and assimilate into our community. So, but I think that they are a part of the economic development lifeline that you have in cities. They come here with skills. They come here with love of family, and they end up loving America. And that is the case in Rochester with our refugee resettlement program. And I hope that we can find a way to make sure that they can continue to contribute to the vibrancy of all of our cities and all of the cities across New York State.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. You know, Buffalo is a very welcoming city, and our diversity is, quite frankly, our strength. And much like my counterparts here, welcome new Americans to our city. Just like Syracuse, our immigrant population, our new Americans, led to our first population increase in over 70 years. It's the first time we've had, the last census was the first population increase we had, and these are new Americans who are contributing to our tax base, opening businesses, things of that nature, and that's no different. That's how things have taken place in our cities or other cities across the country, as long as this country's been around. So we welcome them and look forward to partnering with the agencies that help us assimilate them and adjust to their new lives here in America.
Thank you. So I'll just ask you each, but just your one answer. So here in Albany, we are looking at the state budget through a lens of how much are we going to lose from the federal government? And we're all reading the newspapers every day. You're all smart mayors of significant sized towns. You know what's going on in Washington. What's your number one biggest worry from your budget perspective if things that we're hearing coming out of Washington are true?
Our block grant, if that were frozen and not allocated to the city of Buffalo, it would be extremely detrimental. We have one of the larger CDBG allocations in the country, and the amount of organizations and end users that receive that funding would be dramatically impacted. So that's probably the largest.
CDBG, but I can't forget about federal highway dollars. I mean, those are critical dollars to make sure that you keep the infrastructure strong in your city. So CDBG and federal highway concern me greatly.
We just identified, just by going through our budgets, about $100 million. It would really be an attack on the core of everything that we do in our cities. I don't know, there wouldn't be a way to recover, in my opinion, unless someone disagrees with me. So.
Certainly CDBG, I think more broadly, just the uncertainty of everything. We have significant projects already underway or about to be underway with significant federal support. I mentioned Interstate 81, $2.25 billion. We don't have any reason to believe that funding dries up or stalls, but that uncertainty creates anxiety. Similarly with the Micron project. Again, the deal's inked, signed, moving forward. But that uncertainty, again, it undermines our ability to advance as a community.
And I think all of those things and the money that we've already spent, so reimbursements that we're contracted for, we've spent the money, we're supposed to spend it over a period of years. If for some reason that cash doesn't come in, that will have a pretty immediate impact, and we'll have to make some very difficult decisions. So, you know, in addition to being concerned about future projects and investments that we are looking to make, it's that the dollars that we've already spent and that we're contractually obligated to pay out and not getting reimbursed for those.
Thank you. I'm going to give back my minute 20
Senator,
seconds.
before you do that, can I just say thank you? It has been a pleasure to be testifying here to your committee all these years, and I appreciate the hard questions, and it's been great. I'm sad that this is my last one, but thank you.
Since this is your last one, I certainly wish you the best going forward. So thank you, Mayor Sheehan. I'm returning it to the Assembly. We are done with senators.
We certainly are. Okay.
Beg your pardon. You notice how he just wanders off
Assemblyman
for a
Davis.
while and now?
Hi. We're going to be brief questions and answers, I guess. I have 3 minutes, not 10. So, Buffalo. Despite the team that plays there, I'm a Jets fan, unfortunately. I had the honor to work for Joe Burns, who is running the Buffalo Stadium project. How are we doing on the MBE and WBE numbers for that stadium, briefly?
Yeah. Thank you, and it's a tough existence, Assembly Member, as a Jets fan lately. Things are going very well, and you have a tremendous partner here in state government and Senator April Baskin, who, when at the Erie County Legislature, fought tirelessly to incorporate a community benefits agreement within that stadium process, and those goals were implemented because of her hard work, so I think things are very much on track there.
Thank you. So construction's a big concern for me. I believe building infrastructure is the way we move New York forward. So just very briefly, across to all of you, for your major projects, do you do lump sum projects? Do you have progressive design builds? How do you bid out your construction projects?
So I'll start on the big scale. It's a state DOT project. The 81 project had very aggressive local hiring provisions, which DOT is doing really well meeting. On the city front, that is an area where we've been spending a lot of time looking at our procurement process, and what we've been determining is where we can chunk up projects into smaller amounts. So I'll give you an example. We have a municipal sidewalk program where we reconstruct miles of sidewalks every year, and what we're finding is some of our smaller contractors, including MWBE contractors, just aren't able to take on the big chunks, but going into the next year, we're looking to break those up into smaller, make them more accessible. So I'm not sure if that's what you were getting at, but that's an area where we think that there's room for improvement, and we're working towards that.
Understood. Go ahead.
Yeah, and we're working with several contractors along with our Department of Public Works. A lot of times, some of the MWBs might not meet threshold or goals to have them included in bids. So we're trying to create some carve-outs for some of those organizations to get their foot in the door so they can build and become permanent people who can build on these contracts.
Mayor Spano.
We just built a school, and we monitor that very, very closely. We've stayed consistent with all of our goals, and we'll continue to do that.
Thank you. Judge Tolbert's a good friend of mine back in the day. I know you know Judge Tolbert very well. I'm sorry, Mayor. I apologize.
No, I was just going to say same in Rochester. Absolutely, those are very important things.
All right. Thank you. Infrastructure is going to be key. I think, especially for the smaller municipalities or the smaller cities, we got to make sure that your electrical systems are upgraded, transmission lines, sewer, power, lead and water pipes. We got to make sure we put a focus on it. Thank you.
I could just turn this on. Oh, there we go. Thank you to all our mayors that are here today. And I want to first thank you all for your incredible work on both refugee resettlements and supporting our asylum seekers. I want to note for the record that a majority of the people that have arrived here are not illegal. They're not even undocumented. They're here with legal status, awaiting their asylee cases. So thank you for welcoming them and ensuring that they're integrated into our communities. I really appreciate your comments earlier. My question is for Mayor Evans. I know in Rochester, the Asthma and Allergy Foundation of America noted that Rochester jumped from 10th to 2nd in terms of the asthma capital. And I know that inhalers are often cost prohibitive for families. I actually have a bill that would eliminate that cost to consumers. Last year in our budget, we passed a bill that would eliminate the cost for insulin, and we're modeling my bill off of that. So it's something we were able to include in the budget. I'm curious if that's a proposal you would support, and I'm curious why do you think the asthma rates have increased so much in your city?
Yeah, I think in terms of the asthma rates and the increase, I think we don't know, but I think there are some environmental factors that might be playing a role there. But I think we need to dig in deeper with that. But in terms of supporting a bill we would absolutely support that, because really that is a life or death device that someone needs to have on them. And if someone does not have that asthma pump when they need it, I mean, they won't be around long. So anything that we can do to lower barriers to people having access to that pump is something that we would be very, very supportive of.
Great, thank you so much.
That is it? Oh. Well, mayors, I want to thank you. I don't have any real questions. I want to congratulate you all on what you do. You have a job that I don't envy any of you. I know how difficult it is trying to, manage a large city, and you have five of the largest, I guess, cities, not counting New York City. Mr. Mayor Spano, I want to congratulate you on everything you've done. You've really turned the city around. You had mentioned something in your testimony about former administrations that disavowed themselves of the children of the city of Yonkers, saying they're not my children, they're their children, let the state take care of them, and you flipped that around wonderfully, and that is changing, and everything is moving in the right direction, as I can see it now. I do have a question, though, on charter schools. I've asked this question of different groups, and I keep getting different answers. You all have charter schools in your cities, I imagine, and you only have one, or you have two? Just one. Okay, Mount Vernon has two now, and it's really killing them. But anyway, when a parent puts their child in a charter school, and the charter school chooses not to educate that child, when the child originally goes, the district, you pay the school district pay the charter school whatever the tuition is, and then a month and a half later they say this is a hard to teach child, it's a handicap, whatever it is. And we all know they cherry pick, and they send the child back. Do they send the money back with that child, or do they keep the money and send you back the kid? You can start wherever. It's just all of you.
I heard this question before, so I kind of like cheated. What we do is we stop paying for that child. So they get incremental payments. When that child's no longer there, they don't get the money. And then the state does not reimburse.
So you don't pay the entire amount up front. But I
Right.
think some
And then we don't get
cities they do.
reimbursed. What I understand, we don't get reimbursed either. So we don't get reimbursed from New York State. We stop paying the charter.
Okay. And is that true for all of you?
I know, I kind of cheated.
Well, I'm not sure in terms of Rochester. I got all my gray hair from spending time on the school board years ago, but I'm not sure if how it works.
But is it a Rochester School District, a dependent district?
Independent district.
It's independent?
Independent.
You have a separate school tax?
What was that?
You have a separate school tax? You're not part of the Big Five where the city pays all of the bills and?
Oh, yeah, we send $119.1 million to the school district every year. But in terms of charters, taking money back, getting the dollars back from charters, if a kid leaves a charter school to then go back to a district school, I'm not sure about the mechanism in terms of taking those dollars back or how that stops.
Okay.
Certain how that plays out either. Again, if a child goes for a short period of time and then returns to Buffalo Public Schools, I'm not sure if that money, if we're paying it up front or clawed back or what that is. If it's similar to Yonkers where they're paying incrementally, I'm not certain about.
So you don't know whether it comes back either?
I do not.
So I'll say in Syracuse that what you had indicated is what the Syracuse City School District suggests is the case in Syracuse, is at least for that school year, that money is not, that funding is not recaptured. I don't know the specific mechanisms, but that is absolutely a concern that they consistently raise at the Syracuse City School District.
Okay, and Mayor Sheehan, I know you have an independent school
We have an
district here, so
independent school district.
you wouldn't be in
No,
charge
I
of
mean,
it.
I have heard that as well, and I know that there are issues with respect to the timing of those payments within the school district. But I can't give you the specifics. I can certainly get that from our school superintendent, though.
Okay, and since we're on the subject of schools, my colleague Senator Krueger asked you all about the effects of what's happening in Washington, D.C., and none of you mentioned that just today, the president did an executive order to shut down the education department, which means that there could be no money coming for education. I don't know how this is going to work, but there's crazy things are happening. But if the education goes down, I think the whole state's going to collapse, because not only do the cities depend on money from the feds, but so does the state. And, the block grant money, that's really small potatoes to your overall budget, but I think so much else goes into every community from the federal government, whether you don't see it directly or not, whether it's Medicaid or Medicare or road repairs, education, money that goes to the police department for equipment. There's all kinds of things that I think we're going to be adversely affected with, and I don't know how we get out of it. I think the entire country can fold up under this. So, but anyway, I don't want to start rambling on, because I'll start talking politics and there'll be somebody.
If I might add,
throw something at me.
Assemblyman, if I might add, so it was, there's going to be tariffs on China, on Canada and Mexico, then there were no tariffs, and then there's going to be cuts to our federal aid, and then there were no cuts. So where we end up is, I think we can all lose sleep every single night on this thing. So I think for my constituents' sake, I try to keep the anxiety down by not showing too much anxiety, even though when it's inside, it's kind of tough, and try to, and then advocate as much as we can. As soon as I knew those federal cuts were coming, I made a list available to my congressional delegation. I said, this is how it's going to affect us, and how it's going to affect us in a big way. And I was making sure that we were going to get to every one of those groups so they could advocate on our behalf. Then it was pulled. And so, but we had to continue to do that, I think, in order for us to see our way through this time that we have marched through.
And with education, I mean, one of the big concerns is Title I. I mean, this Title I dollars comes from the federal government to some of the most needy school districts. So if you blew up the education department, the effect on particularly high needs districts like Rochester and other ones around the state, I don't know how you would, most of the funds come from the state, but for programs like Title I, school meals, I mean, how would you make that up? Would it go somewhere else? So I think,
next to impossible to make up, I think.
Yeah.
So I think the management style is to throw everything up against the wall and see what sticks.
Mr. Chair, we could not possibly make it up. It's just, it's not there. We couldn't raise taxes to make it up. It's just not there.
Well, I think we can confiscate our federal income taxes and send them to the state and let us.
I got accused of treason when I said that. I'm just letting you know.
Okay, well, as we're hanging together here, we'll hang together for treason, okay? Anyway, I thank you all again, and that concludes this section of the hearing, and I will call up panel B. As everyone has been admonished, that if you want to speak to any of these mayors, please do so outside, so while the new panel is taking their seats. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We should keep our tax money.
We had a meeting with our school superintendents last week, and we asked them a question because it
Right.
came up at the budget hearing. What they said is, yeah, it's supposed to happen like the charter school said.
Okay. Yeah, they're always open. You can do that. Well, your colleagues aren't. Make them bring you food.
Ready?
If you want me to do that, I will do that. leaves. Also, always fast to take his seat and say, "I'm comfortable here." Hello.
Justin.
Yes,
filling
Bannon
in.
is standing in for Adrian.
Adrian, yes.
Got it. Okay, no problem. How are you? Good. Mr. Controller, come on down. Thank you. Okay, if legislators will take their seats and take their conversations with the leaving mayors outside. Assemblymember Jacobson. You know, some people just
I
don't
don't
follow
know.
instructions.
Shimsky, please take your seat. Mayor Spano, could you,
Take the conversations outside.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is panel B of our legislative hearing. For the media, could you all just state your names and title before you start your testimony? The clock won't start until you finish doing that. Start at the left or the right.
I'm Francesco Brindisi, Executive Deputy Controller for Budget and Finance.
Love the letters.
Brad Lander, New York City Controller.
Councilman Brannan, Chair of the Council's Finance Committee. I'm testifying on behalf of Speaker Adrian Adams.
Tanisha Edwards, CFO and Deputy Chief of Staff to New York City Council Speaker Adrian Adams.
Richard Lee, City Council Finance Director.
Thank you all. So I guess, the controller, you'll go first.
Thank you very much, Chair Pretlow, Chair Kruger, members of the Senate Finance and Assembly Ways and Means Committees. It's an honor to testify before you today. I'm New York City Controller Brad Lander. Grateful for the opportunity to discuss the New York State executive budget for FY26 and especially, of course, its impact on New York City. New York City is on a path of stable, if moderate, economic growth, although we lag behind the U.S., and most of that growth is concentrated in healthcare and social assistance. Job growth is flat elsewhere. Tourism has rebounded to levels last seen more than 5 years ago, with both Broadway attendance and hotel occupancy back up to pre-pandemic highs. That's the good news. On the other hand, and Chair Pretlow, I really appreciate how you ended the last panel. We face extremely serious new challenges and uncertainty stemming largely from Washington, with threats from Trump's tariffs, deportations, and especially federal freezes and cuts. My office has been doing what we can to prepare for and respond to those challenges. We've published several reports on what's at risk. We're working with nonprofit partners who are starting to face lockouts from their federal funding sources. But we need to be doing a lot more on this, and given that Mayor Adams is AWOL in responding to the budget threats proposed by Trump cuts and freezes, and that all of us, including the mayors on the prior panel, really face these threats at state level, municipal level, and nonprofit service providers, I want to propose a joint city-state emergency task force to really evaluate the impacts in real time. Because if we do get locked out of our education funding, our school lunch funding, our public health funding, the risks are grave and we need a coordinated response. Attorney General James has stepped up in an encouraging way and brought the lawsuit to make sure we would not see that money frozen. But we can't be reactive and on the fly, and that is where we are right now. Back to the key issues in this year's budget. Affordability, of course, remains the most pressing and persistent issue for many New Yorkers. Childcare costs ballooning, rents at historic highs, and the wages of working and middle-class families just not keeping pace. Governor Hochul's focus on these issues in the executive budget is positive, expanding the child tax credit, cutting taxes for the middle class, launching the paid prenatal leave initiative, the baby benefit, expanding tuition assistance at SUNY and CUNY, and I hope the legislature will build on those proposals. Still, the crushing cost of childcare remains for so many families the most serious one. While I was thrilled to see the governor's support for putting New York on the path to universal childcare through presumptive eligibility, there is a lot more to do. So I hope the legislature will push more ambitiously to confront the scale of the childcare crisis, to increase funding toward expanding universal childcare per the New Yorkers United for Childcare campaign. Another critical challenge facing New York City is, of course, mental health and homelessness, with horrific recent incidents of violence causing attention to a long-standing crisis. I support the governor's efforts, as well as legislation by Senator Hoylman Siegel and Assemblymember Lasher, to increase flexibility to connect New Yorkers in crisis to involuntary care when necessary. But we should be clear, involuntary commitment alone will not solve this crisis. When people come out of hospitals and right back to the street, we must do better at connecting them to housing and services. Last month, I released a comprehensive plan to end street homelessness for people with serious mental illness. For too long, our city has operated really on a housing last model, whether people are coming out of hospital or coming out of Rikers. We don't connect them to supportive housing, even when we know they need it and we know they're eligible. One critical thing the state could do is fund the Housing Access Voucher Program. Half of those vouchers would be dedicated to get homeless families connected to permanent housing. New York City can fund the services that wrap around. That model works 70 to 90% of the time. And I think it's disappointing if all the conversation is about involuntary hospitalization and none of the conversation is about the housing resources that are what are ultimately needed to help people get off the street and into stable housing and services. So I hope you guys will better balance that conversation and help New York City where we urgently need it. Transportation and safe streets are also at the heart of making New York City a safer and more livable city. I thank the governor and some folks like Senator Krueger, who were strong allies in pushing for the congestion pricing program, which is having good success in its first month of operation. And data published by the MTA shows the program is already reducing traffic, speeding up buses, and boosting transit. But of course, there's much more to do. The MTA must show New Yorkers that it is actually spending that money, Gesundheit, Assemblymember Epstein, that it's spending those resources effectively on signal modernization, on elevators, on platform barriers for safety, on new station gates. And of course, there's work to do to fill the $35 billion in the capital plan in a way that doesn't put the burden unfairly on the taxpayers of the city of New York. I heard some questions earlier on this, but the legislature can help also to address the rise of e-bikes and mopeds. One of the most profound changes in New York's transportation landscape, and one I hear about all the time. I support the governor's proposal to reclassify ultra-heavy Class 3 e-bikes as mopeds, and hope also that the state will pass Senate Bill 7860 to double fines against retailers selling illegal mopeds. I'm also a big fan of Senator Gounardis's bill to hold dangerous drivers accountable for reckless driving in new and creative ways, including with speed limiters. And finally, at this grave moment, as I started talking about, the city and the state can and must come together to protect New Yorkers in the wake of threats that we all face together. Budget risks that seemed hypothetical just a few weeks back now appear grave when the proposed federal freeze was rolled back, thanks in large part to the rapid legal action by our Attorney General Letitia James with a state coalition of other attorneys general. It seemed like maybe that would be a brief reprieve, but now it appears that control of the federal payment system has been granted to this non-agency DOJ led by Elon Musk, and their potential risks of canceling payments, freezing payments, stalling payments that are what largely fund our schools, our public hospitals, our housing, our school lunch money, proposes an equally serious or even greater risk to the budgets of the state, the budget of New York City and other cities, and nonprofit human service and healthcare providers. Yesterday, we learned that Lutheran Social Services has seen their federal money frozen because one element of their programming is to provide support to immigrants. Of course, a lot of this will be rumors. We won't know what's true unless we work together to diligently collect that information and be clear on what's actually going on. And I really hope that that is what we'll do. Our office has stepped up to do that as best we can, but we could use your help there. Oh, I missed my education section. Sorry, I'll do it quickly. We remain very grateful for the increase in foundation aid in recent years. At the same time, the governor's revised foundation aid approach must be tailored further to make sure that schools can cover the real costs of a sound basic education in 2025. That means increased weights for students in temporary housing, special education, and English language learners, and a few other things as well. You're required by law that the Controller's Office indicate whether we can or can certify that the city's financial plan includes sufficient funding to comply with the state class size law. And this year, we sent you a letter a few weeks ago that we are unable to certify that. We estimate that the operating expense gap ranges between $168 million and $214 million next year, growing to $1.28 billion by fiscal '28. That's money that is not currently in the city's budget that is needed to comply with the class size law. Let's see, I support the governor's proposal also for getting cell phones out of our classrooms to address the distraction and mental health our students are facing. As I mentioned, I really like this idea of supporting CUNY students and SUNY students who commit to be teachers or nurses or social workers. Love to see that age down because we have real gaps in the city, especially in teachers and social workers, and this seems like a good model. And let's see, I have in my testimony some things about climate change, but I'll happy to do those in response to questions or talk to you about them further. Senator Krueger, I really appreciated your comments about immigrants. You know, before 1924, when our relatives came, there were no documentation requirements, so of course folks were undocumented. We've documented in New York City just how critical immigrants are to the thriving economy that we have, something like $62 billion a year of economic value. So we have a lot more to do to make sure we stand up and keep it the greatest immigrant city the world has ever known. So I urge you to support New York for All and Access to Representation Act. And as my time expires, I will just say one thing that boggled my mind in the mayor's testimony was to hear him again say this will be the year when he comes to you with a proposal for property tax reform. In December of 2022, Councilmember Borelli, Councilmember Riley, and I went to him, and he
Thank you,
promised.
Mr. Controller.
Thank you very much, Chair. I look forward to a question about property tax reform.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairs Krueger, Pretlow, and Ranking Minority Member Ra, and all members of the Senate Finance, Assembly Ways and Means and Cities Committees. I'm Councilmember Justin Brannan. I'm Chair of the Council's Finance Committee. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of Speaker Adrienne Adams and the New York City Council related to Governor Kathy Hochul's executive budget for state fiscal year FY26. I also want to thank Senate Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins and Assembly Speaker Carl Heastie. My oral testimony today will touch upon several areas of priorities and the impact of proposals in the executive budget on New York City. The full written testimony of Speaker Adams has been submitted and includes a more complete, detailed priorities. Our government share the goal to improve the lives of New Yorkers, and there are several impending challenges that require our strong partnership to confront, including the uncertainty from Washington, D.C. One continuing area of concern is the shifting share of costs between the city and state for key programs and services. Over the past few years, several state budget changes have shifted new costs onto the city. The governor's executive budget is proposing to permanently extend the city's increased contribution of 80% of the net paratransit operating expenses of the. This cost shift was scheduled to sunset this year, and its extension would cost the city $165 million annually. The council urges the state to maintain the initial intent of this change to sunset rather than making it permanent. We also understand there is a $33.5 billion gap in the MTA's capital plan, which must be addressed. despite the increased capital commitment from the city. We urge the key state of good repair and ADA accessibility upgrades be preserved as you seek to close this funding gap. Additionally, the governor is proposing to discontinue the state's ICP payments to New York City's public hospitals. This action would reduce payments to our hospital system by $56.7 million annually, which would negatively impact its ability to provide healthcare services to those who are most in need. We urge the state to reverse course and continue the state's ICP payments to our city's public hospitals. On the issue of Medicaid, the council requests the state to reverse its recent policy that takes locality savings from the FMAP, the Federal Medicaid Assistance Percentage, which started in 2024. These funds had previously been left with respective local governments, and New York City had the greatest portion of this funding due to its population. Each year, this cost the city $343 million lost to the state. Finally, given the significant increase in homelessness within the city and across the state, we urge the state to lift the cap on its contribution to adult shelter costs and increase its support for sheltering homeless individuals. The state contributes approximately $172 million to the city, which is less than 5% of the budget for the city's Department of Homeless Services, and we need greater support. There are several other priorities for the city within the state budget which can help support our success and continued strength as contributing economic engine of the state. It is our government's responsibility to provide all students with access to a high-quality education. Our students are still struggling to recover from historic levels of learning loss caused by the pandemic. The governor's proposed executive budget aligns with many of the city's priorities, including universal free breakfast and lunch that New York City has been implementing for years, and an expansion of early college credit opportunities for high school students. There are additional challenges required to help meet the educational needs of the city's children and families. Governor Hochul's proposed changes to the foundation aid formula provide an initial start to its improvement. We share the belief that the foundation aid formula must be updated, but the currently proposed changes are incomplete and would result in New York City schools missing out on an additional $350 million it would have received under the current foundation aid formula. We support the proposed replacement of the free and reduced price lunch variable with a funding weight that considers a broader group of students who are economically disadvantaged. However, we urge other changes by the governor and the state legislature to ensure the foundation aid formula is updated in a way that accurately captures the significant needs of New York City students. These include replacing the outdated successful school district model as the base of the formula, updating the regional cost index to account for cost differences in different parts of the state, adding weights for students in temporary housing and foster care, students with disabilities, English language learners, and using differentiated weights for different concentrations of poverty in communities. Another priority for this council is supporting our city's early childhood education system, which is critical to the development of our youngest New Yorkers and the stability and future of our workforce. The prohibitive cost of childcare is impacting our local economy and forcing working families to leave our state. Early childhood education is one of the best investments we can make to support working families, our economy, and the future of New York. State education funding that flows to the city largely does not include funds for children enrolled in 3K and pre-K programs. While the state contributes a portion of the cost of pre-K through a separate funding stream, this amount has not changed since FY 2019, and the city has been paying for 3K almost entirely on its own since the expiration of federal stimulus funds at the end of FY 24. The council urges the state to increase its commitment towards early childhood education to protect our city's 3K program that working families depend on and to better support pre-K. New York City, like the nation, is in the midst of a maternal and mental health crises that require investments into solutions at a greater scale. Governor Hochul and the state legislature have made these issues a priority, and the council wants to continue collaborating with our state partners to address the gaps in care. New York City needs approximately 500 forensic psychiatric beds to serve those in need of services for those who are currently not receiving them and left in the city's jail system that is ill-equipped to serve them. The de facto use of jails for New Yorkers with mental health issues is exacerbating our city's mental health crisis, and we need the state's support to expand access to mental health courts programming, mobile response teams, and other important solutions. While significant focus has been placed on responding to challenges in the subway system, which is necessary, more attention is needed on the underlying problems that lead to these issues. A concerted effort by the state and city to increase access to a more holistic set of mental health programs is critical. Finally, the issues of affordable housing remains a top priority for the health of our city. The council urges the state to fulfill its commitment to advance the work of a Mitchell-Lama Action Group envisioned by the council to focus on addressing development's billions of dollars in deferred maintenance and capital improvements. We also cannot forget about the needs of NYCHA, which has a nearly $80 billion in capital repair needs. The state should work collaboratively with the city and NYCHA to unlock the over $500 million that's remaining in the state funding that's been yet to be spent to address critical outstanding maintenance issues. We know that the changes in the federal government can have an outsized negative impact on our state and the city. It will require increased support and stronger collaboration to protect New Yorkers, whether through affordable housing, immigrant legal services, public health, or public transit. Thank you for allowing me to testify today on behalf of the New York City Council. We look forward to continuing our work with you as our partners to advance a budget that supports equitably everyone across our city and state. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman Jones?
Yes, thank you all for being here. I'm going to go back to an earlier question that I asked the mayor. As you know, we appropriated $2.4 billion in last year's budget to pay for, or to help with the migrant crisis in New York City. So the understanding that I got from the mayor or his staff was that that money has all been spent, but we have just not, they have not been, I'm a little confused there. They have not been reimbursed for it. I didn't quite get the answer on that. And number two, I would ask about a lot of the services were contracted out, probably most, through vendors, various vendors. You being the comptroller, do you approve those vendors, and how does that process go?
Thank you, Assemblymember Jones, and I actually share a lot of your frustration here, and we listened to some of that answer earlier, and we've actually just tried to chart out what City Hall said we were going to spend and what we did spend, which shifted dramatically over time. You know, I do hope the legislature will still allocate some additional money to New York City because we are going to spend money next year on shelter and services for asylum seekers, but I don't blame you for feeling like you don't have clear answers from City Hall about how much has actually been spent. Last year, we actually wound up writing down nearly $500 million we claimed had been spent in the prior year on asylum seekers and then couldn't fully document where those services have gone. I'll give you one example. So, unfortunately, we have called over and over again for that to be done through RFPs that are transparent, but instead it's almost all been done through no-bid emergency contracts, the largest of them a $432 million contract to a company called DocGo that had no experience providing shelter or services for asylum seekers. We tried to block that contract when the mayor moved forward with it over our objection. We made clear we were going to audit it from the very get-go. When we put that audit forward, they could not document about 80% of the invoice, you know, the costs that we had paid to the vendor. That one we got canceled, and actually a chunk of it got transferred to the Jewish Family Services of Western New York, who are doing a much better job with outcomes and reporting. So we're working hard to provide all that documentation, as you know, such as we can. I understand the legislature's frustration with clarity about New York City. So give us more conditions, require documentation, require outcomes, require bidding on the contracts, all of which we should be doing, but please keep providing the money because we are going to spend a lot of it next year, and getting 30% of it from the 36% of it from the state is an important.
Is it accurate to say that the money's been spent, but the state hasn't reimbursed the city for that yet, of all that $2.4 billion? I'm just asking for a friend.
I mean, it's a hard question to answer because, well, and yeah, French. Best answer you can.
So we've heard of those numbers. It's a little complicated for us to understand where the agencies are in terms of spending. and where they are in terms of billing the state and how the reimbursement is playing out. There are a lot of still outstanding spending that was booked as part of fiscal year 23 and 24 that, for instance, has not yet reached the H&H as an example. So it's something that where additional transparency from the mayor would really be crucial.
Do you approve those contracts, Mr. Comptroller?
At the very beginning of the burst of asylum
I'm
seekers.
honestly
No, I'm trying to
asking
give
because I
you
know
a
how the
clear
state
answer.
does it.
The answer is
I'm as
some-
far away from New York City as you can get, so this is
Well,
why I'm asking the
No,
process.
it's a good question. I really do share your frustration here. So at the beginning of the burst of asylum seekers in the summer of 2022, we authorized emergency procurement because so many people were coming, and we said you can suspend traditional bidding processes. And we revoked that a year later because we didn't feel we felt like they were abusing it. So for that first year, a lot of emergency contracts were approved that we had green-lighted. Now, we did reject that .go contract, and we were able to get that one canceled. We have rejected several others. But in a lot of cases for shelters, for example, they'll go ahead and sign the contract, start operating the shelter, and the contract only gets to us for registration 6, 8, or 10 months later after it's already in operation. When our registering it or not registering it is essentially moot.
Okay, thank you.
Senator?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, 45.
Good to see you, 43.
And 46? I'm not going to say anything any further. But you know what? I'm going to ask the both of our illustrious officials here, our comptroller and our finance chair, on behalf of the speaker. Last year, I thought the city took a pretty dangerous, if not simply inadvisable, precedent of dipping into TFA financing, which from the get-go was always supposed to be for real bad emergencies, like a near bankruptcy of the city in the 70s and 9/11. But last year, the city took on a significant amount of additional debt or potential debt. And now this year, they want yet another $3 billion of, again, what was supposed to be true emergency financing source. So my two questions are, number one, how close are we to the statutory debt ceiling based on the property tax revenues? And number two, you both testified that you are in favor of granting another $3 billion financing proposal. On what basis? Okay.
I did not. We have not supported the
All right,
additional
so
$3
then my
billion
question
request.
to you, Comptroller Landers, do you support the administration's, the mayoral administration's request for an additional $3 billion financing under TFA? And for our finance chair, why do you support it?
So I'm going to turn this. So Francesco has done the deepest dive of anyone on the city's debt capacity, and at this time we are not supporting the additional $3 billion increase. It seems pretty clear that a deal was just made that the city would agree to put $3 billion into the MTA if a $3 billion increase in the debt capacity was limited. We have analyzed that in the future, we may get close to the debt capacity limit, or we may get close to the 15% in annual spending on debt service, neither of which we can do. But at this moment, we have some room. Francesco, you want to?
Yeah. Well, let's give Councilman Brannan some room.
We supported it last year. The $3 billion was provided because we were increasing our commitment to the MTA capital by $3 billion. I think I'd use this opportunity to make a plug for property tax reform, because I think that would certainly help. New York City's debt limit is 10% of the city's total market value, so reform would certainly help address our debt limit. But I think we're in good shape now, and I don't think we need it this time.
Thank you,
Okay,
Assembly.
Thank you. Assemblyman Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for being here, Controller. Just to springboard off of what my colleague, Assemblyman Jones was asking, what was the New York City's program to distribute debit cards to the migrants stopped in November of 2024? What was the reason?
I mean, that's a decision that the mayor and the administration made. We never saw an evaluation of that program. The idea was that it would save money, that by spending, giving people the ability to actually control their spending, we would do less than we were spending on large contracts. We thought that was an interesting idea, but we have not seen an evaluation to know whether it worked or didn't work.
So
that contract also should have been bid out because it's an interesting idea, but if you bid it out, you would have gotten competitive
Thank you.
proposals.
So what we're saying is the Controller's Office didn't approve or pull the program back in any which way, shape, or form? They didn't bring it before you? They just did it and bypassed the Controller's Office?
When they started that program, we granted prior authorization for emergency procurement for them to do it, but when they ended it, they didn't need to come to us for approval to end it.
Did the Department of Investigation probe into this program that led to its shutdown?
I don't know.
You know? Okay. Did Tim Pearson have any role in selecting this contract to your? No idea. Okay. New York State continues to say that they're going to reimburse New York City $4.3 billion for New York City immigrant programs such as shelter, National Guard, legal services, so on and so forth. How much, my colleague was asking, how much has been reimbursed so far?
I don't know.
No idea? You're the Controller's Office. Who else can I ask but the Controller's Office? The reason why I bring this up is some of my esteemed colleagues, and we're all friends whether we agree or disagree, I take a little umbrage to the point of, well, these migrants and this issue is the same. My family, my mother and grandmother escaped the Holocaust. They came in through Ellis Island. They did it the right way. I don't think the comparison is the same of what's happening now. And the fact that New York City is spending monies that they don't have and not even to know how we've been even reimbursed, I have to ask the Controller, why don't you know? I say that with respect to you. Why don't you know? You're the
And
Controller.
I appreciate the question. I just think two different things are true. I mean, on the one hand, the Adams administration has mismanaged many of these contracts and the fact that they can't provide you or me clarity about what they have submitted for reimbursement and been reimbursed on is a reasonable, area of frustration. At the same time, we have spent a good deal more than $2.4 or $5 billion on shelter and services for asylum seekers, not nearly as effectively as we should. We haven't tracked outcomes, who are getting jobs, who are moving out of shelters into stable housing. But I do believe providing that is like keeping people from sleeping on the streets, to me, is a commitment New York City makes. And so many of these people want to work that if we can help them get work authorization and connected jobs, they'll be contributing to our economy. And I do think that is a wise thing to do, but you have to do it effectively. And it's appropriate for the legislature to say to City Hall, we're only going to reimburse you if you show us what you spent and what the outcomes were.
As we can see, that actually didn't happen. Most of them didn't contribute in the ways you're saying. I'm saying they're bad people, but they obviously didn't for a number of reasons. We can go into that. But you're saying you're not part of the Adams administration? I know you voted in independently, but you're saying you're completely devoid of that administration? Is that what you just mentioned? You
I mean, the Controller's an independently elected office. I'm a proud member of New York City government, but I am not part of the Adams administration.
Okay. All right. Thank you, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's good to see you. Thanks for coming. Mr. Controller and my colleagues from the Assembly had asked this question, and there seems to be some confusion between what we may have heard earlier from the testimony of the Adams administration, from the mayor specifically, and then on the accounting of the monies being spent, allocated by Albany in this year's budget. There does not seem to be a dedicated funding stream like there has been in the past. So with the confusion, people become skeptical. Of course, we do too. You sound like you may be also. I'm not putting words in your mouth, of course. But so when it comes, obviously the money seems to be cloudy on what has been spent in the city so far on the services for migrants and what would be reimbursed. who is actually tracking that? And that's a question too that we should have here at the state level. But what about like the numbers, right? We've heard that the numbers have dropped, which is a good thing. Who is tracking that? So in other words, if you're have money that's allocated but may not have been drawn down based on the numbers that are under the care of New York City, who looks at that and who verifies those numbers to make sure that those are accurate to go against the bottom line, what the state provided?
So the Mayor's Office of Asylum Seeker Operations is who's tracking those numbers. They give them to us on a weekly basis. We actually put them out. We're the only ones putting them out publicly in our monthly report. We are largely relying on the numbers that they give us. They did, there was a place where they were substantially under-reporting, and they, we went back and forth with them. That got corrected. We provided the correction to the public.
And because I think I heard today, 46,000 may have been the number that was used, currently under care. Obviously, well over 100,000, whatever the number was at the peak. But I guess it goes to how, and you only have certain responsibilities, and I understand that, of course, is that how would the general public feel or be able to feel better that those are the numbers, those numbers are right, this is the amount of money that needs to be allocated and or spent? Is there a better way, or are we just sort of stuck in your responsibilities based on your jurisdiction within that arena?
Well, look, I think this could actually be a very good opportunity for the legislature. New York City in next fiscal year is going to spend, my guess is order of magnitude $2.5 billion on shelter and services for asylum seekers. The principle that a third of that should come from the state seems very reasonable to me. I think it'd be reasonable that it'd be half, but let's say a third. But to demand more accountability before you would dispose of it, let me know, like, what numbers you would be interested to see, what outcomes you would be interested to see, not just it got spent on shelter and food, but how many people got work authorizations, got jobs, moved out of shelter. That would be great to provide the aid, but condition it.
Thank you. Assemblyman Diaz?
Good morning, afternoon. I am so sorry. As you said in your answers here, you're a separately elected official, right? You're the comptroller, chairman of the finance, so please answer the questions in that narrow aspect, right? Not, I say that because it's easy to say, oh, the mayor could do this. I want to know what you guys can do. So, one, construction, infrastructure, I care deeply about, getting New York City where we need to go. We've been doing reviews of alternative delivery, design build. What can you do from your capacity to make sure our construction and infrastructure projects are being on time and we're doing good financial analysis of our projects?
This happens to be a passion of both Chair Brandon and mine as a long time, because we allocated a lot of money in the council and we're frustrated with how long it took and went over budget. I got this through legislation, created a capital projects tracking system exactly for this. That's part of what led me last year to support the alternative delivery, and I'm grateful that the legislature provided the city with a little additional running room on progressive design build and alternative delivery. And we plan to do some oversight to see how effectively those tools are being utilized. I invite people to check out the city's capital projects tracker. This is an area where we can do better to save money and improve on the timeliness of city capital projects, and you are right that it is critical.
Thank you, Chairman.
Assemblymember, I would say, I think there's a lot of silos in our government, and we could do a lot better with sharing of best practices. There's some departments, some agencies in our city that do a great job at this stuff, and some that don't. And why they're not speaking to each other is a mechanism of bureaucracy that we need to really shatter through. Certainly working with DDC, with design build, I'd like to see that across the board. I'd love to see that really for more Parks Department projects, for more DOT projects. If the School Construction Authority can build a school, in a year, then why can't everybody else? Why does it take 4 years to build a playground?
Agreed.
All these agencies are getting better. I sometimes joke with my parents that I hope the playground is built by the time your kid is off to Yale. But I'm barely kidding, because these things take so long. I think transparency and accountability help, because it helps push it along. But I think there needs to be more sharing of best practices, because some agencies are getting this right.
I apologize because I only have 37 seconds. Another big issue in the Bronx, outside of we have too many shelters and too much supportive housing projects, payments towards child care programs have been extremely delayed. Some of our nonprofits are possibly going under. What can we do briefly to help expedite that? Make faster.
I'll look forward to sending you the report we did on what could speed up procurement in New York City. We actually have our annual contracts report coming out this week. In our office, we have a deadline. The charter mandates that the controller register contracts within 30 days. We're the only one with a time limit. I have called for all the other agencies to have a time limit as well.
Thank you, Ms. Senator.
Let's talk more about it.
Thank you, Senator Roxanne Patel.
Thank you. Great seeing all of you. My question is to both of you, in following up on what you said. What specific ideas would you both have to remove the silos and to improve transparency and collaboration across agencies? How do we improve it?
I've been surprised. There are just some agencies that are doing things better than others, and it's perplexing that city government's been around for a little while now, and we haven't been able to all get in a room and figure this out. I think we're getting better. I think, when it comes to even what the Assembly member mentioned with nonprofit payments, there are some agencies that, nonprofits get paid on time, and there's others that these guys wait forever. We would like, and the council has implemented task force, to work with our early childhood providers to figure out, to get everybody in a room and figuring out what's working, what's not working. I think we need to do more of that. But ultimately, we need a dance partner across the hall at City Hall, right? Again, going back to payments delayed, when the mayor was first elected, he cleared out, working with the controller's office, they cleared out like $5-6 billion of payments right away. It's clear that can be done. The controller's office does it, but the cursor is blinking on the mayor's side, and there needs to be, we have too much government ADD, where they focus on it for 10 minutes and then they go on to something else. You have to stay focused on that, because if you can do it right once.
If I could just cut you a sec, because I
Yeah,
want
I'm
the
sorry.
control to answer. Because I want you to give me a specific way that you would change that. We know there's lots of bureaucracy. How do we break it down? And what specifically would you implement to change it the way it's currently being done, both of you?
Yeah, I'll give you one example, and it goes to this issue of street homelessness for people with serious mental illness. We did an audit of the city's intensive mobile treatment program, and what we found was they stopped tracking recidivism because Department of Correction wouldn't give Department of Health and Mental Hygiene the numbers. Like when we say people are falling through the cracks, this was like literally. And, what it will take is City Hall saying, we have a shared goal here. We want a by name list of
So
a set
you
of
would
people.
create a system to integrate all of their information, so they're sharing
An
information.
outcomes-based system. The goal in this case is to get people off the street and into stable housing and services, reduce recidivism, increase public safety, and not keep people in all their silos knowing how many days they had a person in this or that program.
I think that's right. I think it goes back to sharing of best practices, but legislating it or making, more than just task force, right? It's got to be done across the board. But again, it needs the buy-in from the executive side, right? And it needs that, because we can only do so much on our side of City Hall, and we do. But ultimately, we need buy-in from the mayor.
Okay, thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly.
Assemblywoman Jackson.
Hello, Comptroller. I want to say thank you for all the audits and reports that we've been receiving via email in real time. How do you decide what city agencies you're going to audit? My office did have a meeting with your office. We talked about ACS, child support, and different things. Some of the data was maybe 6 years old and things like that nature. So how do you decide what order you're going to audit city agencies?
Yeah, great question. So Charter assigns us the responsibility to audit every city agency at least once every 4 years. That's really the Charter mandate. And beyond that, it's up to us so we get tips from people who say, look at this program or this contract, we think there's waste there. Sometimes we invite people in, so I created a NYCHA resident audit committee and surveyed 1,000 NYCHA residents to say, what do you want us to audit? And that led to the most 2 recent NYCHA audits. We just released one at ACS where we really focused on abuse and neglect, because that seemed like the highest priority.
So it goes
and we
from the
welcome
charter
feedback.
and then to what people may recommend to your office?
And where we get tips, what
Okay.
people recommend, what we think is important. Sometimes we'll follow up an audit that was done previously.
So then I'll do a check-in about some other things I would like to
Great.
see audit.
I mean, we love feedback, ideas. Honestly, yeah,
Absolutely.
that's how we get our best.
And then, though I love to see you, Chair Brennan, where is our speaker, Adrienne Adams? Why is she not here?
She had other events back in the district that she had to go back to.
More important than us? No, okay. So just thinking about 3K, how much do you think the state should invest in the city 3K program and early intervention, which is just as important?
So currently, right now, the state is not earmarking any money specifically for 3K, right? And since 2019, for pre-K, the state has stayed flat at about $551 million a year. So it's Tin Cup Day, and we're here to ask for, we'll take whatever you can give us, basically, but we need a lot.
Need a lot.
Well, let's have a statewide 3K program. I mean, this is not New York City asking New York State for money. These are New Yorkers saying, let's have 3K provided statewide, including in New York City.
Gotcha. And then on the Mitchell-Lama part, and this Mitchell-Lama Action Group, we already know that the Mitchell-Lamas are suffering. They need capital money. They need support. Why do we need an action group to tell us that we need money? We need, what is the point of this?
We agree. A lot of it comes from some of the jurisdictional sort of, untangling all of that between city and state. But a lot of it too comes down to, we want to keep public housing public. And I think making sure that we've got the right stakeholders in the room to figure out what's needed most is important to us. I understand. I want to just see the thing get done. I don't need another task force.
Is there a fiscal responsibility to this group or no?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Senator?
Thank you, thank you. Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon. When I heard you were here, I rushed down. As you probably know, I have been working on the issues of MWBE for 1 or 2 minutes, 1 or 2 years. And there is a role that the controller and the banks that you can do. And I'm trying to find out your ideas of how are we going to increase MWBE participation. And I know that you have, Mr. City Controller, you have done an amazing report, but one of the best ways of increasing the participation is to use the banking system that works with them. Yet the city nor the state does significant monies to the minority banks. I'll stop there and see if you have any ideas on how to make it better.
Well, first, let me just say how proud I am of what we've done with the main resource we have, which is investment managers for our pension funds. The assets under management of the New York City pension funds to Black, Latino, Asian, and women managers has grown 36% during my tenure, from $17 billion to $23 billion. And those managers outperform their benchmarks by 5%. So we are, diversifying the managers in our portfolio and achieving great returns as a result. Last year, we saved taxpayers $1.8 billion, and Black asset managers are the largest portion of that, and we can get you all the details. We've really made great strides during my tenure. Banking is harder because there was the bad court ruling against the city's Responsible Banking Act, which has constrained our capacities to put requirements on the places we deposit our money. We would love to find opportunities to sort of support a wider array of credit unions and minority-owned banks, and hopefully we can find some ways to work together, you and I and the state controller, and if we need to come to the legislature for additional legislative flexibility.
I thank you.
And our annual MWBE report for city contracting is coming out in the next couple weeks.
I
Senator,
eagerly await it.
I would, Senator, thank you for the question. I would say this, I think City Hall has set laudable goals for MWBEs, but I think obviously there's still a lot of challenges that these folks are facing. I'd like to see the creation of a fund to help close the wealth and the capital and credit gap for the MWBEs, which would be an interesting idea. But the council does not have any official position, except we need to do more.
Well, I'm looking forward to speaking with you more.
Right on. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman Epstein.
Thank you all for being here today. I just want to talk more about kind of this mental health crisis we have in the city. And I know that the mayor earlier said that I just don't feel like we're doing enough. Like, why are we not putting more supportive housing beds online? What's the controller, from the council? Where's the gap? And then I want to talk, if we can, another minute on kind of Rikers discharging.
Well, I'll get to one thing that actually really connects the dots between those, because Mayor Adams came into office with a plan for 360 outposted therapeutic beds to be at H&H facilities for people who are in DOC custody but need hospitalization, either for mental health or physical health. And for 2 years, they stalled that and didn't move forward on it. There was a fight between H&H and Correction. It didn't go anywhere. Finally, the ones at Bellevue are underway, the first 100, but they're not one single one of them is open. And the Lippman Commission recommends another 1,500 of those as part of the plan.
So Brad, why are we not doing it? Why are we
I mean,
not doing it?
a failure of mayoral leadership on those 360 outposted beds. It's really as simple as that.
And Justin, just on the council side, what role are you playing to make sure this happens?
I mean, in our budget priorities this year for the state, we support the governor's proposal to create the 100 new forensic inpatient psychiatric beds in New York City, but we need at least 500, and that's going to be part of those are part of our priorities this year. We've been pushing for a holistic approach since day one of proven, from trauma recovery centers, which is very important to Speaker Adams. Over the last 3 years, we've established the first trauma recovery centers in the state. It works, so I think we need to invest in what's working.
Yeah, and this Rikers example of this guy who killed 2 people in my district, Ramon Rivera, went to Rikers, serious mental health issues. Rikers releases him just to the Bellevue Men's Shelter in my district. He gets no support. He goes missing, and we don't do anything about it. And we are surprised a month later, after being released, that he kills 3 New Yorkers. And that's why people are feeling unsafe. So where's our requirement to make sure there's real discharge planning from Rikers to make sure that people, when they're coming back to our community, have the support that they need without falling through the system again?
I mean, in this report that I mentioned, Safer for All, we look specifically at these Brad H requirements.
Right.
When someone with serious mental illness is at Rikers and released, we're obligated to see whether they're eligible for supportive housing, and yet we're not obligated to get them supportive housing even if they're eligible. And so it's fewer than 15% of people who need supportive housing that get it, and most of the rest wind up right back on the street and can in some cases become a danger to others, just like that happened in your district.
Yeah, the council has increased discretionary funding by $2 million for discharge programs, so we're doing everything we can.
All right,
Thank you, Senator.
I think we're up to me. I usually like to back clean up so that all the good questions have been taken already. So both of you, thank you so much for your testimony and for your commitment to the city. I'm so glad to see you're both, the city council and the controller, talking about getting it right when it comes to homeless, mentally ill people who can be of danger to themselves and others. And again, both of you highlighting, we already pick people up. We take them to emergency rooms. They're let out the side door at the end of the day, and we've accomplished nothing. And that we need the beds. And tomorrow will be the mental health day, and that's going to be a lot of discussion. I wanted to point out, I really appreciate your proposal that you put out separately, Controller, and look forward to working with you on that. And then the City Council, you highlighted an important, different issue that's parallel. You talk about the need for forensic beds, which is not for necessarily people who are on the streets and mentally ill, but people who've actually been put in Rikers, and a court has determined they are not fit to stand trial. So the state has an obligation to place them in an appropriate setting until they are fit to stand trial. But you estimate we need 500 beds. Is that based on what you see as New York City's projected numbers?
Yes.
Because one, that's actually sort of shocking, that's so large. And two, I'm not sure that the governor's proposal, it talks about FTEs for more people for state psychiatric hospitals, which I'm sure they need, but I appreciate New York City is saying we alone would need 500 of these
That's right.
forensic beds, because I don't think anybody's thinking about that. I also appreciate that the council is talking about questioning why the mayor wants to just, to extend the REAP and the race tax breaks. Because for years, I haven't thought we needed it anymore. And it actually skews the economics of where businesses set up within the city of New York. I often talk about, I don't know, sort of races to the bottom between counties or states, and now we have boroughs set up to have races to the body. So I know where you are, I'm just curious, Controller, do you also share that opinion about these tax credits, tax exemptions?
This type of tax breaks in other places are called enterprise zones or something like that. They have the research has shown that do not really generate any significant amount of economic activity. And I do believe the city council studied this in the past through IBO and reached a similar conclusion. Lower Manhattan RIP is expiring, but there is the creation of this new RACE pilot program that is limited in amount and time. These are just tax breaks that are factored in prices eventually, and that just increase land prices typically.
Francesco represents the Controller's Office on several of the EDC subsidiaries and is frequently the only one to vote no on granting a break to a building or an applicant. So we have a higher bar of scrutiny for what we think should be provided.
Right.
Assemblymember Boris brought to my attention the REAP renewal, and we never asked for that. So I don't know, I know the mayor obviously stuck it in there, or got it put in there, but we didn't ask for that.
Okay, thank you, that's very helpful. So it's sort of amazing because it's this late in the day and nobody seemed to bring up the potential impact on the city of New York of all the cuts we expect from the federal government on sustainability, on environmental protections, on energy costs. And even the governor did not move forward with the cap and expend regulations that law requires, that I sincerely expected we would see at least $4 billion new revenue, which would have to go towards these things, which also impacts the city. So I'm interested in both of your perspectives on where you think we're going or what's going to be happening, because the city has an enormous sustainability set of goals, and it has to. People forget we're like floating out there on the water. Some of us are on islands. So what does this all mean from your perspectives?
I really appreciate your leadership here. I mean, to watch Los Angeles burning and then kind of just forget it and turn our attention to this federal chaos. And, the administration is likely to eliminate the Inflation Reduction Act. We actually helped with an application to the Solar for All program with NYSERDA that would be 3,000 rooftop solar panels in New York City, create a ton of good jobs, help lower costs for low and moderate income homeowners, very likely to be eliminated. And there's so many things like that. So first, I share your point of view that the governor's decision to pause the Cap and Invest program is a mistake. I'm glad for the commitment of $1 billion over 5 years to climate initiatives, but that is not a replacement for Cap and Invest. I hope that you'll support the New York Heat Program to reduce energy costs, the expansion of the New York Residential Solar Tax Credit, and the Temp Act to protect workers from extreme heat. But cities and states are going to have to step up over the next 4 years and do more. So the Superfund Act is a great step forward. Our public solar proposal, I think, can be a model for cities around the country for what you can do without federal funding. But yeah, the climate crisis is not coming, it's already here. And what we saw in Los Angeles, what we've seen here, we just have to do more to get ready.
And just I'll expand the question for you, because the city council had already passed its own laws about electric buildings and had targets that are even earlier than the state's laws. With all these other changes, what does that mean from your perspective for the city being able to meet its targets?
I think part of the concern right now is that we're on our own to do a deep dive into all of this stuff, because I don't see any appetite or any urgency on the mayor's side to figure out what all these cuts would mean. The DEP alone, the Department of Environmental Protection, we'd see about a $35 million cut. But we also saw, back towards the end of last year when Prospect Park was on fire and we had a November budget mod where the mayor could have put in some more money for our Parks Department and he gave us nothing. So it's very, very concerning, and it's something that we're probably going to spend the next couple of months as we're negotiating this budget figuring out what the impacts would be.
And I guess I don't want to take up the whole 10 minutes, but I want to applaud you for the proposal for an emergency task force to look at all these issues between the city and state, because it's almost an endless list of things we might have to confront. And as a state legislator, frankly, I don't have my arms around all the hypotheticals that could be coming down at us, and I don't think anyone else does, but I do think it's critical we all keep working together and actually understand and explain to the public, if Washington does X, we will need to respond. The cities, the states, the counties, and we're going to need a model to work quickly and deftly, that's not the right word, to try to come up with responses. Other than my good friend Gary Pretlow's proposal, we just stop sending money to Washington, and then we'll have plenty for everyone. And I don't think it's a terrible idea, but he and I will be going to prison for treason, and your emergency task force will be even more important. So I really do think, I'm never that big on like, oh, start another commission, start another task force, but I actually think on these topics, that this is critical, and that the state is coordinating with our local governments and with the biggest local government we have, our city council and our controller and our mayor, so that we can come up with the best possible ideas, because I suspect we'll all be talking about this far more frequently than once a year at budget hearings. So I thank you very much for being here, and I think I am the last senator, right? Okay, so Assembly.
Assemblywoman Gonzalez Rojas.
Thank you so much. I always appreciate the way you say my name, Chair. Thank you. My question is for Comptroller Lander. Thank you for all your work. We didn't speak too much on healthcare today, despite some mental health conversations, but I do want to address the fact that in 2019, Governor Cuomo reduced the amount of funds that go to New York City through the Article 6 funding, which is, invest in our mandatory health care that we're required to provide to all New Yorkers. And all the counties across the state get 36% of coverage, and New York City only gets 20%. Can you talk about what that implication is to New York City? I'd love to hear from you as well, Chair Brannan, on the impact on budgeting and how to address some of the gaps that we're facing in our health system.
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right about how much less New York City gets and has gotten since that change during the Cuomo administration. I don't know if we know what it would be, how much, 60 million annually.
60 million.
I'm not going to say anything.
Assemblywoman, we agree with you. That I think since 2019, we've been not getting $60 million a year for something as critical as that. So, that is another. Well, I think one of our biggest concerns that we're speaking about today for the council is the cost shifts. That the cost shifts in the past were manageable, but with the increasing uncertainty from Washington, something like this is just not going to be manageable, and this is not something that we can afford to just cut. And that's what exacerbates everything. That if close to, round off 10% of our city's budget is from federal funding, that's a very, very scary place for us to be in, where something like Article 6 in the past, we absorbed it. Now I don't know what we'd be able to do. It's really scary.
I know I certainly be advocating for more equity in this budget. Back to Controller Lander, I represent NYCHA Woodside Houses. I recently had to go look at a rat situation there. I know your office issued a report on the privatization of NYCHA and the outcome of RAD. Can you talk about, in the last 30 seconds, the impact on RAD on public housing residents in New York City?
Yeah, so we did this audit of what eviction rates are in RAD-PAC developments and found that they're about 5 times traditional Section 9. Still, I mean, you know, they're very, very low in traditional NYCHA, so 5 times that is still low, but significantly higher and quite different in different RAD-PAC developments. So we made a series of recommendations for better oversight, and I really think NYCHA residents should have a vote on the future of their homes, whether that's the trust, Section 9, or RAD-PAC, which they don't now have.
Okay, thank you.
Assemblywoman Simon?
Hi, good afternoon. Good to see you both up here and the rest of you as well. I have a very quick question for you, Controller Lander. I know you put out this large report on homelessness and Housing First. I wanted to know who was your, who gave you expert advice on the involuntary commitment?
We talked to a
issues and the
lot,
psych?
yes. And I mean, I'd love to follow up. We talked to a lot of people about that, some clinicians.
Like who?
Well, we talked to some H&H clinic. I can get all the whole list for you from Celeste Hornbach, who led on the report, and Nedia herself, who is a former mental health worker. But, you know, we talked to H&H clinicians, to some psychiatric nurse practitioners. I could get you the list of individuals as we talked
I'd
about
love
it.
to see a list of who you've spoken with. Thank you.
Happy to do that, yeah. And I mean, good luck in your chairing on this challenging initiative
Thank
this
you.
year. I will say the flexibility that we think is warranted, as we describe in the report, is not as expansive as what, for example, the mayor has proposed. It's about some additional flexibility on who can recommend and what is looked at in making the determination.
So just to share my concern that the use of the language like flexibility really minimizes the incredible deprivation of liberty that an involuntary commitment constitutes. I'm a little concerned that everybody's become an armchair psychiatrist, so.
Let me be more specific then, because I
right,
mean,
so-
in the
so-
time of my testimony, I just
Like,
said
I wouldn't use
that,
the word strengthen either, it's
The
expanding.
flexibility that I specifically believe is warranted is to allow psychiatric nurse
Mm-hmm.
practitioners to be one of the 2 clinicians that assesses whether a person should be involuntarily committed, and that there should be a requirement to look at somebody's whole history rather than just the most recent incident. Obviously, other people might mean something much more expansive by that, and I appreciate your advice to be more precise in my
I'd
language.
be happy to give you much more advice later on, thank you.
I look forward to
I
it.
only have 3 minutes here, so, okay.
Is that it? Well, Mr. Controller, I don't want to open up a door for you, which is something you had started earlier that I'm curious about. Where is New York City in relation to its maximum taxing ability?
In relationship to its maximum taxing ability?
Yeah, like cities have a capacity, of a taxing capacity as to how much taxes you can raise, what percentage of total property value. My assumption is that New York City is nowhere near its maximum, but I'm asking you.
Well, so yeah, Francesco looks like he has a more precise answer to this question. I think the challenge for us is that what the city can raise is its property tax rate, and the property tax system is so inequitable and random and erratic currently that it's not politically practical to do, and that until we have comprehensive property tax reform that would make it fair and rational, you can't appropriately adjust it, and that's why we need the mayor to come to the legislature with a comprehensive and rational proposal for comprehensive property tax
So
reform.
you're probably saying you need a reval and then classify various properties in different classes because they'll be taxed at a different rate. You know, the city that I represent hasn't done a reval since 1890, I believe. And the theory is that the people who are hurt are your best voters, your seniors and whatever, because it's usually a third of the individual's taxes go up, a third of people's taxes go down, and a third stay the same. You know, the ones that go up are usually the older residents, been in their homes the longest, and your senior citizens can at least afford an increase. So that's what the conundrum is. Now, I represent a block in Westchester that is part of a block in the Bronx. It's called Fifth Avenue in Mount Vernon, and it's 233rd Street, I think, in the Bronx. And half of the block is Mount Vernon, half of the block is the Bronx. Carl has one half, I have the other half. The taxes on Carl's half are $4,000 a year, and the taxes on my half is $14,000 a year. Same house, same block, same neighborhood, same everything, but it's a $10,000 a year difference in taxes. I think that New York City can fix all of its problems if it did something about the extremely low taxes in some cases. But that's why I wanted to know what the capacity was, how much you had in.
I'm in a neighborhood which is significantly undertaxed. I'm in a home which is significantly undertaxed. And I've come to the legislature before with a model for adjustment. Of course, you have to protect your seniors and people on fixed income. You can do deferral until sale or reset on sale. There are a set of ways to protect people and to achieve a more equitable system. And I'm a big supporter of it. And I know, Francesco, did you want to give a, no. So I mean, I agree with you that there's more, if we had an equitable system, there's a lot more we could do. My neighbors and I should pay more in property taxes. We are undertaxed relative to the values of our homes, but you have to do it carefully so that you protect seniors and people on fixed incomes. And it has to be fair. People have to understand that everyone is paying 1% of the value of their homes in property taxes, which is about where we would be. I know that the 2% is the cap in other jurisdictions. We're on average a little below 1. Having everyone at 1 would be a lot fairer than where we are and would give us an opportunity over time. I think even with a value neutral readjustment, we would be in a lot better place than we are now, and with something that would allow us room for growth in the future.
Great. Thank you very much. Panel, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Appreciate your testimony. We're now calling panel C. You have a question? Okay, for this panel. Yeah. It's, Senator, she's holding things up. Okay, can we bring our conversations outside so we can get this illustrious group started? Oh, I won't tell you who turned you. I won't tell you who turned you in. I didn't turn you in.
Oh, okay.
No, but I won't tell you what her name is. Okay, I gotta make 2 phone calls. Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, could you just state your names and titles for the media, and then we'll start. We're going to do ladies first. However you want. How are you guys going to start?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Barbara Van Epps. I am the Executive Director of the New York State Conference of Mayors. Chairpersons Pretlow and Kruger and other distinguished members of the Senate.
I'm sorry, I just want to do the introductions, and you can just do the introduction so they'll know who
I'm
to put
sorry.
up on the board, and then you can start your testimony.
I'm sorry.
Okay, it's okay.
I am Chris Ketzley. I'm the Executive Director of the Associations of Town of New York State.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephen Aquario, the Executive Director of the New York State Association of Counties.
Welcome all. Okay.
Round 2.
Be right back.
Chairpersons Pretlow and Kruger and other distinguished members of the Senate and Assembly, thank you for allowing me on behalf of the 576 members, city and village members of the New York State Conference of Mayors to express our views regarding the 25-26 executive budget. First, I have to extend my sincere gratitude on behalf of our entire membership for your willingness to provide cities and villages and the towns with our first increase in unrestricted aid in 15 years as part of the current year's state budget. I just had 200 of my members in town over the last couple of days, and they clearly believe that this has renewed their faith in the possibility of a true state-local partnership. So we really very much appreciate that, and I think that's very important to send that message to our members. We deeply appreciate your willingness to invest in the strength and the vitality of our local communities. But at the same time, while they were in town, I also heard from the mayors from our bigger cities to our smallest villages that they still need more support. After 15 years of stagnant funding, $50 million, while very helpful, is simply not enough to address the short and long-term challenges they are facing. We are hopeful that we can build upon your generosity, this momentum, and your acknowledgement that local governments really are important, and the fact that we really want to partner with you to make this state more affordable and more safe. So we're hoping we can count on you to look at the AIM formula, to look at unrestricted aid, and possibly tie it to an inflationary index so we can get dependable increases on an ongoing basis moving forward. With respect to transportation funding, we were very pleased that the executive budget maintains CHIPS funding and the other ancillary transportation programs at the current year levels. However, we also heard from our members that annual local highway infrastructure needs continue to far outpace the resources that are currently available. Given the rising costs of labor and materials, combined with the extreme weather events we are facing here in New York State, this situation is creating a perfect storm for the deteriorations of our roads, bridges, and highways. Without additional support, we risk further damage to this critical infrastructure, putting both safety and effectiveness at risk.
Barbara, I just need to hold you off 1 second. Were you told 3 minutes each? Or what were you told when you signed up to testify? You were told 10? Okay.
I'm watching my time, boo.
No, they gave you 10, and I was just double checking.
Yes, they did.
Okay. Then please keep going, and I'm sorry for
Okay.
the interruption.
Nope.
There was a little confusion up here.
While we're talking about transportation, however, I need to make a plug for the 37 cities who are part of the state's arterial maintenance program. Where these cities maintain the state arterials that pass through their cities, they are being reimbursed at 1987 rates, which, as you can only imagine, is well below what it is costing them to do this job. A proposed inflationary adjustment from 85 cents per square yard to $2.47 would cost the state $20 million and would be a huge benefit to both the state and those cities. With respect to water and sewer infrastructure, you've heard me talk about this before. Something that NICOM has been focusing on for several years is the SWAP program, or what we refer to as CHIPS for Water and Sewer. While we certainly support the Clean Water Infrastructure Act and the money that the state has allocated, including the $500 million that the governor added this year, we hear time and time again from our members that accessing this funding is difficult and also sometimes expensive. And it's not available for the upgrades or preventive maintenance that they need for day-to-day operations. It's more available for those large-scale capital programs. This is why we have long supported establishing an annual funding stream that can be used by all cities and villages to supplement both their water and sewer infrastructure preventive maintenance and the undertaking of smaller capital projects where they don't need that significant grant money. Let me be clear, we are not suggesting that you do away with the grant. What we want is to use the backlog from that grant money that has not yet gone out the door to supplement the grants. And this shift in resources would help ensure that large-scale capital projects continue to be funded, but the day-to-day operational needs are also met. In terms of emergency medical services, this is another area our members are very concerned about. This crisis, which is statewide, has been exacerbated by a shortage of personnel, insufficient financial resources, and a lack of data to accurately pinpoint the areas where the greatest challenges lie or the gaps in service. We support the governor's program to designate EMS as an essential service. We are also open to a more regional approach to EMS, but however we go about this, whether it's regionally or otherwise, we have to have input and decision-making by all levels of local government, and we must ensure our home rule is preserved in the process. With respect to housing, which I know you heard a lot about from the big cities today, we are happy to see that the governor is continuing to focus on an approach that focuses on carrots instead of sticks, with things like state funding, infrastructure, the expansion of housing tax credits, a revolving loan fund, all things that we support. We also appreciate the fact that there's interest in providing technical assistance to those communities that want to become pro-housing certified. We think this is important. We support that, and we know some of our communities have had trouble with that process. We want to also just thank the legislature and the governor for coming together on the short-term rental legislation that you agreed upon and what we will soon be effective. We think that is going to provide our members with the data they need to understand the scope of short-term rentals and the impacts on housing. In terms of workforce challenges, NICOM supports the executive budget proposal to amend the civil service law by eliminating mandatory maximum age limits for police officers in cities, villages, towns, and counties. However, this is one small step in addressing the broader shortage of qualified workers that municipalities across the state are facing. More needs to be done. We talked about this earlier today, reforms to civil service law, raising the cap on earnings for public sector employees, looking at residency requirements and things of that nature. And finally, and I know you've heard this earlier today from all of our big city members, we want to quickly mention the consternation among our membership about what's happening at the federal level and what's happening in DC. When we discussed it at our meeting, this was not a partisan issue, but genuine concern over the loss of federal funding and what the impacts will be on our communities and their residents. We hope we can count on the state legislature to help us navigate these new directives and priorities. And we hope we can count on you to leverage your relationships with members of Congress to convey our message, which I have to believe is the same message that you all have as well. We all have a lot to lose, and we want to partner with you to advocate for our communities and for our state. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear in front of you today, and I look forward to any questions you might have.
There we go. Thank you, thank you. Is this microphone on? Good afternoon, all. Thank you for allowing me to be here. My name is Christopher Ketzley. I am the new Executive Director of the Association of Towns. I started last May, so I'm new at this, and I want to thank my colleagues for helping me get acclimated, and I appreciate all the work and leadership you've provided to me over these past couple of months. NIOT, I'm very pleased to be here to speak on part of NIOT. NIOT provides training, education, advocacy, and support to 933 towns across the state, representing 9.1 million New Yorkers. NIAT does this through a variety of means: conferences and webinars, on-the-ground engagement, insurance programs like NYMER and the Comp Alliance, and of course, through its advocacy efforts. I want to talk about just a moment, as my new leadership began in May of this past year, it is my dedication and commitment that we work together in partnership with the legislature in a very vigorous way to make sure that we're protecting, defending, and helping our towns across the state. In many ways, towns are very similar to what you're going to hear today from the counties and the cities and the villages, but in other ways, towns are very different and unique, and I want to talk about that a little bit here today. First, I do want to acknowledge the executive budget. Governor Hochul's executive budget, under a difficult financial situation, I understand, does maintain key funding levels for local governments. Barb mentioned some of these, Steve will as well. AIM, CHIPS, clean water, and other infrastructure programs were important to be maintained in that executive budget, and we are thankful and supportive of that. However, there are targeted investment needs, and reforms are needed. In particular, today, I would like to speak on just 4 issues. There are others, but just 4 issues for today. Strengthening AIM funding, investing in transportation, water, and sewer infrastructure, addressing the municipal workforce crisis, and it is a crisis, and ensuring proper funding for ambulance services. So first on AIM, we do appreciate, as Barb talked about, the $50 million in temporary assistance being included in the governor's budget. That is critical. But I do want to put it in context that if we consider since 2011, and we consider inflation, local governments have lost $1.4 billion in AIM funding due to inflation. So we would ask that, yes, maintain the $50 million, please, but increase funding for AIM and tie it to a COLA. The cost for towns does not stop because our AIM funding and our revenues stop. We're facing historic inflation like everybody else, and we need increases in our support that are tied to inflation. I do want to call out real quick, the formula needs to be reviewed for AIM. It unfairly hampers towns, and I'll give you one example. The town of Amherst has a population of 130,000 people, and it receives $660,000 in AIM. Well, the city of Albany has a population of about 100,000 people, 30,000 less, receives AIM at nearly $13 million. It's a tremendous disparity, and it hampers the towns terribly. On infrastructure, I want to take a moment to talk about the importance of transportation and in particular water infrastructure. These are the backbone of the state's economy and the state's public health. CHIPS, as Barb mentioned, is an important support mechanism for our communities, and we appreciate the continued support for all the programs, Bridge New York, Pave New York, Pave Our Potholes, all of those. I do want to point out that towns maintain 63% of the state's roads. 63% of the state's roads are maintained by towns. And towns spend $1.8 billion annually on transportation and related expenses, twice what towns spend on public safety. CHIPS funding is not keeping pace with the actual costs that towns have to incur to ensure that roads are safe. And increased CHIPS and dedicated CHIPS increases with COLAs create a better long-term plan and opportunity for towns to invest in those roads. Sewer and water infrastructure is equally as important, and we are pleased that the governor has put $500 million for clean water infrastructure in the executive budget. But it's grant-based funding. And here's the thing about grant-based funding. There are winners and there are losers. And I'm going to say today, and I believe everyone on this panel agrees, nobody should have to compete for clean water. We need dedicated funding to make sure that every New Yorker has access to clean water. Grant programs make winners and they make losers, and some people will have access and some people will not. We need dedicated funding for that. PFOAs or PFAs are certainly now a new source that towns will have to deal with and clean up out of the system that they did not place there, but they are forced to clean up. And that's going to be very expensive. And we can get into that some more. Also with water infrastructure, affordable housing is predicated on infrastructure. Most towns don't have infrastructure. My town of Glenville, I was a town supervisor for 15 years, more than half our town doesn't have water and sewer. We can't put affordable housing where there's no water and there's no sewer. And so there again, we need dedicated funding for that. Workforce development, as Barb talked about, is another key challenge. We are having a hard time keeping up with wageflation in the municipal governments. We can't raise wages like the private sector can, and we are asking for help there. Barb talked about the civil service reforms. We need civil service reforms. We're asking for CDL requirements, reimbursements for state, local CDL drivers. We're asking to tinker a little bit with the tax cap to exclude wage increases so municipal governments can equal private sector wages without breaking the tax cap, and removing the salary cap for retirees reentering public workplace. I have more, but because I'm new at this, I'm long, and I'm going to make sure I stop on my time. So I'm going to go over the ambulance service. Barb was absolutely correct when she talked about the need for ambulance service. It's an essential need for our communities. I will just be quick on this. The mandate that the governor has put in the budget does not provide funding, and that is very difficult for local governments, particularly towns. Towns spent $142 million on ambulance services in 2023, an 18% increase in just 5 years. The taxpayer can't afford that, and it will hit the tax cap hard in these towns that will be forced to then provide these services. So we need to find access or support for that. I'm going to close with suggesting a few things that are critically important to my members and to our association. If we all want affordable housing in the state of New York, then we need to make state investments in infrastructure. No question about it. If we all want to make New York more affordable for all New Yorkers, then we have to bring down property taxes in local government. And that's only attainable through help from the state, either mandate relief or in more direct aid. And if we want clean water for all New Yorkers, which I know we all do, then we must invest in our water systems. In the towns, many of them are aging, 60 years old, they're failing, and they need deferred maintenance. But now, in order to increase that system so we can support all these initiatives, we need more. The executive budget includes positive steps, but tangible funding increases and targeted reforms are needed. Towns are the foundation of our state. Every dollar invested in a town is invested in the state of New York. Every dollar invested in infrastructure is invested in your infrastructure. It builds on our economy, it provides better services, it makes stronger communities, and it will be a sustainable future for all New Yorkers, making it affordable for all New Yorkers. I look forward to our work together. I appreciate you allowing me to be here this afternoon and looking forward to what's next. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators, Chair Krueger, Chair Pretlow. To the chairs of the Local Government Committee, Assemblymember Jones, Senator Monica Martinez, thank you for giving us the opportunity to be with you here today. I'm Stephen Aquario, the Executive Director of the Association of Counties, and we can't do our job without you. We partner with our governor on the preparation of an executive budget, but it is ultimately you who must approve what's before you. And we just can't do the things that you want us to do, your programs, without your support. The counties deliver pretty much all your programs, all federal, health, and all human service programs are delivered through the counties. So all the great ideas that you come up with and want to serve the people, they ultimately run through the counties. So giving us an opportunity to address you is very important. The fact that you listen to us during these forums is very much appreciated, and we thank you for that. Total state spending, we've submitted testimony. I'll just give some quick talking points here. Total state spending on behalf of the counties through the various local aid programs is expected to be around $8.2 billion in this year's fiscal budget. This includes nearly $4 billion for the state takeover of the local Medicaid growth, one of the most important state policies you ever adopted. The Medicaid local cost cap is the single most important element for counties to controlling, as Chris mentioned, property tax increases at the local level. And maintaining this cap is essential to the affordability fight that we're all trying to win on behalf of New Yorkers. To this point, we are very pleased that there are no major cost shifts from the governor, from the state in this budget, or any new spending mandates for the expansion of existing or newly created state programs. While the 26 executive budget did not include another round of $50 million in funding for the county infrastructure fund, the infrastructure grant program that was dedicated towards housing and infrastructure that was established by the governor last year and approved by you, We have been assured by the budget director that that $50 million will be restored in coming amendments to the budget. On this note, we ask that you consider doubling that county infrastructure program to $100 million. Just like the towns, cities, and villages with the importance of AIM, so too is the county infrastructure program. It's among our highest priorities, and doubling this allocation and raising the maximum award from $1 million to $2 million per grant under this new $100 million level will be most appreciated. Funds under this program are targeted towards critical local infrastructure projects with priority placed on housing development, infrastructure, water, sewer, land, towards new housing projects. Projects that create at least 10 units of housing are awarded the maximum grant allowed. Finally, we urge you to reduce the local match requirement from 50% to 25% to ensure that all counties, rural and urban, can take advantage of available funding. With respect to aging, a very important program advanced by the governor for our seniors, but a long time in the making. Finally, we've advocated for an increase of $45 million to address our aging service wait lists. That is before you. We strongly support that and thank our governor and thank you in advance. As I believe Barbara and Chris mentioned, civil service reform is very important to us. Raising the public sector retiree earnings in our testimony on page 6 and page 7. We can't find folks to do certain jobs in our counties. Whether it's a public defender, an assistant prosecutor, a child welfare examiner, a public health nurse, it is very difficult to recruit now mental health professionals. So we have listed a number of provisions in state civil service law for your consideration, amending the public officers law to allow for home rule authority to set employee residency requirements, expanding the acceptable zone of band scoring of civil service exams, increasing from a list of 3 to a list of 5, and so on. We ask for some flexibility in civil services. In community colleges and higher education tuition assistance, the executive budget provides a funding floor for community colleges at 100% of prior year funding. We strongly support that. Without that funding floor, community colleges would face a $124 million or a near 20% loss in formula aid due to the enrollment declines. Counties of New York strongly support maintaining this funding floor for our community colleges. The governor has a new program to implement the New York Opportunities Partnership. The executive budget includes $28.2 million for the New York Opportunity Promise Scholarship, a program that provides for the cost of tuition, fees, books for students aged 25 to 55 for attending the community colleges in high-demand fields. Counties support the funding included in the budget and appreciate that this does not shift any new financial burden onto the counties. And we look forward to working with you and the governor to make this program a success, including identifying other areas or trades that are in high demand. Economic development, funding to communities impacted by the recent Department of Correctional Services and juvenile justice facility closures. The governor includes a $200 million allocation from the Downtown Revitalization Program to be appropriated towards communities that have been impacted by closure of any New York State correctional and juvenile justice facilities. We strongly support this proposal. With respect to a few environmental initiatives, NYSEC strongly supports the $500 million, as do the towns, cities, and villages for Clean Water Infrastructure Program. We've asked for some tweaks and support what the others have said today. We ask that you fund municipal recycling and organics diversion. The executive budget includes nearly $20 million for municipal waste reduction and recycling programs, including $2.5 for food donation and food scraps recycling. We urge you to increase capital projects funding for municipal waste reduction and recycling projects to at least $40 million. As far as sustainability, the budget includes a $1 billion program and new capital projects for funding climate mitigation and adaptation projects. To maximize the effectiveness of state climate investments, we recommend using a portion of the funding for dedicating grant funding for local climate initiatives, including expanding the support for successful programs like the Climate Smart Communities, the Clean Energy Communities, the Municipal Zero Emission Vehicle Rebate. We ask that you enhance the technical assistance and training programs to build local government expertise in clean energy deployment and climate resilience. We ask that you support for regional sustainability coordinators and clean energy hubs to facilitate coordination between state and local climate efforts. And we ask that you ensure local governments have a formal seat at the table in state energy planning and investment decisions. Lastly, on transportation, 100% support what our colleagues in cities and villages and towns are advocating for, an increase of $250 million in the CHIPS program. And lastly, Senator Cooney has an initiative on transit equity, a bill sponsored in the state Senate, and we support the provisions of Senator Cooney's transit equity component. That will conclude our testimony, and thank you again.
Thank you. Assemblyman Jones.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you all again.
Good afternoon.
It feels as though I just saw you not too long ago, but great to have you here, and thank you for your testimony. I have several questions, but I'm going to get right to it. This is a kind of a unique one that the executive has. Proposes requiring all municipalities to report cybersecurity incidences to the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services within 72 hours and all ransomware payments within 24 hours. Yes or no? Are we for that or not?
Yes.
We believe this, at the association, we believe this is one of the more important areas for local governments, and we do support that.
And same with NICOM. We recognize that this is a critical issue for our municipalities, and a lot of them just can't get their arms around it, so we're actually
Okay,
embracing this
it kind of
part the state.
bounced out at me because, like, where did you report it? I mean, I was a
FBI.
village official. The first person I'd be on the phone with was somebody from the Division of Homeland Security or something. So I think, okay, thank you for that. Emergency services. The executive budget proposes designating emergency medical services as essential and requiring counties, cities, towns, and villages to ensure services are provided within their boundaries.
So this one, you want me to start first?
Go right
I don't want to be the one to keep butting in first, but
I can get into the detail on it too.
The
but
concerns we have on that, I mean, obviously we know it's a critical service, it's a crisis. This is something that towns, though, would struggle with being able to afford, particularly under a tax cap environment. So this is what would be called a new special district. The new special district would then shatter the cap because it's not already in the cap. And so that would be considered new spending by the state. There's a lot of inequities in the tax cap. There's a lot of reforms that can happen in the tax cap. We can talk about that later because your question's about this. But we support it, but we need funding because it is a mandate at that point.
Yep.
We believe too also, my friend may not be appreciative of this, but it's a county service, we believe, best delivered regionally.
Okay.
Well, I couldn't disagree more.
I agree on a lot, but not everything.
But there's one thing that I think you should strike the language that was advanced by the governor. It doesn't make sense to ask 1,605 local governments to all do that. Let the local governments resolve this locally. That's home rule, and despite the towns wanting to shift to the counties, it's not appropriate. Let them work it out locally and regionally at the local level, not by the state. So thank you for that question.
Yep.
I agree with everything they said. I mean, we're obviously very concerned about the funding, but we recognize there are some real gaps in services throughout our communities. We are not usually embracive of things that are countywide, if you will, but in this case, we are certainly open to considering doing this countywide, or at least doing it on a regional basis, because we think at this point that might be the only answer.
Okay, I think Steve already answered my next question, so I'll go. Housing. So the governor puts in, where am I? I had my spot. The executive budget proposes $10 million in technical assistance and $100 million in funding for municipalities that are certified as pro-housing communities. I just have a couple of questions on that. What steps are municipalities taking to encouraging housing growth? are there any barriers that municipalities are facing related to the housing growth and production in this proposal? And how can this money how can it better be used in the proposal? I guess we put in hundreds of millions of dollars for housing every year, and what I hear from my villages and towns and counties, there's really no assistance behind it to get it to where they need it to be. So does this program help you in any way, and what are the barriers?
Well, I'll just start from the county's perspective. We, of course, support the governor's push for more housing and more affordable housing, and yours as well as the state legislature. It's a local issue. It's more of a municipal function here. From the county's perspective, we want to bring infrastructure. We want to bring that last mile for water and sewer. And that is the contribution that the counties can generally make towards this issue. Very supportive of whatever it is the governor is trying to push, and you as a legislative body, and we look forward to working with you during this session. It's very important.
Barbara?
So we do support, obviously, the need for more housing. Housing is becoming unaffordable for every New Yorker. That's really becoming a crisis. And what you folks did with the short-term rental, Barb touched on it, was very helpful in making sure that we don't have these big equity things from New York City coming in, buying up our housing stock. That was huge. So thank you so much for that. But there are barriers for towns in particular, because as I mentioned in my testimony, towns do not have the infrastructure to support more housing. Towns would build more housing if we had the infrastructure to do so. We can't afford that on our own. And so we have these grant programs, and as I said, some win and some lose, but the grants don't go to the towns. The grant goes to the developer. It doesn't help the town at all. And one thing about housing in towns is very often it's a lose from a revenue perspective. So you build more housing in towns, that means more services. So you have more roads to plow. You have infrastructure that goes in. Somebody pays for that infrastructure, but guess who maintains the infrastructure? The towns, the water, the sewer. So it's more money on the local governments. And so the other thing I just want to mention, and I'll turn it over to Barb, we have to address, and I know it's unpopular, but we have to address this. I have people in our towns telling us that young people buying homes today, guess what? The property taxes rival, if not more, than what their mortgage payment is. Now, I'm old enough to remember when property taxes were a fraction of your mortgage, a fraction. Now, they are equal, if not greater. We have to find ways to provide property tax relief into the towns. And when you think about a town, the only thing the town has to fund its operations is levy. It's all we have. We don't get sales tax by right. We don't get the hotel tax by right. We don't get the franchise revenue that cities and villages and counties get. We have one place to go on growth, and it's the levy. And if we don't get relief there, homes will not be affordable.
I'll just quickly add, we are supportive of pro-housing communities, and like I mentioned earlier, we are even more supportive of the technical assistance that the budget recommends providing to local governments to get them certified, especially now that so much of the grant money out there is conditioned on pro-housing. We do think there can be tweaks to housing. The expansion of the housing tax credit is certainly beneficial. The money for infrastructure is an absolute necessity, but we are just very happy that she's taking more of a bottom-up approach as opposed to the top-down, that when we talked about the housing compact, our mayors are still scarred by that, and so we are very happy with this bottom-up voluntary approach to housing, and we think it's working.
Okay. Getting on childcare, Stephen, I don't know if we talked about this before. There's $100 million in the executive proposal. I think there's a $25 million carve-out for counties. Do you have any details on that?
Well, I think that was based off of our Herkimer County child care initiative that we brought to their attention over the summer. It worked incredibly well in the Mohawk Valley, and I think that the governor is trying to give that more of an expanded
So the
role.
counties would help assist building the infrastructure and then hand it over to either a non-for-profit or a for-profit
Yes.
child care facility or organization?
Yes.
Okay.
We do support the initiative.
Okay. SWAP program, I'm all for, but we have to make sure that it doesn't come out of other funding, because I've heard fears from some people, from some municipalities. They're afraid that's going to take away from the funding that we already have for clean water and infrastructure and such. So I support the concept of the program, but I think we have to be careful about not, taking money, from Peter for Paul.
I think that, as Chris mentioned earlier, we support 100% what the governor is doing with the $500 million in the water program, but it's a grant program, and the benefit of a SWAP program is more of a formula. It keeps entities from fighting amongst each other and
Oh, I
competing. So-
agree with the,
but
I
we
agree with
you
the
100%.
concept. I just think we need to be cognizant of, let's not rob one fund to pay for this program. I think it's all great. I have many, many more questions, but thank you for coming to testify, and it's great to see you all, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Same here.
Thank you. Everybody's returning from session. You're a very popular panel. We're going to start with Senator Martinez, 10 minutes. Ranker? Chair. Ooh.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So good to see all three of you here. Just some clarifications and follow-up to my counterpart in the Assembly. In terms of the EMS, when you talk about having it regional, could you expand just a little more on that and how we can assist in the process of making it a more regional process for you?
I'm sorry, I was just going to repeat that. I didn't hear.
More, you want the EMS to be regionally based, correct?
Yeah.
So how does that look? And what can we do to help in that manner?
Yeah, I mean, for me, because I brought that word up, so I'll start. In terms of counties, we believe that it's a county level service. Towns are poorly positioned to provide critical life-saving services that way. We don't have fire departments. Those are all volunteer. And so it wouldn't make sense, it wouldn't like bolt onto anything, if that makes sense. We believe, and don't get me in too bad a way with Steve here, but we believe counties are already providing these services in many ways, hospital, nursing homes, county medical. So it might make more sense. It's also a service, I think, that requires a lot bigger population base to support because it's so expensive. Reimbursements are so low for, whatever the cost to give the care is not being reimbursed. You put that on a small tax base, that's devastating. You put it on a large tax base, it's affordable. That's how we would approach this.
Okay, perfect.
I'll just add that I think data, we need better data about where the gaps in the services, and I think that's something that the governor has proposed. I will also add that the Medicaid reimbursement, the law that you passed this year that would allow for Medicaid reimbursement for certain EMS services is going to be very helpful once we can get our arms around that. So I think we're absolutely making progress. We just established a EMS subcommittee among our membership, and we really are hoping we can get some great ideas out of that, because there are some communities who are finding ways to address this. So we're bringing folks together to talk about this, and we look forward to working with not only the municipal associations, but all of you to try to find some answers to this
Please,
crisis.
and that would be great if you can then share that data with us. And just to follow up with the housing perspective of this, what do you see IDAs playing a role in housing and affordable housing projects?
You want me to go first? Because I'm glad you brought IDAs up.
Oh, IDAs.
IDAs,
I didn't
yes.
hear it.
IDAs can play a role. Obviously, economic development is where they're focused, but we believe we're not asking for towns to be at the table of an IDA. We actually support the IDA on the county level, being able to negotiate their pilots and whatnot. But when an IDA makes a decision about town levy, the town ought to have a right and an ability to agree to that. Right now, we don't. And so what happens is, as I just talked about, our only revenue source is really the levy. And if the county IDA is giving away our levy, and then we're stuck with all the infrastructure costs, because it doesn't go to the county, the infrastructure cost is on the town, our levy's gone, and we just inherited new cost. So whether it's economic development or housing, the same would be true. We want to say, the town needs to have a say in, if our money's being given away, we need to at least agree to that. Because we don't get the growth, we don't get the sales tax growth, we don't get anything else. The levy is the only thing a town has.
Well, if I may, the fact of the matter is most counties are sharing sales tax with towns. And if they're not, they're doing other services. This is an individual by individual municipality issue. If the state is going to consider things such as that, such as shifting EMS to a county, it really needs to remove the mandate that we make towns, cities, and villages whole, or towns and cities whole, or school districts with delinquent property taxes. That's what you should consider. I mean, mandating one level of local government onto another level of local government is absurd to even think of that way. Let the local governments, I was at a meeting 2 weeks in the Adirondacks with a whole bunch of towns and a whole bunch of counties, and I put this issue out there. Everyone just stared at me. They didn't know how to answer the question, is this a good idea or not? That sends a signal to me. Let the local governments work it out amongst themselves. Incentivize them. Give the counties incentives to do this if they want to. But you ask any town official around this state if they want the county to take over EMS, I bet you the vast majority of them, 95% of them would say, absolutely no. They want their response time. They want to handle this issue locally. And they are concerned. We deal with this with municipal law enforcement. Why isn't the county sheriff patrolling town roads? It comes up all the time. They resist it. So my advice to you is be very careful when you're treading into this. There are 1,605 units of local government that have been established for hundreds of years. Let them work these issues out locally.
And thank you for that. And you very well know that we believe in local control, especially coming down from Long Island. We love our home rule messaging. So obviously that's very important for us down there. And I had a couple of other questions, but no, you can ask them. But I'm done.
All right, thank you, Assembly.
Assemblyman Brown.
Thank you and welcome. I think all my questions probably can go for all of you, but I just wanted to say to Director Epps, you have a great staff. I've been speaking to Wade for like 20-something years, and you got John and Rebecca, great. They always respond immediately, and I appreciate that on a village level, at the very least. Director Kotzel, is that pronounced?
Ketzley.
Ketzley, I
Ketzley like
apologize.
Nestle.
I got an easy name, Brown, you know. You mentioned the disparity of AIM funding. What do you think that is? You gave two specifics. One municipality had 30,000 more residents than Albany. What do you think that is?
Well, it's formula-based, obviously, so it's in the formula, it's baked in. I don't have that right here in front of me, but one of the things that we believe should happen is we need to convene a council to look at that, look at the formula. What is it, my question to the legislature is, what is it that is making that so unfair and so unbalanced?
I think we all know, but at a certain point, we just have to say it for what it is, you know. With this particular body that we hear right now, this group in front of us, we're all on the same page. So many of us come from village government and things like that. We know the answer. We have to say we have a $252 billion budget. Do you think it's correct to say, and I'm really asking you, let's stop all the waste. We're putting it towards people who haven't contributed, perhaps, to our local areas. Could that be an issue? I know that's something uncomfortable. If we can go, we can be here for another 20 years having this discussion. We've got to say it for what it is. We all work hard, blue collar. It's my town. It's the way I grew up. Shouldn't we be allocating money to the people that work hard and put in the infrastructures? I'm in the construction business 5 decades. You better believe we need infrastructure. I run a little village. That's my biggest expense. I hope and pray, you know, that the medical won't go up and everything like that every year. But, you know, paving roads, you know, we do it in-house and it still costs a fortune. Shouldn't we be allocating funds from where we know this, you know, it's being hidden in the $252 billion budget?
Is that a question directly to me?
That's a question.
Yeah. I would not be so bold as to lecture any of you folks on where you should be allocating state resources, how they should be allocated. That's all, I think, purview of the legislature. The only point that I'm making is that there's an inequity in the AIM funding formula. I would like us to convene a study on that to find out where those inequities are and why they exist and how we can fix them. But how you allocate your resources, is certainly up to all of you folks, and I'm confident that you can ably make those determinations yourself.
Thank you. This could be for anybody. We talked a little bit about fire services and things like that. The Volunteer Fire Infrastructure and Response Equipment, VFire program, provides only $25 million in funding statewide. We run a little private fire department. I could spend like, $500 grand on a new piece of equipment because on Long Island we need all the bells and whistles with all the chrome. $25 million for the whole state. Why do you think we have that inequity for one of the most important services there is for anybody?
You have fire departments. I don't have fire
I mean, obviously, we would love to see more money toward that because I was told that the program, we had a discussion just 2 days ago at my conference about this and how happy people were about the fact that there was another 25 million put in. So I recognize that, there's probably a much greater need there and that it was probably oversubscribed, but we're just grateful for the 25 million and know that our people are already interested in how they get their hands on that.
You've made some strides over the years on volunteer fire. It's very important what you're doing. So thank you for the laws that you're passing, especially with recruitment and retention. And I think in that respect, we've been advocating for both the income tax credit and the real property tax credit, not one or the other. That is a big deal. And so we would ask that you consider that as part of your deliberations.
Absolutely. I have a bill on that. Let's hope they'll let me bring it to the floor. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And for the veterans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Question, I probably won't need all my 10, but local government efficiency grant program. So I think there was a proposal for an additional $8 million in funding. I guess a couple questions, 4 parts to it. Do you believe that that's adequate? What do you find, what is the kind of the participation? It's not a brand new program, but the additional funding, is the $8 million adequate? Welcome thoughts?
I can speak just as experience as a supervisor for 15 years. I've tried to access that program repeatedly in my town. It's difficult. The issues, the common theme here is the issue with the grant programs generally is that they're arduous, they're expensive, and they're time consuming. Meaning that towns often have to, and other governments I'm sure, but towns would have to hire often a grant writer or a grant administrator. Administering a grant is often more arduous than writing the grant. The state has all sorts of things that you have to go through in order to access these grants. You have to use certain criteria to hire engineers and whatnot, and sometimes they have to be approved by the state, and sometimes the engineer being approved isn't the one in your region, and it's someone in New York City for upstate New York that they've approved. There's all sorts of issues with grants. And so a lot of towns, I can tell you have to remember, 58% of the towns in this state have under 15,000 people. We're talking about very small budgets, very small staffs. They can't administer this stuff. This is why for us, these formula programs are so important, because it's easy for a town to, in order to get a formula, to get the formula, get the AIM, get the CHIPS, get the, say, the SWAP, hopefully someday. But grants are very difficult for communities because it takes so much time. Very often the state is very slow on reimbursement too. A lot of the grants you have to put the money up, then you have to wait a year, sometimes 2, maybe 3 to get it back. Towns don't have that kind of money to do that. So it's very difficult. I tried a lot to find these efficiency grants with other local governments, and very often it's hard to get people with the same say local governments with the same priorities. For example, a town and a village trying to work together, very difficult because they have different priorities.
But I would hope that it wouldn't be, right? So before I was in county government, I was in town government. I was a deputy supervisor. And we did a lot of work with our village, which was literally right across the parking lot. And I don't know if this $8 million is sufficient, but I would hope, right, and I know that we tried to make sure that municipalities cooperated.
Yep.
Like we made local government more efficient. But if I'm hearing from you, and I guess but the second question, is that your opinion with NISAC?
Thank you, Senator, and welcome to the State Senate. I did want to just recognize and thank Senator Mayer and Assemblyman Steve Notus for their work on EMS, and I would encourage the body to follow the work that they're both doing on EMS for all of us collectively in local government, because we've been working for years together on that. With respect to your question, Senator, 100% agree with Chris. Counties, generally speaking, are not taking advantage of that program for the same reasons that Chris articulated. I would encourage you to shift the money elsewhere to local governments.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I agree with what Chris said, and I would encourage you to shift the allocation to other local government programs. It's generally speaking, not something that counties are using.
Okay, well, so let me ask you so, and a follow-up to that, so I guess then I would be interested to hear how we could do that better, because obviously if it's gonna be in the budget and there's money allocated for sharing services, grant programs to make local government more effective, more efficient. You know, if there are barriers, if there's red tape, if you have to put up the money, say if it's a small town or a village, doesn't have the capital, put that forward to then get reimbursed 2 or 3 years later if they want to share a piece of equipment, a dump truck, whatever you want to say. Obviously, because at the end of the day, we're here for the taxpayers. So I guess that's the question. So I'd love to hear more about that.
So I think we're talking two different things here. Grants obviously have generally that issue that or those issues I articulated. As far as the efficiency grants, I think the biggest, and I'm just going to be honest about my experience in local government, as many of you have had, the issue you have more than anything is labor, right? The biggest problem is you have turf wars. Say, for example, let's take the town of Glenville in Schenectady County and the village of Scotia, which is right inside the town of Glenville. And we both have a hard time getting police officers today. We don't have the police officers we used to have. So we say to the village of Scotia, well, why don't we at least just combine our command staff, right? Your chief is retiring, we have a chief, we have a lieutenant, but we have an open lieutenant spot, you have a lieutenant. Let's combine at least the command staff. That was DOA with the PBA. It just wasn't happening.
Well, interestingly, so we, let's see, 24, I don't know, 15 years ago on the town board, we tried to merge police departments, and, it just didn't happen. But I don't know, we don't want to get, I certainly don't want to get into a place where I'm suggesting what towns and our villages do. I'm not saying, I'm just saying, taking a step back, holistically looking and see if there's a way that we can utilize this program. If we can utilize it more efficiently, more effectively, and more often, so that we can make government, local government, town government, village government, state government, county government more effective, then I think that we should do that. And I'm certainly open to the conversation.
One suggestion, if I may, Chris, is that we had asked for the shared services program to have the ability to use a portion of the funds for administration. So perhaps a suggestion we have to you constructively.
Yeah, I'm asking here.
In this program.
Okay.
And Chris is spot on. I mean, we need some the ability to use some of the funds for administration to help access these programs.
And I think, Senator, maybe an idea, I think more practical than through grants, is providing direct funding or credits towards the tax cap, right? So if there's an achieved savings between the two municipalities, help with providing that credit on the tax, lower the burden of the tax levy in those towns with direct credits, not grants, through a grant program. So I think this is a very unique and early stage idea, but I think if you're open to a conversation, we should maybe take some time and sit down and talk about how that might be able to work.
I'd love to.
And the only thing I will add is that they have done some tinkering with these programs over the last couple of years in terms of maximum amount you can get, and also how much you can spend on studying versus implementation, which I do think has helped. So I do think there's room to make changes because they've already sort of paved that road for us.
I'm done.
Thank you, Assembly.
Assemblyman Ra?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So, CHIPS. As you may be aware, in this executive budget proposal, the governor is adding money to the DOT capital plan in recognition of the fact that costs have gone up as it comes to paving roads in recent years. And I know we've talked in the past about materials, all of the changes in costs that mean that the same amount of money doesn't pave the same amount of miles as it did a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago. So I'm wondering if you have any sense of if we were to, because I think the governor's kind of making our argument for us with regard to this. I mean, certainly we're advocating for increases to CHIPS, but any sense of what that number would look like if we did something comparable to as an increase in the CHIPS program to make sure that we're keeping up and able to pave the same number of roads?
Oh, asking for a number? Is it asking for a number? Do you have that?
We don't have that number with us right now. I mean, the CHIPS program is one of the best things that you ever did. Again, it's a formula-driven program. The county said 85% of the bridges, that's what we do. Over 20 feet long, we maintain bridges. Towns largely, mostly have the roads, local roadways, cities and villages, everything in between. What we can say to you, Assemblyman, is that every $1 million that you invest in CHIPS has an exponential amount of job creation. The amount of jobs that it creates and spins off into the private and public sector is tremendous. And as far as the cost of goods and services, we don't have that right now, but we do appreciate the question and thank you for your support of the program.
The comptroller does have something in a study on what it would cost to maintain all the roads in New York State over the next 20 years. And it's somewhere in the billions, obviously.
Several billions,
Several
yeah.
billions.
Yeah.
So we don't have it broken down by county, town, or cities, but certainly it'd be a significant investment.
Okay, and then about the clean water side of things. I mean, it sounds like essentially what you're saying is a CHIPS-like program, but for water infrastructure, correct?
Yes, yes. I mean, I think our logic is you are gracious enough to give us money for CHIPS, right? So we pave our roads. And I've seen this as a supervisor repeatedly. You pave the road, and then there's a water main break. And then you got to dig that road up and fix that water main break. If we're not maintaining our, and as I mentioned, for towns and cities, it's probably even older, our water systems are 60 years old now in most of the towns. They are failing, so we're getting more and more water main breaks. So why are we investing on the road level when we're not investing under the road? And in order just to change those water mains out before we repave the road, that would be a huge, huge help for us. So yes, formula, and let's make the formula fair for towns, but certainly would be better than grant-based program.
I think, Assemblyman, on the earlier question that you asked, I was thinking about, that's why we have $250 million in our testimony, because that, we believe, keeps things status quo right now.
Great, thank you.
I'll just add that the one thing that I think makes CHIPS so popular is that it's predictable and it is based on a formula that makes sense. And it also helps us with those preventive maintenance, the day-to-day operations, the day-to-day upkeep that help you avoid those crisis situations where you then need the several $1 million in grant money.
And on the water, you know, I recently met with one of my village mayors, relatively small village. We're actually doing a follow-up meeting at the end of this week. Now that the residents have become aware of lead pipe service lines, they're all asking us, okay, what's next? What's the next step here? And as you know, it's great to have the $500 million that we've allocated year after year after year, but we've put very, very little of it towards that. And I'm just wondering if you're hearing from your members concerns that my residents are saying, hey, you just told me I have lead in my service line, and what, I have to replace it at $10,000, $15,000.
That lead and PFOAs are a crisis, and our residents know it, and they're asking about it. I'll put that in perspective just for a moment. Town of Glenville, because obviously practical experience, we're a 30,000 person town, but only 11,000 people are on their water. Okay, 11,000 people are on water. Before I left service there and came here to the Association of Towns, we got an estimate from our engineer that it's gonna cost us $22 million to upgrade our water plant. $22 million. PFOA is now being found in the.
Hold that thought, please, Senate.
Thank you.
Okay, just looking. You know what? I'm gonna take mine because I want you to answer that sentence. So please continue with your answer.
So with the PFOA issue now, obviously the DEC and EPA, rightfully so, are lowering the legal amount of PFOAs allowed in the water system. And also, by the way, it's gonna happen in the sewer systems too, the outflow as well, because that PFOA comes right back out into the environment through that system. So rightfully so, they're lowering the levels that are acceptable. Right now, they're higher. So towns, in particular, will have to now have filtration systems to take out these PFOAs that corporations put into our water systems. We didn't do it, but now we have to do that. So now I get hit with, okay, $22 million just to upgrade and modernize your water plant for 11,000 people. But your PFOA now cleaning system is an $8 million on top of the $22 million, an $8 million capital investment. And then the operational cost of taking those carbon filtration systems out and disposing them and putting new ones in either on a monthly or quarterly basis is huge for a town. So those are the issues that we're dealing with clean water for towns trying to deliver that to their residents. And I would say that it's going to be unaffordable for folks. We tie it back to affordable housing. All this just comes back on the resident, and they can't afford that any longer.
You know, I couldn't agree more, Senator, with the PFAS situation that we have, 1,4-dioxane on Long Island, PFOA, PFOS, pervasive over the island. I think we've just scratched the surface of what we know to be in our drinking water systems. And New York is the leader in the United States right now, and the standards that we have imposed, thanks to you, all the great work that's done by our state, but this is going to be a massive cost to clean up and maintain our clean drinking water from PFAS and 1,4-dioxane. We need $40 million to implement the new lead testing program and to set up the registry. You mentioned that, it came up in one of the prior speakers. It was a great thing that you did in lowering the blood levels, but you never funded it. And for us to do that work is extremely hard. And I know Chris loves counties to do a lot of work out there in the communities.
You're so good at it.
But we are good at it, but we need funding. And so I encourage you, and I really want to double down on what Chris is talking about with PFOA and PFOS. It is going to be a very difficult thing that corporations polluted our drinking water, and local taxpayers are being required to clean it and maintain it for the next 50 years by changing these filtration systems.
So I want to ask you all, so I've been doing this now for 23 years up here in the Senate, and I thank you all for your work and your members. And I have watched the Cuomo Hunger Games competitions that never worked or made sense, and you described water grants being you apply, and if you are good at writing a grant, you might get money for your water and somebody else might not. I've heard your disagreements over who gets to control EMS, even though we all agree we need good ambulance service everywhere. When Albany tries to dictate what you should do and how, it never really seems to work. So can you get together and actually propose to Albany somehow a model that actually provides equity and fairness and rationale to a structure where you have counties, and within counties you have bigger cities, which are sometimes not as big as their towns, and vice versa. And then if you go into Long Island, don't even start about how many levels of government there are there. That, like, are there other states that have just figured out how to do it better and more equitably? Because, well, Stephen, when you talked about in your testimony, I think, about the governor's $1 billion for environmental, she's talking capital, but you're talking about the importance of money to the localities so that you can plan to do these things, so that you can have rational exercises in how to get the things done we know we need. I think that's a perfect example of what I'm hoping that everybody could just say, you know, we got to change what we're doing, all of us. So in some counties, they share their money with towns and cities, in some counties, they don't. I never understood that, but that's how it works. And again, you know, I just come from this little town called New York City. So it's 5 counties, that's all one government, and we don't have all these layers. We do lots of things wrong, but we don't like have all of that. So do you think it's realistic that you can all come up with a better model? Because I've watched Albany for 23 years, you know, mergers, acquisitions, threats, grants, carrots, sticks, efficiencies. I don't see that helping any of you, and I want it to work better. So is there, like, have you looked at other states? Do they have a better model?
You mean with the state? I'm not sure I understand the essence of the question.
Well, because what I'm hearing is you all need more resources, I get it. And we actually do want regional models of service delivery that make sense, particularly when you can have a town with 3 people next to a city with 4 people, right? Within a county of 12 people, or the reverse. That it's not working. And so we don't give you enough money, I'll accept that, but we're also almost clueless on how to do equitable and fair distribution in relationship to populations and what you need. And we don't want duplication of effort. I don't think any of you want duplication of effort. You want a good, equitable system for clean water, roads, emergency response, police, etc. So we don't seem to get there. So I just am looking for, you know, a new idea about how we get there.
Well, to answer your question, yes, I think we should get together, the 3 associations, and come talk to you about what we came up with. But I think you have to appreciate the evolution of how we got to where we are today. Why did the state of New York require the counties to fund non-federal share of Medicaid? It was only after that that you did the first sales tax in Erie County to pay entirely for Medicaid. So the amount of programs and services that counties are mandated in the state of New York is unlike any other state in the United States. And I'm not here to complain about that. We're here to serve the people, we work together. But it's difficult when we need funding on 1,100 categories from the county level. And the towns, cities, and villages may not need funding categories in those particular areas. Therefore, Chris is asking for a focused concentration of funding for a particular area. So from our perspective, with any state service, we're delivering it. Any health, human services, corrections, everything, mental health, opioids, every single program is being delivered and funded in large part through county property taxes. And so it's a complicated question that you pose. I know Governor Cuomo tried, I know Governor Hochul continues to try to do this, but I think if you listen to us and some of the issues that we're raising, for me, it's the county infrastructure program. We use that for housing. We're trying to achieve the state's goals, to ask you for $100 million, to ask you for $250 million in CHIPS funding. These are the priorities of our governments. As Barbara mentioned, she met with 200 people today. I met with 100 county officials today. That's what they told me to come to you to say, that bring up these particular programs and let us manage our affairs. This is a home rule state. We're enshrined in the Constitution. Despite what others may want to do in this state, we're not a Dillon's rule state. We're a home rule state. A Dillon's rule state is the local governments can only act on what you allowed them to act on. A home rule state is the other way around. Our powers are enshrined in the Constitution, so we want to use those powers without disruption of the state. So I'll stop there.
So Senator, I so appreciate that question. It's a phenomenal question, so thank you for that. And I don't want to leave the impression that local governments aren't working well together. We work, not just as associations, but our governments work very, very well together. We know what our jobs are. We all know the division of labor in those jobs, and we all deliver those frontline services, critical services every single day to our residents. I think in respect to our relationship with the state, my perspective, again, more so maybe as a supervisor, is that the state is so diverse, right, in so many ways, and state policy is not. State policy is like, this is how we want it. Well, that doesn't work in Western New York, or it doesn't work in the Adirondacks, or it may not work for towns, it may work for counties. I say, let's figure out a way how we can build a partnership between local government and state government. I don't feel as that it's as strong as it can be. How can we help you achieve your policy goals by going out and working with our local governments on what you're trying to achieve? And there's no better example of that than in energy policy. We have, like it or not, many, many towns that are rural with farmland that do not want solar. I have to stop.
We have to stop it that way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Scavone.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. Thank you for being here. As a former town council member and a former trustee in a village, I appreciate what you do, and that your members certainly are where the tires hit the pavement, if you will. So your testimony is incredibly important. Getting back to the ambulance corps conversation, our ambulance corps, they come in many different forms. They're, private corporations that are contracted either by a village or a town. Some of them are under fire districts, and it's, I believe, your contention that the county should take them over.
Ambulance.
Excuse me?
If you're
Right.
going to mandate ambulance to be a critical service provided by municipalities, it's my contention that it should be at the county level.
I come from a county with a population of 105 million people. We're bigger than the state of Maine. And I certainly wouldn't want to be the state of New York telling towns and villages, what to do with their EMS, particularly when they're staffed with volunteers, dedicated volunteers who have spent hundreds of hours, thousands of hours of training, and they love their community and love their folks in the community. I agree with you that something needs to happen. I believe some kind of streamline as far as municipal law to govern these, kind of like a fire district or something. Assemblyman Otis has a bill in.
He does.
I like the bill. I think there's something there. But it kind of goes to the shift between volunteerism and professional staff. I know in my district, most of our ambulance corps are now some sort of hybrid. So are you advocating for that, a shift to professional staff?
Absolutely not. There's no way they could afford it.
Well, it would be a huge hit, tax-wise, to our...
Look, the policy is just wrong to shift it to the counties. It's just wrong. What is right is let the local governments work it out amongst themselves. No town wants to abdicate an EMS program and shift it to the county. I've never heard of that, except for Chris bringing it up today. This is the first time I've ever heard of this.
Well, okay, so I agree with you, and I'll stop you there because I got 34 seconds. I appreciate your list as far as civil service reforms to help all of you, and I'll throw in our school districts as well. And lastly, you mentioned that 63% of the roads in the state of New York are town roads. I love the statistic. Do you have traffic statistics? I don't expect you to have it here, but if you can do that for towns, villages, and county, that certainly, I believe, would go a long way to get funding from the state of New York. I know what you do. I know what a culvert is. It's just for one example. So.
We certainly do. I want to circle back. Steve and I like each other, even though it doesn't seem that way. But I'm only saying.
Oh, let him finish.
Senator?
Okay, Senator Walzak.
You were saying?
I'm only saying if you're going to mandate it, then it belongs there. I'm not suggesting you do mandate it. I'm just saying if you do.
Thank you. I'm glad you two like each other. The chairwoman of finance today at 1647, it's February the 4th, 2025, said, when Albany tells you what to do, it never seems to work.
I like it.
Hear, hear.
So to the Association of Counties, what percentage of county budgets go to unfunded mandates or to mandates to county? What percentage of your county budgets?
If I had to take a guess, I'd say about 85% of a county budget is mandated.
And if you had to ballpark the total in billions of dollars?
8 billion. We send $14 billion to Albany every year.
You send $14 billion to Albany for these mandated programs that Albany mandates to the counties in a home rule state.
Yes. And I'm I'm not here to complain about that, even though it's crushing us. Look, we're a dual purpose government. Wouldn't we like to provide EMS services if the towns wanted us to? Of course we would. But we're completely shackled with state-mandated programs. We are an administrative arm of the state, but we're also a general purpose unit. That's why we do EMS, 911 services. That's why a county has a 911 operation. But we don't if the city wants to do it. It's absurd to mandate the county take over a function like that when the other unit of government wants to do that service. But yes, we are buried in unfunded mandates, and it's crippling our ability to innovate locally and do things like Chris wants us to do.
Just as a follow-up, so if 85% of your budgets and $14 billion are just in meeting the state's mandates, how can counties even consider lowering property taxes? How do they do that?
Well, it's through innovation. It's through trying to do things more efficiently, but it's just marginal on what we can do. We can't. We try to here and there lower. But this is the first year that I've seen 8 counties breach the state's property tax cap. What kind of message is that saying?
Ms. Van Epps, on village PDs, what do you need from the state for recruitment and retention? Police departments.
What are we hearing from the state?
So what do you need?
Oh, what do we need? Oh my gosh, it's all about resources, unfortunately. I mean, that's what it boils down to, being able to, Chris mentioned, the competition with the private sector. We have people poaching from other agencies. I mean, it's all about resources.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman Burke?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How you guys doing today?
Good, how are you?
Good. Just have a general question about connectivity amongst municipalities, across the state, specifically when it comes to trains. So I'm in Buffalo. I have to travel to Albany quite a bit. It's my understanding it was quicker in 1924 than it was to get from Buffalo to Albany than it is in 2024. That's, aside from unacceptable as a government, any structure where you have to move people to connect economies to function, that's ridiculous. Do you have positions on this? Have you, I know a bunch of studies, and we'll hear it some will say tens of billions of dollars, some will say you can do enough modifications even in the $2 billion range to be very strategic to actually make it even reasonable to move people. But when we're talking about taxes a lot, and we're talking about local municipalities reticence to raise taxes. Some of that is because it just obviously people can only bear so much, but when your buying power is challenged all the time in our current economy, and the cost of, say, transportation is up exponentially for a family, how are we not seriously talking about this in such, it seems actually completely unserious that we govern in a way that we 100 years later, we somehow move people slower in such an important, transportation medium. Can you comment, please?
I'll comment. Thank you for the question, and we couldn't agree more. You can't fly. There's no flights. You got to go through Pennsylvania to get to Buffalo. I think we need a massive, big, bold plan and invest in high-speed rail. I mean, this is the Empire State. How Florida does it. I don't know why we don't have that major investment in high-speed rail, and we would 100% support it. We built the Thruway, the Erie Canal before others did. We were the innovator, and I 100% support your initiative.
I mean, I would love high-speed rail. I'll take normal speed rail. I'll take 1924 rail. I'll take about anything other than what we have, which is, the hell rail that we have now, because not only is it incredibly slow and infuriating doing it, it's also just incredibly uncomfortable.
I think Long Island and the Hudson Valley and the Capital Districts and other parts of the state would like to see Western New York, and they just can't. It's too far.
Yeah.
So if there were ways to get there quicker, people would visit there.
When we saw the five big city mayors were here earlier, you know, they're talking about their struggling, you know, regions, their struggling economies. You know, transit-oriented development is a very real thing. So again, if you can't connect Buffalo to Rochester to Syracuse to Albany, if you can't do that effectively, like really, what are we doing here? And I know we invest a lot in roads and highways and chips, and we talk about all the money we have to do for roads, and we talk about electric cars, but an efficient, environmentally friendly way to move people. It just, you can imagine how much time I have personally spent sitting on a train thinking about this and being angry about it. So I just want to take this opportunity to address like what is a priority for me, and that I would like to continue the conversation with you, you know, going forward.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Senator Borrello.
Thank you, Tom. Well, thank you all for being here. I spent 10 years in county government, as Mr. Aquario knows, and you know, we talk about unfunded mandates, but I really want to talk about the growth of those in so many ways. You know, back when I first became a senator, I went from county executive to senator, about 1 in 3 New Yorkers was on Medicaid. Now it's close to half 5 years later. And New York State has gone out of their way to invite people from around the world to come to New York and to live on Medicaid, essentially, the most expensive Medicaid program in the nation. And Steve, particularly to you, you know, how has this impacted our county budgets?
Well, Medicaid is an $8 billion program. You have 2 programs that consume 85% of all your available revenue at the state level. What you do here now until April 1st is for 2 programs, education and Medicaid. So what happens in Washington, D.C., who knows what's going to happen with Washington, D.C., but I'll say this, if there's any tweaks to the Affordable Care Act, if there's any adjustments to the EFMAP, the Enhanced Federal Medicaid Assistance Percentage that Washington could potentially do, it will completely blow a gigantic hole into your state Medicaid budget. So what does it mean for us? It means everything. We can't fund and innovate and get enhanced 911 services or fix our bridges or focus more on economic development or do more for our seniors and our aging. It's everything, Senator.
Well, and you know, that's the thing, you know, when you think about county government and your tax dollars, your property tax dollars, and town government as well, you know, people, it's quite frankly, the things that people expect from local government are the things that aren't, quite frankly, aren't mandated, you know, emergency services, road and bridge maintenance and repair, you know, senior services, veteran services. That's what people expect from county government, and those are the things, quite frankly, if you have to cut in order to fill those unfunded mandates, you're going to have to cut. So, and what I want to touch on briefly on EMS. You know, when I was in county government, we created a fly car system so that we could support our local volunteers, and it's worked well, but it's been costly. But it is saving lives. You know, that to me is the way for county governments to support that, and I know that's something I think we should fund more of here. I don't know thoughts on that, so that we can close the gap and get those calls answered quickly.
Well, 100%. That's what counties are doing. Like counties like Wayne County is doing just that, taking over EMS for the towns there. It's happening. Albany County does a fly car. Montgomery County does a fly car service. It's something worth investing in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman Otis.
Thank you all. Thank you for your good testimony, and especially all the discussion about EMS today, which is very helpful in moving the issue. And I'd just say briefly, EMS cannot be a one-size-fits-all thing, that in some places it works municipal, intermunicipal, county, or regional, and it varies. But I have a question for each of you, which is, one of the issues is identification of where we have gaps. And so I guess the premise I have is, it probably in my mind makes sense that counties, towns, cities, and villages work together to try and identify where gap areas are in any part of the state. Does that make sense to each of you? If you could, and you're free to riff further on EMS more, but let's start with what's the best way or the quickest way to identify where we have gap areas?
Gaps in EMS?
Gaps in EMS.
Well, we have to find the gaps. I think perhaps funding a study makes sense from the New York State Department of Health. I mean, why would you disrupt something that's working in Westchester County and working well? I mean, it's all about response time. When I hear 18 minutes in the Adirondacks to get an ambulance, an EMS vehicle to someone's house, that's unacceptable.
Let me just ask a question, and I want to hear from everybody, but don't your members in most areas of the state have a sense of where their areas are that have coverage and where there are areas where we have gaps?
Rural areas are certainly struggling with coverage, no question about it. And it's multi-layered, right? You don't have the volunteers, you don't have the finance and the money for that. This whole issue is multi-leveled. Workforce development, I've talked to private companies. In my town, a private company covers it. They don't have workforce folks anymore. So when they send a rig out to cover something, they send that rig to the hospital, then they have to stay at the hospital for whatever the rules are for that are. They're stuck there. They don't have anyone else. And so the more rural you get, the more difficult that becomes for a community to provide those services.
Thank you. And Barbara, we have 43 seconds left.
I would just echo, yes, and that was one of the things I had mentioned earlier, was this lack of data doesn't allow us to know where those gaps are. And certainly communities know when they're having gaps, but the issue is coming together and somehow bringing all, getting comprehensive data to actually tell us where that is, where those gaps are. I do want to get on record, though, that, Steve, I'm not necessarily saying that the counties need to take it over. I just think we need to take a county-wide or regional approach to looking at it, which would help us do exactly what you're suggesting, which is to identify those gaps. But we can't do that community by community. We have to come together and bring all that data together and then identify where those gaps are.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy?
Thank you. Senator Fahey.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you and welcome. Good to see each of you. I missed some of the EMS debate, so I will, or discussion here. Looks like it was a lively one, so I look forward to following up on that and learning a little bit more. And I also thought we had made some real progress on Medicaid, but happy to follow up to see where we still, it looks like while we've made that progress, I know we still have work to do. A couple of things. I want to thank each of you for your work on short-term rental. The bill that I carried for 7 years, worked with Senator Hinchey on. Can you just give me a minute, any of you, on where we are with implementation, and do you still expect tens of millions of dollars in receipts on this, or has any of that changed? And again, I also hope that you are already seeing some impact with the fact that it seems to be empowering more towns and villages to really push back and focus on where the short-term rentals may be fueling the housing shortage supply. So on any of those fronts, if you can.
I haven't seen implementation yet in the towns, so I can't report on that. One of the things I brought up earlier, I'm not sure if you're in the room for it or not, but the towns will not see really a revenue growth because we don't get the hotel occupancy. We don't get the sales tax by right. There are places where obviously there's some share, but you have to go and negotiate a share, but not all counties share the sales tax. So we're not going to see that. We do believe, hopefully, it's going to be helpful with the shortage in housing availability, especially with trying to limit the company trusts buying these homes, which would be phenomenal and greatly appreciated. But from the town's perspective, we haven't seen any implementation yet.
Okay.
I don't think we're there yet either, but I did mention earlier in my testimony that we do appreciate, this bill getting done and all your efforts on it, along with Senator Hinchey's. We do see this as a great benefit to have municipalities have that data in one place so they can actually see where these short-term rentals are and what the impacts they may or may not be having on housing. as well as the whole issue of the taxation and leveling the playing field. We think that's a great
Yes.
benefit as well.
Thank you again for the help. Any impact thus far, or any concerns or any projections that you have made on some of the proposed federal funding cuts? I don't think any of those have hit you directly right now, but I don't know if there's anything you want to comment on in terms of what you're hearing of projections. Mr. Aquaria, I already heard you mentioned Medicaid. Anything else on that?
Well, on the STR, I want to congratulate you personally and Senator Hitchie and all of you for passing that legislation. That was historic what you did. I think it's a national model. I think the best is yet to come on that. It is going in the right direction, and we're very appreciative.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
You can't leave me like that. Assemblywoman Cassay.
Thank you very much for your testimony and your representation. Coming from village government myself, I was compelled to represent us at the state level in the district because I understand that at local government level, sometimes these issues feel like David versus Goliath, big economic, infrastructure, environmental issues. So I'm going to sprint through 3 questions, and I'll if we could just grab those. So sewers. In my district alone, we have communities like Quorum and Gordon Heights that are blighted, have blighted commercial areas. There are incredibly passionate and smart residents who are trying to work through these so that they can have daycares and multifamily developments and all the housing. But sewers is where the conversation stops. In just a few words, could you tell me the best way for the state to help Quorum and communities like it better navigate or have the state provide better access to sewers for communities?
Formula-based funding, swap.
Formula-based funding, all right.
I would agree with that.
All right. Do we have consensus?
Yes.
Fabulous, wonderful, thank you. So that brings us to housing. We need to diversify the housing stock. So currently, there's a lot of multifamily developments going up in Suffolk County, but a lot of it, almost exclusively, is rental because the structure of the IDAs. Are there conversations happening with your members where we can, where it's maybe looking at restructuring the IDAs so that there's not that financial incentive and there's more parity, so that we have a diverse housing stock, all affordable, but both affordable for first-time home buyers and other folks, different stages in life, as well as affordable rentals.
IDAs get involved in the house. Yes, I said earlier that I think that's appropriate. That would be fine. The issue the towns have is that very often county IDAs make the decisions and then give away the town's resources.
Right.
We would like to see that gap closed and let the towns have more control over their own.
I'd love to be, learn more about that from your perspective and see how the state might be able to, guide or assist in that. Last question: municipal waste. Especially on Long Island, where we have geographic constraints, but I think all throughout the state of New York, we're really facing questions on how to deal with municipal waste. Would your members be interested in increased state support for regional conversations as far as how to deal with our waste crisis?
Yeah, I think the waste crisis is a real one, and I think we need to look to recycling efforts. Organic recycling can process municipal solid waste and solve Long Island's problems.
Great.
Let me also say, Assemblywoman, on the governor's proposal for hedge funds owning private housing stock, I think that's her program and proposal makes a lot of sense.
Oh, that was my stand-up and clap moment at the State of the State. So excited. So many friends who can't get in there. So looking forward to supporting that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Senator O'Mara. Excuse me, Senator Rolison next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to see all of you here today. I really appreciate the discussion amongst the 3 of you as well on complicated issues. It's a good example of how people get together and figure things out. And as someone who was in local government for 19 years, it sometimes seems to be easier on the other side because you just react and get things done based on what the state tells you to do, whether they get the funding or not, because you don't. So I appreciate that. And I want to thank my colleagues. A lot of great questions today, back and forth here in the hearing room. And so I wasn't really sure what I was going to ask because many of the questions have already been asked. But one of the things in local government, county government, there has been sort of an example of a go-to person that can help navigate amongst the various departments within those governments. And I've heard here and I've heard back home in the district that is needed in Albany when it comes to various state agencies, that you all have to work through funding streams, regulations, reporting requirements, and it takes so much time, effort, and sometimes the staff that you don't have. Why don't we have it, I think would be, and what would you say to that to make it easier to navigate a very complicated system? And again, going back to real quickly, is that, yeah, the money's there, but you can't get it. Or it takes forever to get it, and you can't lay out the in-kind, so to speak, that comes with this, and sometimes many projects don't get done. So I would, and you don't have to give it to me now because I got a minute and 25 seconds, but I think that is needed up here in various state agencies.
I think if you provided a grant advocate from the state that would help local government find, write, source, and administer grants, I think that would be a home run.
And even just a clearinghouse, so you can find it, you know, you have to go to the DOH website to find the grants that DOH offers, EFC's website to find EFC's grants. There's no one place you can go to find all the grants that the state offers. And that's something we've been working on at NICOM, trying to pull all of that together to have it in one place.
CFA process, not to leave that out, is a little bit difficult for local governments as well, smaller governments. They don't know how to interact with the council. They don't know these folks who are kind of bigwigs in the community. They need help understanding that whole process, getting into the portal, filling it out, all of that. It would be huge if you have an advocate.
Mr. Aquario, 30 seconds.
Senator, I agree completely. You would know, being a mayor, chairman of a county legislature, it's a complicated system. These state agencies are extremely complicated. The federal agencies are even more difficult for us to access grants. The public trying to interact with state agencies is extremely difficult, but we would definitely support what you're saying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assemblywoman Levenberg?
Thank you so much for your testimony. As so many of my colleagues, I also served in local government as town supervisor in Ossining, so I understand so many of the issues that you've discussed today, and obviously am sympathetic. I did want to kind of talk a little bit about sales tax, because a couple of you brought up that sales tax isn't shared, and I had a bill talking about sales tax transparency, which would require, I think it's the Department of Taxation and Finance to disclose information that they already have so that we understand where the sales tax is being generated. Because part of what I've heard is that, you know, I mean, certain counties that don't share their sales tax, many of the local municipalities feel like they're not getting back the services that they need or money to support the services that they need. And just curious what you think about that. And then my follow-up question, I'm just going to give them both to you because I only have 3 minutes, is about housing. You know, obviously we've talked a lot about it, and I think, Barbara, you're the one who said, or I can't remember, one of you said, you know, we want to help you, help us. Well, what do you think is the best way that we can actually help municipalities? One of the things that we're looking at is actually asking for more money for that pro-housing to use specifically for the planning to get the grants. Or to become a pro-housing community, but you know, what else can we do as a state to make sure that we help with those neighborhood defenders, I guess we could call them, and some of the issues that hold up the development of housing, not just infrastructure. You talked a lot about that already.
I'll take sales tax quick because it is a town issue. Towns do not get it by right, as we all know. Some towns do share; they're generous enough to share. Some do not. But the question was asked about how do counties, you know, with the levy, how do they give a tax cut? The answer is simple: sales tax growth, right? We have record sales tax growth. Counties are benefiting from that. Towns, by and large, are not. So even where they do share sales tax with the towns, many of them don't share the growth in the sales tax, and that's where the real money is. So town of Glenville and Schenectady, we get a flat $2 million. And all that growth that occurred, we didn't get a penny of that because the county doesn't share it. So giving towns some ability to share sales tax would be phenomenal for towns, absolutely.
Thanks.
I can just quick chime in on the housing. I mean, I mentioned earlier, some of the things that the governor proposed in the budget are going to be very helpful, including the support for infrastructure, but also the broadening of some of those tax credits, because our municipalities are saying they need more flexibility so that they can really take advantage of them, but also not to be boxing developers in by putting too many requirements on them, because they're walking away from projects as a result of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Tom O'Mara is making me laugh, and he still gets 5 minutes as well.
5 minutes. Hopefully, we can do this in less than 5 minutes. Thank you all for being here. Been a very good panel, so thank you for your input on this. Steve, from the county's perspective, you mentioned a few answers with Senator Walczak on the total amount of unfunded mandates that the county's carrying. What was that amount again?
Unfunded mandates?
Yeah.
Well, it's 8 billion in one in Medicaid, and it's about 14 billion.
So Medicaid's still about 8 billion.
8 billion, each and every year from the.
And if those unfunded mandates were funded fully by the state for the services the counties are providing, what would the counties, in your opinion, what would the county's response be as far as how far would they lower property taxes based on the easing up of those unfunded mandates?
Well, you could lower property taxes or share sales taxes with towns.
Does that go over well?
We're going to hold them to that.
I mean, obviously, local governments want to work together, and if we can share sales taxes with towns and others, we would, and we are, and we do. But it's hard to do that when you're doing $1 billion in delinquent property taxes that we're making the towns whole with. So it's a complicated thing. When you pull the string, these local governments have evolved over years of working together locally and sharing things locally based on what they negotiate through MOUs. So I would really caution you on making changes in that regard.
Caution on making changes in what regard? I'm sorry.
Requiring counties to share sales taxes.
Oh, no, I'm talking
Other local
about the unfunded mandates and what the county's reaction would be.
Yeah.
I mean, would it be
think-
a dollar for dollar reduction in property taxes?
Yes.
Probably
Yes,
not.
Senator.
It would be a dollar for dollar?
Yes,
You
Senator.
think so? Counties will commit to that?
Yes.
Excellent. The last couple of years, there's been some changes the governor has made to the EFMAP funding. What's your understanding of where that stands now? That was kind of an off-budget thing that was done, and what's the impact to the counties been over the last 2 years of that holdback of EFMAP funds that were supposed to go to the counties from the federal government that didn't get to them?
Well, it's over $1 billion right now that has been intercepted. It was an egregious act by the state. It was wrong. What happened? We fought it the hardest we fought anything, and we lost it. And you heard the city council speaking about that today, that they want that money back. I don't know what Washington, D.C. will do with respect to that, but as long as that is on the books, this is a $400 million loss for the counties.
Now, is it, from your perspective, was that a scenario that, certainly the governor took that unilateral action to hold that money, intercept that money, but the Biden administration allowed that to happen, right?
They were complicit, yes. And that's partially the reason why 8 counties exceeded their property tax cap this year.
Do you have any hope that there'll be a different interpretation or approach on that by the Trump administration in Washington now?
I think Medicaid is one of the #1 policy areas the new administration is going to be looking at in Washington, D.C. How they interpret that? Do they reduce the floor for New York State, which would throw New York State into chaos? Do they create block grants for Medicaid for the states, which would also throw our state into chaos? Right now, every program that you create in Medicaid, you draw down 50-cent match. They may change that. So I don't have the answer to that, Senator. Perhaps.
These are the various many waivers that New York State has
Yes.
obtained from the federal government to even multiply the Medicaid dollars that come to the state. So those are in
Yes.
jeopardy.
Those are definitely going to be looked at in a different lens now.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Assembly?
Assemblywoman Shimsky.
Thank you.
I think I'll start with the subject area that's
Okay, I got
basically
one
the
more
county's
senator.
purview, so the two of you can take a little bit of a lap.
Got two more senators.
Public health.
Keep showing up.
That is something we saw with COVID, how vital having a strong public health system is. They obviously have to work closely with the state. How do you see our public health infrastructure on the county level functioning, and what do we need to do to strengthen it?
Well, I think it's resilient. I think that the counties were heroes. They had heroic efforts during COVID. And I can't applaud them enough for distributing body bags, to distributing N95 masks and everything in between. But they are in desperate need of an Article 6 public health increase. I mean, we need to increase Article 6. We only get 36%. You heard New York City talk about this today. A few years ago, you, at the request of the governor, eliminated the medical examiner from being reimbursed under Article 6. That's wrong. You should return to that, and we should try to innovate on regional medical examiner offices. Another function that counties do, coroners and medical examiners, incredibly important, but excluded from Article 6 public health. That's important to New York City. That's important to the 57 counties. So I really strongly encourage you to look at an opportunity to increase Article 6 public health spending.
Will do. A follow-up on that is that we were talking before about how the counties really don't use much the intermunicipal cooperation and efficiency agreements. Do you think that, is there something in the law that excludes counties' ability to use that for such issues as coroners and medical examiners? Or is that something that may actually breathe new life into that part of the program?
I think it's better off through Article 6 public health reimbursement as opposed to applying for a grant for all the reasons that Chris elaborated. It's just not worth it.
Grants, yeah.
It's not worth it.
Well, one of the things we're going to have to do, and one of the things I wanted to bring up too, is compliance. We all know how important compliance is, but sometimes when the scandal of the year happens, there's another layer of compliance put on, and it's not clear that that compliance is going to solve the problem, but it adds to everyone else's expense. Do you see a way of, and this is a jump ball for all three of you in 9 seconds, what should we do about that?
We just lost 3.
I'll ask next year.
Okay. Senator Rachel May.
Thank you, thank you. So Syracuse has the highest child poverty in the country, the fastest rising rents. It's got, for the first time ever, the homeless population has more families with children than single individuals. Today, the Faith-Based Affordable Housing Coalition was here arguing for that policy that would allow faith institutions to use their land to build affordable housing, to house the people who it's in their mission to try to help. Last year, local governments went ballistic against this policy. So what can be done to bring local governments along? What changes are needed in that policy in order to make what seems to me like a no-brainer, to use that land, to use those missions to really get some affordable housing in communities where there isn't enough?
Well, I'll just lead us off here. First of all, I'm sorry that Syracuse has that level of poverty. That's I have been watching that over the years, and it seems to have gotten worse. But when I convened 20 county executives 3 weeks ago, and we talked about this issue, of all the issues that were on the table, they all talked about homelessness and how to deal with it. Monroe County actually bought a hotel instead of renting it, because the state was so difficult on the regulations, how much it was costing for a room for one person, $1,100 a day to rent the one room with children in there. It made no sense, so they bought the hotel. There's better ways to do it. We have to focus on how to help the counties help the homelessness.
The only thing I will add is that our members, you know, this has been such a controversial issue, but everybody recognizes that homeless is an epidemic across particularly our cities. And the one thing that we get a little bit frustrated with, again, Steve, I don't want you to think we're picking on you, is that a lot of the resources for these types of services go to the counties, but it's the cities that are really dealing with these people 24/7. And so we want the state to come together and using, you know, talking with us as well about how to better allocate these resources so they will go to the communities that are actually performing some of those services. Not that the counties aren't, but the counties are more 9 to 5, where we're 24/7 and we're dealing with people on the streets at 2 a.m. And so we just want to talk a little bit more about how we can better allocate those resources.
And on this, I just want to remind my friend Steve that counties make towns whole on property taxes because towns do not have foreclosure power like counties have, and that's why. So one doesn't have anything to do with the other on the sales tax.
Actually, it does. And the United States Supreme Court just ruled we can't keep any surplus, so we're stuck with that.
But you get your money back. We can't.
We don't get our money back.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you very much for your testimony today. I can't agree with you more when you say that local control is the best way to do it, having come from local government as well. I want to go back to the unfunded mandates. I'm just curious, at each level, are there antiquated unfunded mandates that we could look to do away with? I know how difficult it is. When you talk about property taxes and how you're going to lower property taxes, you know, 3/4 of the bill is typically school taxes. It's not town and county that's really making it unaffordable for people to buy homes. And so when we do that, one of the ways we could look to make trims to that is to perhaps look at any unfunded mandates that could be antiquated, duplicative. Is there anything that could be eliminated or that you would ask to have eliminated?
So, Senator, I can jump in quick. Senator, this is a great question because my staff and I were just talking today that we are going to study this and we're going to come to you, maybe not this year, we're going to come to you with a Local Government Modernization and Efficiency Act with a bunch of things in there. And some of the things we've already called out on that are some simple things like, you know, requiring us to put everything in a newspaper, all our notices in a newspaper, is incredibly expensive to the town. If we could use our internet, if we could use if we can use modern day tools, it would save us a tremendous amount of money. There's a whole bunch of stuff in the MS4 program now that is new mandates have just come down that require us to do a lot more work there, so we have to hire more people. But we're starting to identify those kind of antiquated things in at least town government, and how can we move forward and save money. So we'll be coming back to you with a report on that.
I look forward to it. And is there any kind of duplicity between the village to the town and the town to the county, where perhaps you could be working better together and eliminate unfunded mandates in that manner as well?
I mean, I think we could all work together better always, right? But I think we have a pretty clear division of labor on the duties that we provide for our residents. But, you know, you can look at places like the DPWs we all run or the DOTs we all run and try to figure out, can we do more with sharing salt shed? Can we share more equipment? There's more that I think can always be done there. It's a lot more difficult than it sounds because very often if we're sharing a piece of equipment between the county and the town, and we both need it at the same time very often, so it becomes very hard for that.
I'm just trying to, like, as far as unfunded mandates
Oh,
go,
unfunded mandates.
with the purpose of trying to trim down some of those unfunded mandates in order to make your budget a little better and to be able to offer those lower amounts.
Well, the towns don't have any unfunded mandates. That's just the counties.
That's not true.
So what we would suggest is the ages 0 to 5-year-olds for special education, in early intervention and preschool special education. Those areas we have to do and can do a better job with there's 2 state agencies involved here. You have the Department of Health with a newborn to a 3-year-old and the Department of Education from a 3-year-old to a 5-year-old. They're not integrated. the care is not consistently from the child's life, from 0 to 5, and then 6 to 12 goes to yet another system. So I think we could do a better job, save money in there. It's duplicative between what the counties are doing, the school districts are doing, the state education department, and the health department. So that's one area. The other area I would mention is Part 730, mental health competency. When you have to stand for a criminal charge, you have to be deemed competent. The state changed that from a 50-50 partnership. They didn't put it on the towns. They put it on the counties to pay the other 100% of that cost for mental health competency right now. That has gone up 3,000% in some counties. So mental health competency, big mandate, unfunded.
Can I just chime in? The ones we talk about most, and again, we just had our 200 mayors in town, scaffold law, prevailing wage, the fact that we can't use design build, those are the things that our people focus on because that's hurting our economic development. And I know some of them are third rail issues, but when, that's what we talk about when we talk about unfunded mandates.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I think Senate's done.
Senate's done, the Assembly's done, except for me, and my pearls of wisdom. I just find it interesting. It's going to take over a year to figure out what unfunded mandates you have. If they're so antiquated, it should be in the tip of your tongue. I mean, the county, he came up with, he came up quick. I'd have to agree with you about affordability of housing. You said if we lowered property taxes, it would make houses more affordable. That flies in the face of economics, because if we lowered the price if we made it more affordable, more people would want it. The object now is to buy in desirable areas. So the more desirable the area, the more the costs are. And it really has nothing to do with those costs if someone can afford it. I did a quick study once. Some of my colleagues might remember this, when I asked a group of well-to-do people in Westchester, how many of you own a home or a condo or a co-op? And about 80% raised their hand and said yes. And this was a conference we were talking about affordable housing. And I said, how many of you were willing to sell your home or your condo, your co-op for less than you paid for it? And no one said yes. And I said, there's your problem. The problem is us. We all want more than what it is that we paid for whatever it is that we have. And we blocked out anyone that's in the same income level that was at where we were when we bought what we have. That makes sense?
It makes sense.
So the only way to make something affordable is something none of us want to do, and that is to make our area, our town, our village, our city less desirable. And if you lower the desirability of someplace, then you're going to have people wanting to buy there but not willing to pay as much. And none of us want to do that. Making things, it's just going to be difficult. And the unfunded mandates that the counties have. I mean, Steve, I don't know if you know the history behind that, but when Medicaid first came about, it was a group of individuals in the Senate in New York that thought that all the poor people in New York lived in New York City, but those D's lived, and we're going to put some of it on them. So instead of doing what every other state did, which was to pay, the state paid half and the feds paid half, they put a quarter of it on the counties and a quarter on the state and half on the feds. And lo and behold, there's a whole bunch of people in the other 60 ex-counties in the state of New York that no one thought existed, but when it came time for the funding or paying this Medicaid, they all showed up. So that's where that is. Now, there are some mandates that we would like to get rid of, but I had a similar conversation with a a meeting with school superintendents. There were a couple of school districts there, and they were complaining about unfunded mandates. And I said, which mandates do you not want? And they couldn't think of a single one, because every one that they had was important to that school district or to their school districts. So just to eliminate mandates is not the answer, because someone has to pay for it. And the way it really turns out is all of our constituents are actually the ones that are paying for it, whether they're county constituents, town constituents, village constituents, city constituents, state constituents. It doesn't matter. They all are New Yorkers in the case that we're talking about. So we do have issues that we have to look at. We do have things that we have to do. We can try to save some money. I'm frightened half to death right now about what's coming out of Washington, because everyone sitting at that table depends in some way on federal funding. And I'm hearing, shutting down the Department of Education, not paying this, not paying that. Those costs are all going to translate to the counties, the state, the cities, the villages at some point in time. And I think it'll make this, not only this state, but this country unaffordable. But anyway, that was just me rambling on. I want to thank you all for your participation in this. If you have any response to anything that I said, I'd love to hear it.
I would, Assemblyman. I appreciate your comments, and I don't disagree. Affordable housing is very, very difficult with many, many, many different layers. There's no question about it. And there's a lot of different ways to attack it. My only suggestion was, and I'll just use my own personal example. 15 years ago, I bought my house, and my mortgage was $1,000, and my property tax was $650. Today, my mortgage is $1,000, my property tax is $1,200. That makes that house a lot less affordable. Now, that's only on me. We could take that in any other house you want to take, but that makes that so much less affordable for people. I have 3 children. All 3 of them are trying to buy houses today. Not one of them can afford a house today because of the property tax and the fact that house pricing has gone through the roof because some of the things we addressed with the senator, where we have houses, these multi-trusts buying these houses up and things like that.
I don't think the difference between the property tax 15 years ago and the property tax now has anything to do with affordability. The affordability comes with the inflation and the increase in the value. If you paid $100,000 for your house 15 years ago and now you want $900,000 for that exact same house, that's not because the property tax went up, double. That's because inflation and the desirability of the property that you own
But wages
has
have gone up.
increased the perceived value in a prospective buyer.
Right, but the wages have not kept up with property taxes.
Well,
That's
that
part
is
of the
my
pro-
point. That's my point. When your house goes up to what you're gonna ask for it now, the wages haven't gone up, so what you've done is priced out every individual that was earning what you were earning when you qualified for your mortgage 15 years ago. So you priced them out. So now, instead of having to earn $50,000 to buy your house 15 years ago, you have to earn $150,000 because you're raising the price of your house to a much. It had nothing at all to do with the property taxes. The property taxes went to schools, it went to police, it went to fire, it went to garbage removal, it went to health. It didn't go to anything.
And
So-
some of these mandates, we do know what the mandates are. I didn't have time to go through all the mandates, but we do know what the mandates are. My friend Steve is incorrect. There are a tremendous amount of mandates on towns. I mentioned some of them. I mentioned the newspaper mandate, that's huge. But when you look at the building code, right? You folks all implement the building code, but where does that fall to implement it? It falls to local governments. So every time there's a new mandate out of the building code, we have to go and enforce it. And oftentimes, we don't have the inspectors to be able to do that. New fire standards, when they come in, we have to be the ones doing all the fire inspections now. That falls to towns. Doesn't fall to counties, falls to towns. When you look at MS4, we could be here for a whole nother couple hours on MS4 regulations and what now is being mandated, the new MS4 mandates on towns. We don't have the people, we can't afford the people to go, and now we have to inspect not just our outflows, we have to inspect every private outflow in the entire town. And now you look at my town of Glenville, that's gonna require 3-4 new people. That's the most expensive cost we have to a town. So the mandates that require things, that require employees, is extremely, extremely expensive. So, I'm looking forward to working on how we can make housing more affordable. I think it's a crisis of our time, there's no question about it. We're here to help, we're here to try to find answers to that. And if we can find answers to mandates, at least being funded, that would be tremendous. But we'll have a whole comprehensive list for you. We just don't have time today to go through the entire list. And I don't want to take time from my colleagues, because I know Steve wants to say something too.
The only thing, thanks, Chris. The only thing I'll say is to redouble our efforts. In addition to seniors not leaving their homes now, not going into nursing homes, which is a very good thing, those houses are not going on the market these days. And the other thing I wanted to re-emphasize is the hedge funds owning 20% of the available inventory of houses on the open market. So that's
Yeah,
another,
that is definitely a problem now.
Another
And,
barrier.
You know, the governor's budget attempts to address that. I really don't know how successful it's going to be to say that certain groups can't get into the housing, purchase market for 75
I have a
days.
bill that's better than her proposal on that.
All right,
Everyone should look at it. It's a Senate Assembly bill,
I look at it.
limiting private equity buying up houses.
Good.
Okay.
Lady and gentlemen, thank you very much for your
Thank you.
participation.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
That was great.
These guys.
I didn't know that. Good to see you. Thank you again for joining us.
Come on down, penalty, yes.
In Nassau and Suffolk and any other county.
So you're like the historian of the assembly.
You've been here 32 years, you learned a couple of things.
Double duty today, consolidations, but yes, sir, you as well.
That's,
I think we gotta go through. Whatever.
No, I was going by the order that they gave us.
Oh,
Yeah.
what's the order?
And
The governor.
me.
All right.
Okay.
How are we doing?
Do we have the heavy hitters at the end?
I do.
Billy.
Well, here we are. All right.
Billy, I'm not giving you 10 minutes on this. If you want to speak, you want to say something. You're not getting 10 minutes on
Would
this.
you like some water?
Okay. No.
Do we have a six?
What's that?
Exactly.
Is there one more,
Exactly.
Justin?
Yeah, I never fall into
Are we
that.
missing
You're trying to
somebody?
get
I
Gary's
think-
attention.
I think he might be a no-show.
except the rankers.
Oh, yeah, I would love some water. Thank you. That would be great. Thank you so much. I hope that was a clean flask.
I think it was.
I think it was. Hopefully it was.
We announced that.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Well, apparently not everybody got invited to the.
Good
cocktail
evening, everyone, and welcome. We're going to pull an audible on this because the chairs of our election committees weren't originally part of this, but they are now. And we have the chair of the Assembly and the ranking Elections Committee and the chairs of the Senate and ranking election committee. So we have everyone. They will get 10 minutes each. The rankers will get 5. Everyone else at this hearing, except for Ed Robb, myself, and Assemblywoman Kruger, and the ranker on Ways and Means, will have our short time. And the other chairs of the other various committees are regular members at this time, and they get 3 minutes. Is that understood, everyone? Yes.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
Of course.
And you each get 3 minutes.
Right.
And do you want them to each introduce themselves?
Yes,
or-
just for the media, if they're still taping stuff up here. If you just go through quickly and mention who you are, and then we'll decide what the speaking order would be, whether you want to start from the left or the right, or the middle and work out, however you guys decide you want to do it.
Hi, I'm Dustin Zarni. I'm the Democratic Caucus Chair for the New York State Elections Commissioner Association and a commissioner from Onondaga County.
Hi, everyone. Marina Pino, counsel with the Brennan Center for Justice.
Hi, Erica Smitka, Executive Director, League of Women Voters of New York State.
Hi, I'm Karen Wharton, Democracy Coalition Coordinator at Citizen Action and the Fair Election Facilitator.
I'm Susan Lerner. I'm the Executive Director of Common Cause New York and one of the founders of the Let New York Vote Coalition.
Do you want me to go first? We might as well go in the same order, right? All right. Well, thank you very much for allowing me to come and speak once again. In my role today, I'll be speaking on our bipartisan request from the New York State Elections Commissioner Association. We applaud the governor's budget for including many different things in it, including, and most importantly, the reappropriation of some of the grants that were appropriated last year. Most importantly, the poll book grant, which is going to address our aging poll book infrastructure. We went to electronic poll books in New York in 2019, and many of those poll books that were bought at that time period are now starting to age out, and they will not be available for the new iOS. Most of our poll books are Apple products, and the fifth and sixth generation poll books that were bought back in 2019, the new iOS 18 is not going to cover that. That means that they would not be secure, so we need to replace that infrastructure. And we asked, this body generously gave us this grant last year, but in the middle of the presidential election, many counties were not able to spend that money to replace their poll book fleet, and they plan to do so this year when the new iPad 11th generation is released sometime later in the year. So we asked for that grant to be reappropriated. We also ask for more flexibility in the grants that this body and the governor approve. So we, last year, you provided an aid to localities grant, which was very flexible and allowed different counties to be able to use that money in the ways that they need in their counties. Some counties need staffing, some need infrastructure, some need to buy new voting equipment, some need to upgrade their facilities and their buildings and upgrade their security. So we ask that when this body starts to apply grants for elections, that they allow for more flexibility in these grants and longer time periods in these grants, so we don't always have to ask for them to be reappropriated each year, and that the county boards of commissioners can do long-term planning to continually upgrade our election infrastructure to have the most secure, up-to-date, and functional voting equipment for our public. I'm going to end a little early, but I want to thank you all. And I do need to note, though, that New York is one of the few states that doesn't have annual funding for county boards of elections, and we do ask for it each year. And I hope that we will start to address that in the future budgets. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairs Pretlow and Kruger and members of the legislature. Again, my name is Marina Pino, and I'm counsel at the Brennan Center for Justice. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of funding for our democracy's infrastructure. We commend this body for championing reforms to build a stronger and more inclusive democracy. You have provided a blueprint for campaign finance reform nationwide, and you have made New York a leader in fighting race-based voter suppression. As you continue this vital work, I'd like to preview some findings of a Brennan Center analysis of the public financing program's first cycle, which will be published later this week. Data show the program has already transformed the state's campaign finance landscape for the better. While big money dominated races nationwide in unprecedented ways last year, New York showed that there's an alternative path forward. The program made constituents' small in-district donations much more important to candidates' fundraising. In recent cycle, these contributions barely made up 5% of overall funding. But with public financing, they jumped to 45% when including matching funds. At the same time, the share of large donations from individuals and entities like PACs decreased substantially from prior cycles. The data also showed a sizable increase in civic engagement. About twice as many New Yorkers made small in-district contributions as in 2020 and 2022. The shift in fundraising occurred in all corners of the state, across party lines, and in rural, urban, and suburban communities of diverse socioeconomic levels. Critically, independent expenditures did not diminish the program's success. The vast majority of this outside spending was concentrated in just 10% of legislative districts. And publicly financed candidates facing that spending still ran viable campaigns. The program needs full funding to keep succeeding. We strongly support the executive budget's appropriation of $114.5 million. This funding covers administrative needs, including a user-friendly online platform, and matching funds to give candidates and small donors alike confidence in the program ahead of the first statewide cycle. We also urge this legislature to ensure the final budget supports the voting reforms you have already delivered. That includes the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act of New York, which placed our state as a national leader in restoring legal protections against race-based voter discrimination. The final budget must include $2.5 million to support the voting and elections database for this act. And we urge you to include funds allocated in the executive budget to support the overdue implementation of automatic voter registration and the online voter registration platform. Lastly, this legislature must prioritize funding election administration. I echo my co-panelist just now's remarks, supporting funding for local boards as they prepare for the next cycle. That includes funds to upgrade e-poll books, cover prepaid postage for ballots, and purchase new voting machines, which have already surpassed their age. Thank you for your continued efforts to support our democracy.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. As said, my name is Erica Smitka, Executive Director of the League of Women Voters of New York State. We applaud the governor's executive budget for including adequate funding for the State Board of Elections and the Public Campaign Finance Board. However, many of our reforms remain insufficiently funded at the local level, especially considering the growing challenges facing our local boards of election. The cost to run our elections is simply not the same as it was in years past. In a recently released report, the estimated cost per voter has almost doubled on average, from around $15 in 2016 to almost $28 per voter in 2024. This is largely due to the passage of long overdue measures to improve access to the ballot. We're grateful for state legislation that has finally pushed New York State into the 21st century, but we need to see state funds directly support these state initiatives by providing a direct line of funding to local boards. In addition to increasing expenses, local boards are running our elections in an increasingly challenging environment. Mis- and disinformation is eroding trust in our election process, and nearly 2/3 of Americans do not have faith in our electoral process. Our local boards are on the front lines of organizing and conducting our elections, and we rely on them to reach voters with timely and accurate information. In conversations with commissioners about the 2024 election, most reported being overworked, understaffed, and lacking the resources to promote accurate voter education. Investing in local boards of elections not only strengthens the democratic foundation of our state, but it also reinforces public confidence in our election system. We ask that a minimum of $10 million in funding be allocated to county boards of elections to support statewide initiatives, voter education, as well as for the training and recruitment of poll workers and staff. I'd also like to touch on two important voting reforms. A critical method for combating mis- and disinformation across the state would be to adopt a centralized database, such as the Electronic Registration Information Center. A database such as this would improve the accuracy of New York's voter rolls, reduce election costs, and would increase efficiency. We urge you to include the $51,000 to support this legislation in your one-house budgets. Lastly, democracy is not a democracy unless we are all included and all voices are heard. Thousands of New York State voters are detained in jails each and every year. And in 2023, the League conducted a study finding that only 11 of New York's 57 counties surveyed had a program to facilitate voting while detained. This lack of access primarily affects voters in communities of color. We strongly support legislation to rectify this and urge the legislature to provide direct funding commensurate with similar programs in other states to support this legislation. Our elections are the cornerstone of our democracy, and it is imperative that we ensure they're adequately funded. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairpersons Kruger and Pretlow, members of the New York State Legislature, thank you for allowing me to testify this evening. Again, my name is Karen Wharton, and I represent Fair Elections for New York, a coalition of over 200 organizations that successfully fought for the New York State Public Campaign Finance Program, the PCFP. Today, we stand before you to advocate for a profound investment in the future of our democracy, an allocation of $114.5 million for the PCFP. Like my other colleagues here, we applaud Governor Hochul's commitment to fully funding this program in her executive budget with this allocation, which includes $14.5 million for administrative costs and $100 million for public matching funds, as requested by the Public Campaign Finance Board. These funds are needed to support the program's run in 2026. To match qualifying small donations to state legislative candidates, statewide legislative candidates, as well as the state legislative, the senators and assemblies. Also to continue developing a new campaign finance software system to better assist candidates, treasurers with program-related administrative tasks and more. We urge you to include this funding in this year's One House budget and final budgets. The $114.5 million is not just a budget line item. It's a moral obligation to enhance and protect our democracy. Since the Supreme Court's 2010 Citizens United decision dismantled key limits on political spending, the wealthiest donors have increasingly dominated political campaigns. This influx of big money in politics has grown to unprecedented levels across the country, drowning out the voices of everyday citizens and perpetuating a system that favors a select few, the wealthy. Because of this, our democracy is now at a critical crossroads. Just look at what is happening in DC. But thanks to the PCFP, we are creating a different path in New York. By providing essential funding to candidates who demonstrate grassroots support, the program ensures that public office in our state is accessible to all, regardless of their financial backings. According to the PCFB, 70% of candidates for a state legislative office opted into this program in its first cycle. It's been a resounding success. And in closing, we urge you to invest in this democratic system by supporting the allocation as requested by the board, $114.5 million. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. I'm Susan Lerner. I'm the Executive Director of Common Cause New York. And I will incorporate all of the comments that were made by my colleagues. Common Cause supports all of them. I do want to point out that support for the Democracy During Detention and Eric are priorities of the Let New York Vote Coalition. And my colleagues have talked about all of the things which are the day-to-day questions and issues which come up in your committee and in the Elections Committee and generally dealing with democracy. I would like to focus on the threats that are absolutely salutary and completely unprecedented. I do not envy the work that the State Budget Committee has in front of it when we are dealing with an emergency at the federal level. I'd like to join New York City Comptroller Brad Lander in his request that there be a working group that is set up between the localities and the state to try and anticipate where the holes are going to be, not just in our budgets, but in our laws, because we are seeing unprecedented destruction of the federal government. And one area where it's really going to hit particularly hard, I believe, both in election administration, but in so many other functions of both the state and the federal government, is in our cybersecurity. We've already seen an attempt to pull back the kinds of assistance which the federal government up until now has been uniquely positioned to provide to states and localities, particularly in the election area, but in all of the areas. And cybersecurity could not be more essential at not just the state level, not just with our elections, but in every locality. I think we only need to look at what happened to Orange County when they really dropped the ball on cybersecurity and they were offline, the entire county, all of its services, not just its website, but absolutely everything for months and months and months. So cybersecurity, I believe, is an absolutely essential area that we need to anticipate how to protect New York's government and New York's residents in this extremely troubling time. And so I not only support what Comptroller Lander suggested, but I urge you to put money aside at the locality level to be sure that every county has additional funding to prepare for cybersecurity threats and to protect its online presence. And in the testimony I will file for public protection, I'll talk about the need for funding at the state level.
Thank you, Susan. Assemblywoman Walker?
You guys got to, thank you. Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I just have maybe one or two questions. The New York State Public Campaign Finance Program has been in effect for a full election cycle, and the executive has continued funding of this program. So what I was wondering is, to your knowledge, have there been any concerns that have been raised by candidates?
I'm not, okay. I'm sorry about that. Yes, there've been some. Candidates that I've spoken to reported some difficulty basically in the administration of the program. So they would really benefit from a software system that I described earlier, so that would assist them with more the administrative parts of it. So yes, that's one of the things that we keep hearing.
Awesome. So, and my next question, I guess, would be to Ms. Pino. For the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, it was signed into law in 2022. And so, since the implementation has rolled out, with the many upgrades to streamline administration and compliance, are there any concerns that have been raised with respect to its implementation in your estimation?
Thank you for that question, Assembly Member. We have not heard any specific concerns with that. I will say the importance of funding and just re-upping that. Of course, when I mentioned the $2.5 million for the database, that will help streamline compliance with the act as well as enforcement. That is something that we need to continue to see in this budget. And it's also my understanding the rest of the enforcement allocation can be found in the Department of Law's budget for Social Justice Division. That also should be included going forward to ensure that the act lives up to its full promise.
Awesome, thank you. And lastly, I guess, Dustin, you'd be the best person for this. New York State has authorized the establishment of ballot drop boxes for both absentee and early mail votes. How has this affected sort of the Board of Election where you are, as well as from some of the other commissioners that you are affiliated with?
Important to remember that that is a permissive bill, so not every county is going to participate in that. That was approved late in the cycle, so this will be the first cycle that many of the counties will be able to do that. I will note that early vote by mail and absentee voting is on the rise in New York. We saw a lot of participation in that process, with also a trepidation of the Postal Service and their ability to deliver some of these ballots on time, especially in late situations. We already have a successful rollout of collecting these ballots at all of our polling places on Election Day and early voting centers. And I know that many counties in New York City are looking at additional ballot drop boxes. I think any tool in our, any arrow in our quiver will be good to use if the county has the funds and the ability to implement it successfully. So that it is permissive is important, because many counties will choose to participate in that this year and not be mandated to do so without funds to support it as well.
I would like to add that providing ongoing support at the county level for elections will help with the implementation of drop boxes, because to have appropriate drop boxes isn't a significant expense that we want the counties and the BOEs to incur.
Awesome. Thank you. You know, the beautiful thing I think about elections is that we're in vogue until we're not. And clearly we're in vogue right now. And so thank you so much for all the work that you do in the administration of justice. I will turn the balance of my time back over to the chair and get back into conference. And so again, thank you.
Balance of your time
I
deteriorates.
had to.
We're
I
going
could not
Senator.
resist the opportunity to, reclaim my time, but then
Nope,
give it back when I
gone,
want to.
over.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to start with our elections chair, Kristen Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Kruger and Chairman Pretlow, for the accommodation today. We're really excited to be here. Hi to our panelists. Thank you so much for joining us. It's great to see some familiar faces, but if this is the first time that we're meeting, my name is Kristen Gonzalez. I'm the new elections chair in the state Senate. And so I'm very excited to speak with you all today. Obviously, this is a critical moment. We know that democracy is under threat. And there are a lot of new challenges that are being posed that we haven't dealt with before. And I'm also the chair of Internet and Technology. So the first part of my questioning today is to look ahead. What are the future challenges and what should New York State be doing? And then the second part is mostly to get a current state assessment and see what we need to do in this year's budget to support the integrity of our elections, because we know when we do that, we're protecting our democracy. So for the panel, whoever wants to start, last year I was proud to carry and pass the New York FAIR Act through the New York State budget. The FAIR Act combats deepfakes and deceptive media and election communications, and we saw this risk materialize in certain parts of the country, certainly here in New York. Do you see the rise in misinformation as an existential threat to our elections, and how are you all, or who wants to answer, are thinking about this issue?
I'll jump in. Thank you so much for that question. Mis and disinformation is a critical threat to our elections, as you noted, nationwide. Just in New Hampshire, there were AI phone calls made to voters from President Biden saying that they didn't need to go to the polls to vote. And so something like this is directly affecting whether voters make it to the polls and let their voice be heard. So the League has been working on this initiative for a while, as have many of my colleagues. Really the best thing we can do is to get the right information out into the hands of voters before they are met with bad information, so that when they do hear mis or disinformation, they can use what they've learned already to combat that. So we've been working on a lot of that on the ground, and it's also essential that our county boards have the funding to do so as well.
Unfortunately, New York is a low information state when it comes to providing information to voters. That is something which it is within your purview to change. The more formal, official information that is widely disseminated, the more difficult it is to put dis and misinformation into the information flow.
And I'd like to jump in on that, because we did have an incident in New York right before the primary last year of a company that was sending text and emails out to people with wrong polling locations. It turned out to be a mistake as opposed to a nefarious act. It was a database error, but it did cause a lot of concern, and our only way to get our message out was to talk to the media and beg them to tell them to look at our websites and look at our voter systems. But a lot of times a voter will see that text and that's what they'll do, and that's what they'll follow, and they won't get other information. So we need to have, again, what I said earlier about having, a little bit more flexibility in our spending. Some counties, most counties will not give a budget for information campaigns or media campaigns from the boards of elections. But if there is flexibility in state grants that would allow us to do that, then those counties can choose to use that money to get people to the trusted messengers at the Board of Elections to get their election info, and that will prevent stuff like that in the future.
Thank you so much for your answers. With the rise of generative AI, we're going to see misinformation with a quality and on a scale we've never seen before. So I appreciate the insight and certainly want to make sure that we're supporting our local BOEs as well, in different size counties. On a similar note, the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025, which we are already seeing being rapidly implemented throughout the federal government, includes reforms to the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA. The entry specifically makes reference to CISA's work in protecting elections. What does CISA do for our state and for our local BOEs? And could you all speak to the work we could do to ensure that we're protecting the integrity of our elections with cybersecurity? I know, Susan, you mentioned this in your testimony, so I might start with you and then open it up.
So CISA is really unique. It was set up in 2018, and it not just helps the federal and state governments and localities prevent cyber incursions, but it also helps, and what's really unique about it is that it helps the government figure out what to do to be more resilient and how to respond. So CISA has provided a tremendous amount of support and information to not only our state boards, but the county boards, helping to identify vulnerabilities and also helping them to conduct what are called table exercises, which is anticipating what would happen if this particular problem, this particular cybersecurity were breached. How would we deal with it to be sure that our elections are not only secure but resilient? And that is really unique in the cybersecurity world. So we really need to think about what happens when that kind of support is not coming from the feds. Can we duplicate it here in our state, or do we need to form a consortium with other states to pool our resources to be able to provide that kind of support and planning that we now see at the federal level?
Thank you so much. And looking at time, I'm going to pivot to our current state challenges. So we know we're going to have more challenges to our election integrity in the future. We right now have a budget proposal of $142 million in all fund support, which is a decrease of $23.5 million. So I wanted to open it up to all of you to see, with our funding asks, if we feel that there is more funding needed or if that will cover some of the things that you all are working on.
We will always welcome more funds. We are usually one of the least funded departments in our county governments, and a lot of times those funds are evaporate even quicker in non-presidential years, but we still have several elections that we're running this year, and our costs don't really go down that much, despite people not necessarily participating in those local elections. And as we see our election infrastructure age, a lot of counties are going to be looking at not just the poll books that I mentioned earlier, but voting tabulators and BMDs and cybersecurity and just upgrading computers inside of our own offices and upgrading our security in our offices. These are all funds that are happening right now. And there's very few counties, boards of elections that are 100% covered at this point.
I would love to jump in too and echo that. I put this in my written testimony, but 38 of 62 counties in New York State are using voting machines that are over 15 years old. This is the time when we are not facing a presidential election, later this year, for the counties to build up their infrastructure, to purchase that infrastructure, test it, plan with their staffs. Like, this is the time that we always recommend counties are having all that full support to prepare for the next major election cycle.
And if I could just also say that, investing in this infrastructure will lead to savings later on down the line. Many of this new voting equipment can support things like vote centers. Senator May has a bill on there that has passed the Senate several times that will allow counties who have this infrastructure to move to vote centers on election day. And, the adoption of vote centers could lead to significant reductions in costs in terms of election personnel on election day, as we're able to diffuse our our precinct level polling places to vote centers throughout the county like we do with early voting.
I just want to jump in, and Senator Gonzalez, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the 142 million you noted is for the State Board of Elections, correct? So there is a portion of that that will go directly to county boards, but I really want to make clear the difference between all the funding that does go to our state board and then a more direct line of funding to county boards, which really is essential, as Dustin and Marina were saying, to really help counties build up their infrastructure when we're only going to be faced with more challenges in the future.
100%. I think we want to ensure that we're funding our state BOE, but I wanted to give you all an opportunity to talk about the necessity to have funding, especially for our local boards. I know we are tight on time, but especially with the John Lewis Voting Rights Act being upheld by the New York State Appellate Court, I think that'll be another round of costs. And very quickly, in 20 seconds, as a beneficiary of the public financing program, why do you think it had such a positive impact in the last year? And I guess I will target that towards you. Yeah, in 12 seconds.
Thank you so much for that question. Because it amplifies the voices of ordinary, everyday New Yorkers. It empowers us. And that is why candidates and citizens alike are enamored. And this is why.
Thank you, Ms. Ward.
Amazing. That was succinct and wonderful.
Well, okay.
No,
I was just saying thank you. I was just saying thank you.
Assemblyman Slater. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much to everyone here. Thank you to those who are spending their time testifying today. Commissioner, you talked about the drop boxes, and I just want to get clarity on who is paying for those drop boxes, because you said that they're not mandated. Do we have a cost of what the drop boxes are going to be for individual counties who opt in?
Well, that would be up to the individual county, so I wouldn't be able to give you a cost. Each individual county will have to determine how many drop boxes they need, the personnel to operate that, and whether they have the infrastructure to be able to deploy those.
The security part of that infrastructure?
And the security part of that, whether,
What type of security do you envision for the drop boxes?
Well, I imagine that you would have them at like town halls and other things where you have cameras and personnel on board.
Is that a stipulated requirement right now?
I don't know if that's a requirement. It would be a requirement. It is, right? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Is it a stipulated requirement to have cameras at Dropbox locations?
I'll be honest, sir.
That would be a question for the state board regulations.
I know, I wish they were
As to how
here.
to deploy them.
I appreciate it, thank you. What about, I spoke with a lot of the Board of Election Commissioners a couple weeks back, and there was discussions about early voting and curtailing some of their early voting locations, but also the timelines. For example, there's a special election in Westchester going on right now, but the early voting requirements are equal to that of a presidential election. How do you feel about the request to curtail that timeline in some fashion?
So our association has come out in favor of special elections and primaries to have more flexibility in times and days for early voting. So for low turnout elections, well, we already have flexibility in primaries in terms of number of locations because the number of voters that are affected would go out there, and so that we could already reduce the number of locations. What we can't do is reduce the number of days or hours, and we, as an association, believe that flexibility on that in specials and primaries are warranted. There's no bill out there that I could talk to specifics on this, but that is something that we, as an association, a bipartisan request for flexibility.
And in regards to the location, I'm sorry, I thought I heard, I just want to make sure I'm clear. So in regards to the location, especially for our more rural areas, some of their county seats are not their most populous and vice versa. Does the association support providing flexibility on early voting locations in that respect?
I believe county seats are not required as early voting locations. What is required is the highest city and or the highest town have a early voting location. The boards have asked for places where where they say the highest city, but the highest city is a very small population to have flexibility in that. But there is already flexibility in the law, except for you do have to put it in the highest affected town or city, and we want to a curb on cities that are under 10,000 voters.
I appreciate it. In my remaining time, I'm just curious. 10 states have passed legislation opting them into the SAVE program. 7 states require proof of citizenship. My favorite, 36 states require some form of voter identification when showing up to the polls. I'm curious what your position is on the, especially voter ID provisions, since 36 other states in the country have enacted this provision. Why hasn't New York? And if there are barriers, can we identify them to remove them?
So I'm going to answer that in my role as the Democratic Caucus Chair and not as the association as a whole, because I'm sure there are varied opinions. But in my role as Democratic Caucus Chair, and my personal opinion is the problem with voter ID laws are the devils are always in the details. And we see voter ID laws like in Texas, where a gun license is an appropriate ID, but a student ID from a state college is not. And these are the barriers that are usually put up with voter ID laws that keep people from enacting their franchise. And we simply do not have a problem with impersonation at the polling places. There's no widespread voter fraud that is affecting the vote. So it is a
But I know that we're
problem.
very concerned and focused on voter integrity. In my district, I hear from people constantly who show up to the polls with their license in their hand, and they ask, how come they're not checking my license? And if 36 other states have already passed a measure that provides for voter ID, if we want to make sure that voters feel confident in their elections, why wouldn't we pass this legislation?
Because it interferes with the franchise for a substantial number of people, period. And that's why New York has refused that form of voter suppression.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Sorry, Senator Walzek, 5-minute ranker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to piggyback on the ranker from the Assembly, I think it was Erica that said 2/3 of Americans don't have faith in our electoral process. Is that right? Yeah, I think voter ID would probably help the 2/3 of Americans that also support voter ID in polling. 87% of Americans support voter ID. But I do have a question, because Erica, you also said elections are the cornerstone of our democracy. Does the governor have an obligation to call a special election expeditiously to fill a vacancy in either the State House or in Congress?
At this time, I don't have the ability to comment on behalf of the League of Women Voters on that.
Okay, does anybody else want to comment on?
We certainly support special election reform. The problem that we see is that the special elections happen too frequently. What we hear from voters is that there are too many elections. They need to be consolidated, and Common Cause and other good government groups believe that there should be a process where you have a primary followed by a special election. They should be consolidated, and they should not be called on these arbitrary dates that simply confuse voters.
So, Ms. Lerner, just to follow up on that question, currently public officers law says Congress will be filled, the governor has to call a special election within 10 days, and then to have that special election, you have between 70 and 80 days to have that, so that we don't have a vacancy in the House of Representatives to represent. They roughly represent 750, 60,000 New Yorkers, so that I think that's pretty important as a bedrock of our democracy. And then in the State House, that's 40 to 50 days from the time that the governor calls that. And do you think we should draw that timeline out?
I think we should consolidate our specials, because what we see is that almost nobody knows that they happen. And voters complain that we have too many elections, there's voter burnout, and there are better ways to do it. We've gone from one extreme, where Governor Cuomo abused his ability to set a date for a special election, leaving 11 seats in the legislature open for close to a year, to now where we have too short of a deadline. So we need to rethink this and make it more voter-friendly and less expensive, less arbitrary.
Okay, so Ms. Lerner believes that we should extend that timeline out because we have too short of a deadline. Does anybody believe that the dates should stay the way that they are right now? And any of your good government groups recognizing that this is the bedrock of democracy, having seats filled in a vacancy?
When almost nobody votes, something's wrong with how we're doing it.
What problems does this panel think that we might see if there's a vacancy in, say, Congress for a long period of time? Or maybe you can make some observations about the problems that you saw with Andrew Cuomo dragging these out.
Well, we thought that that was unfair, but as I said, I think we've gone from one extreme to the other. We need to find a middle ground, we need to consolidate, and we need to set up a system where the people who are running in the special are not just handpicked by party chairs, but the voters have a voice in deciding who runs.
Anyone else want to offer up any other opinion on that?
I guess not.
No opinion as to whether a seat in the United States House of Representatives should remain vacant for a long period of time. I heard a lot of talk about enfranchisement, representation, bedrock of democracy from this panel. They were great talking points when you introduced yourself. But what you're saying is there's no opinions from this panel as to whether the governor has an obligation to call a special election to fill a vacancy in the United States House of Representatives, a seat that represents 760,000 New Yorkers. There's no opinions there?
Senator, is there currently a statute?
Yeah,
Well, then I assume the governor will follow the law, unless this body decides to change the law.
Do you
So what
support
we're
a change?
talking about is more theory. How do we get this right? We've gone from, as I've said, one extreme to the other.
Thank you. Assemblyman Ra?
Good evening. Thank you for waiting around to testify. I mean, somewhat to the point of my previous colleague, I do have to point out, because we hear all these talking points over and over again, and I look at what has gone on in the last several years here. I've watched a statute get changed to allow somebody to get put on the ballot. I should have 5 minutes. A statute get changed midstream to allow the governor to put a new candidate on the ballot for lieutenant governor. I've watched attempts to change an independent redistricting commission right as we were about to undertake a process. I know there's an organization here that supported that effort. I've watched the doors to courthouses throughout the state get closed in all but 4 places with regard to redistricting and constitutional challenges. So it cuts both ways. So it would take a lot more than 5 minutes to have some of these conversations. And then obviously, to my colleague's point, the ridiculous conversation that started at the end of last week with regard to the seat. I understand we want more people to come out and vote, but think about it. If we just did them on primary days and general election days, I have any number of colleagues who are running for local office this year. One of them wins, we have a vacant seat come January. We're gonna let the entire legislative session go next year without those seats being filled. We changed those timelines, you're right. What Andrew Cuomo did that year was ridiculous. And that's why we shortened those timelines. So I think we should have a conversation about these reforms out in the open, not closed-door discussions that have the potential to have residents go unrepresented, because that's the balance there. You have to balance the need for these people to be represented against having the election in a form that maximizes turnout.
Assembly member, can I point out that you're not talking to anybody who is in any of those closed-door conversations? We are the people who ask for exactly the kind of conversations that you're talking about. And what I'm suggesting is that there is some middle ground. We haven't hit it quite yet, but we could. And absolutely, this is the sort of thing where there needs to be concerted discussions among all. We've seen all sorts of abuses, for instance, in Florida, just like following Andrew Cuomo's example. DeSantis
I don't
kept-
represent a district in Florida. I'm concerned with New York.
Offices open. So, you know, we don't have it right yet. I think we're all in agreement that we need reform, and we look forward to an open discussion of coming up with the best solution.
I'm glad, I do as well. So I do have a question that I want to see if you have any thoughts on, because I want to point out it's unfortunate We've talked about public campaign financing. You guys made commentary. It's a system that we have now allocated up until this budget, $46.8 million for staffing and administration, $135 million for matching funds. We have another 14.5 and $100 million in this budget, yet we have no opportunity to question anybody who's charged with the administration of this program, which doesn't make any sense to me, especially going through the first round of it. We're going to have it for statewide offices. We're now into that cycle. But I know we're going through an exercise of how did it work? Should there be any changes made? And I want to ask your thoughts on any of that. One thing that I think I saw as a problem as a candidate was the competitive election, which I think is extremely arbitrary. And I saw situations where basically it wasn't competitive, and then, three college Republicans or college Democrats met in their dorm room and endorsed somebody, and now it's a competitive election. I don't think that makes a lot of sense.
So, thank you, Assembly Member. So the Public Campaign Finance Board has published its report on the performance of the program last cycle. And it's fairly detailed.
Yes, I'm aware.
And I'm sure that the commissioners would be open to speaking with you as they are with us. They have public hearings as well. So I think there are opportunities for you to engage.
I'm
for all
asking
of
if
us.
you have any thoughts on changes to the program.
Certainly, there are some changes that the board has actually proposed, and we're on board with them. Some of them include additional mandatory training for candidates and their staff, so treasurers, fundraisers. The board has also suggested or recommended changing the payout schedule, the payment schedule, and a number of others that, I haven't committed to memory, but they're listed, and we are on board with those.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator May.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony and for the work you do to try to keep our democracy healthy.
Rachel, pull the mic up a little closer to you.
Okay, is that better? So Dustin,
No,
I wanted
she's
to
on
ask
my-
you a question. We passed a bill about requiring full-time elections commissioners. We have a bill about staffing levels in boards of elections. And one of the concerns is about the cost. And is there an estimate for whatever counties that would mean requiring more people than they have now?
Well, certainly we are, there will be an additional cost for both of those bills. But it would not be an additional cost to every county, and that's important to know. For the full-time commissioner bill, I believe there's only 12 counties now that have part-time commissioners. And the last version of the staffing bill, we have to look at, we're still getting this data from the state board about how many positions were added at the county boards of elections during this last cycle. A lot of them did comply with adding permanent positions, so it's something that my caucus is in the process of getting all of that together, and I know we're working with your office about the staffing bill. It definitely will be more of a cost, but I will say that these two bills are targeting counties that have not brought their staffing levels up to voluntarily to meet the needs that this body and the New York State government, but also the voters have asked for with our boards of elections. This is not a part-time job, being elections commission, no matter the size of your county. We have 4 or 5 elections a year. Each election has 3 to 6 months worth of lead time. We have early voting. We have early voting by mail. We have permanent absentees. We have military ballots. We have 10-day registration now that is bringing even a higher burden for boards of elections to be able to meet the moment. So yeah,
I'm going to interrupt and ask one other question, which is there is a lot of concern in my district, in a lot of rural districts, about petitioning. And now that we do petitioning mostly in February and March, and people are afraid of slipping on the ice or getting shot if they go to a door. So Arizona has an online petitioning system that seems to be working well. Is that something, just asking the kind of good government groups, is that something that you are interested in knowing more about and possibly implementing in New York?
Reform of New York's petitioning process is one of our goals. We feel that it's too onerous and it's unusual in its requirements. Online sounds like a great idea to explore.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The governor's proposed budget eliminates all additional money to the local boards of elections. Since 2019, as people have mentioned, we've made significant reforms to make voting simpler and easier. We've instituted early voting, the right to cure absentee ballots. We now count most absentee ballots by election night, so we can have, most of the time we have the results then. We have prepaid postage for returning of mail-in ballots. But these reforms mean that the boards need more employees. It also means more money. Every year, the boards need to replace basic equipment, the poll machines, the voting machines, the on-demand printers, sign-in iPads, and it goes on. The reason this is so important to be funded on a state level is not all counties support their county board of elections as they should. I think we need another 30 million, of which 15 million would be for equipment and such, and 15 million for additional employees and administrative costs. And I just want to say that democracy is priceless, but it does cost money. So, comment starting with the commissioner.
Yeah, we would obviously would welcome the money. As my colleague said, that 38 of the 62 counties have machines that are over 15 years old now. They have not been able to get enough money from their host counties to be able to replace those machines. We have poll books that are aging out, but we also need office staff inside of the boards of elections to be able to process registrations, new applications for vote by mail in both of the absentee and early vote by mail, and staffing early voting locations. So the burden is higher than ever, and remember, a good portion of our ballot are New York State positions, whether they're state Supreme Courts or the positions that you all hold, as well as propositions. And in other states, those are refunded to the county boards of elections for those costs by the state. So definitely, we need more money now, and we need a reform in the future of how much money that New York gives to county boards of elections.
And if I can, Assembly Member, there was really excellent reporting out of the Times-Union after this most recent election that gets to your point about the disparity of election funding in different county boards. There was one election commissioner who shared that he could not purchase all the security measures that he wanted to do because he was not supported as much as other counties.
I've pushed for extra money every year since I've been here, and this will not be an exception.
Thank you very much. Senate?
Thank you. I think I am the last senator. Oh, no? Would you? I apologize. Please, Roxanne Purcell, go first.
I waited patiently. So thank you all for staying around and for your testimony. I just have two quick questions, actually three, and it pertains to the poll workers. We continuously hear complaints about poll workers. Do you think that there is any specific training that should be added to the training poll workers have so that they can, enhance the workforce? And then also, don't you think it's time that poll workers receive an increase in the amount of money they're paid based on the number of hours that they're working? And what can you do to relieve them instead of working 15 hours straight across the day? What is it that we need to do?
So definitely the pay disparity is a problem from county to county. Many counties, including my own, pay minimum wage. And that's what they set the inspector pay rate at, and they won't budge off of that. That really makes it hard to recruit poll workers. That is one of the #1 concerns I hear from people who don't want to do the job. And while There is flexibility in our staffing right now to allow for part-time poll workers, and some counties are experimenting with that. I don't think that that's a panacea because it does create a staffing issue in the middle of the day as opposed to just at the beginning of the day when people don't show up for work. And then we have people that, poll sites that might not have enough poll workers at it for the rest of the day. So I don't want to take up all of the time on that, though.
Dustin, I think you're exactly right. There is it's a long shift. There is the ability for folks to do split shifts, but again, that's more administrative burden on local boards to ensure that even more folks are trained up to support those processes. The one thing I think we could really enhance as it relates to poll worker training is training around affidavit ballots and when those are given out to voters. That's something that time and time again, we've all seen every single election, voters denied the right to vote simply due to a poll worker who didn't understand New York State law. I'll hand it over to Susan.
And I do want to suggest that there be a refresher requirement. What happens is the poll workers are trained far in advance. Sometimes they get confused between the primary and the general because it's been so long since they've had the training. So we're looking forward to the statewide curriculum that you have happily required the state board to provide. We hope to see more hands-on training, not just talking at the poll workers, but giving them an opportunity to engage with the machinery, and that there is a refresher requirement in the
Susan,
summer.
one quick thing. What do we need to do to increase voter turnout? We're putting a lot of money, but what do we need to do?
If I had a magic silver bullet, believe me, I would have sent it out by now.
Thank you, Senator. Assemblyman Diaz?
Good evening. First off, to everyone who runs an election, integrity is big. I had a special election, a primary, and a general last year. It takes a lot of coordination. And even if we do make some changes, I do believe New York has one of the shortest time periods in the country for special elections, even if there's a small extension. But I want to pivot to the future. To me, leadership is having the vision to see what's coming ahead. I'm concerned about the census. We are now projected, I know the Brennan Center said about it, that we could lose 2 congressional seats in 2030. That will impact our funding as a state. This is a bipartisan issue, a Democrat and a Republican issue. I'm currently working on legislation about being the budget, asking the governor to do $2.5 million annually with a bump going to 2029 and 2030. I believe we have to put this in as a budgetary aspect if we want New York to remain its political hammer that we are in this great country of ours. What can we do? What should we do? And would you support this initiative to have budget line items to make sure we have a census office and the Secretary of State office, and whatever recommendations would you make?
Excellent idea. We would support it. The big problem that we had in the last census was money was appropriated and not actually paid out. So our census work started late. I think this is absolutely essential, and it will allow to build the neighborhood, community-based work that's necessary for a good census turnout.
Our support would certainly depend on the details, but ensuring that we've got an accurate and holistic census is of utmost importance to the league, and so it's something we'd be very interested in hearing more about.
Okay.
And yes, while I can't opine on it on behalf of the Brennan Center at this moment, I am very eager to bring this back to my team to explore it further.
Listen, Brendan, I did a lot of research through Brendan also, so thank you.
In general, I'm always for counting as many people as possible, and I think
Thank you.
that would be a good thing. I think we lost our congressional seat last time by 48 people.
89 people.
89, a little bit more, but we can do better.
Right, and to me, that's a bipartisan issue because certain red areas will definitely become purples, moving lines, and some of the issues that we ran into would have been solved if just we counted at 89. And particularly, I think this needs to be a permanent office that we need to fund through the Secretary of State. And more importantly, we need to make sure our ethnic media, we got to reach these immigrant population, especially with our migrant population that we occurred. These upstate areas definitely need to make sure they're counted, right? So they get the funding, so they get the representation that they need. And like I said, I think this is a New York issue and a country issue and a democracy issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senate.
Okay, now I think I'm the last senator. So I think, Susan, you were attempting to answer an earlier question about the timelines of special elections here over history, but am I right? Like, this varies state to state all over the place?
It does. It definitely does. I mean, you know, that's the glory of our federalist system. There are a lot of different models out there that we could be looking at. I will admit that I have not done the thorough analysis that my colleagues at Citizens Union did several years ago. So sitting here, I can't say, well, I like this one, I don't like that one. But I think it's a discussion we need to have.
And is it also true that states that don't have endless elections and primaries and specials not lined up at all actually do have better voter turnout? I mean, you pointed out how low ours is, but
Yes.
does it actually help voter turnout?
It does, because voter burnout is a persistent problem in New York.
Okay, so if we had fewer, we'd have bigger voter turnout. And to the two commissioners, my understanding is every election is pretty damn expensive. So if we have fewer elections per year, will we not save a significant amount of money?
So, my personal opinion on this, I always support elections being held in a time period that more voters are going to turn out. And if it can also save money at the same time, that's generally something I support. It's one of the reasons I supported the even year bill. It's one of the reasons I urge my villages to move their elections to November instead of in March and April, or March and June. And so if I'm being logically consistent, that is a pattern that I would support.
And I guess then for citizen action, if we can save money by not having so many elections that nobody votes in, doesn't that help to address the fact that there are some costs from having a campaign finance system?
Yes.
That's a good answer. That was a direct question. So it seems to me we could change our special election timeframe, be consistent with many other states, perhaps see a significant increase in our voter participation rates, which is what we want, save money, and maybe even help answer some people's concerns that we're now spending some money on campaign finance reform. I could ask many other questions, but I won't, about why actually having campaign finance reform actually saves us quite a bit of money for many other reasons. But I think I'll just stop with that and give back my 7 minutes, Mr. Assembly Chair.
And it is in the ether now. I guess Mary Ann Shimsky has left us, so it's up to me to close this out. I just have two questions. One has to do with campaign finance reform, which I don't think is effective. We differ in opinion here. We've had statewide campaign finances for several years now. How many individuals that ran for statewide office, that's AG, governor, or attorney general, participated?
Assembly member, that rollout, the statewide elections, will be for the first time in 2026.
No, we put it in effect a long time ago. It's been in effect.
For public campaign financing?
Public campaign finances for statewide elected officials.
So with...
See, it is so unused that you don't even know it existed.
So, perhaps, so the public campaign...
When DiNapoli ran.
For controller.
When DiNapoli ran, yeah.
He did use it, and so the public campaign finance program that we currently have was created in 2020. I think the law was passed in 2020. So I believe when Comptroller used it earlier, it was a different version of it. But since it's been created, the last election cycle was for state legislative offices.
Okay, and in that last election cycle, how many incumbents lost because of their opponent using campaign finances?
So that's a very good question, and one that we're quite interested in as well.
I kind of know the answer, but
Yes, incumbency does have its advantages, but I don't have that number at my fingertip, to be honest with you. But we can get that to you.
okay, well, since only, I think, 4 incumbents in total lost, you can kind of do the extrapolation and figure that out. Special elections, the dates are funny. Right now, we're in a special election in Westchester County. We're in the early voting stage right now for county executive for a position that was made possible because of the election of our past county executive, and the deputy is running. My real question, though, is, I guess this is for the people from the boards of elections. I find early voting to be a pleasure to vote in, because in Westchester County, I can go to any of the voting places, give my address and my name, they go in their clipboard, they find where I am, and a ballot prints out. Now, this is only one person running, but when there's a general election, if I go into White Plains, where I'm not the assembly person, but I give them my name, a ballot with my name will show up and I can vote there. Why don't we use that in the general elections? It would save, I know it would, you guys are always complaining about not having sufficient staff. This would definitely cut down on the staff you needed. You wouldn't need a separate machine for every election district. You'd never have wrong church, right pew, right church. None of that would take place. And it would make, I believe, voting a lot easier, a lot quicker, and maybe that's a way to increase voter participation where the wait time is so much shorter.
I'm happy to answer that question. That has been a legislative priority for both the Republican and Democratic commissioners for the last couple of years. A bill, as I mentioned earlier, Senator May had it pass the Senate the last 2 or maybe even 3 sessions. Unfortunately, it hasn't come up for a vote yet in the Assembly. This permissive bill would allow us to do just that. And I really believe that vote centers are the next wave of voting in New York. We've done early voting. We have a permissive early mail voting. This is the next big thing. And many of our counties, including my own, we already have the technology ready to go to be able to do this, but we don't have the law in place to allow it. And if this permissive bill is passed, we can start using the next couple of years, having different counties experimenting with this vote center on election day before we get to a presidential election, and allow the state board to create regulations that will help us refine and improve that. So,
well, aren't we already using it statewide? When we do a presidential, you can vote for Congress or president. Oh yeah, who else was running with the president or governor?
You still have to vote in your county, and I think going outside of your county.
No, I'm talking about outside the county. I'm talking within the county. If I went to White Plains to vote for Congress.
If you're talking about affidavit voting, is that right? Yes, we do allow wrong church, wrong pew, wrong church.
No, not affidavit voting. I'm registered to vote. I give them my name. They go in their little board and they find me, and a ballot prints out with my candidates, my district, my congressperson, and the governor and the president is the same. But the local, wherever your representatives are from, is what comes up on that ballot, and that solves another issue that a lot of the good government people want, and I also want, is to have a paper ballot or something to show who voted. I don't like this touch screen and there's no record of how people voted other than a number.
That is allowed in early voting now. It is not allowed or not explicitly allowed in law for election day. Some cities and counties have experimented with it, but a lot of them are reticent to do so because it's not explicitly allowed, and that's what the bill that I talked about would do, would allow that on election day as well. It is currently not the best, it is the best practice for early voting in just about every county in New York State outside of New York City because of the many ballot styles in New York City.
Yeah, we do it in West, yeah.
Chairman Pretlow, we hope to have a conversation with you outside of this hearing about having you co-sponsor that bill.
Come talk to me. I believe that is all for our testimonies. I appreciate you all coming and waiting so long for this, but your testimony was totally worthwhile listening to, and we'll see if we can do with that bill, because I think it's a good idea.
It's a good
Thank
bill.
you all very much.
Thank you.
And this officially closes this hearing. Thank you very much. Okay.
But if you come back at 9:30 tomorrow morning, we start a mental health hearing and other OPWDD and OASIS. Thank you.
And the senator and I will be here.
Yes,